the most consistent BR across a lot of, probably all of the games, it's got to be Roy.
I think Roy had the best BR of all time.
Roy is most known for his BR.
There was no one better. You don't need rockets. You don't need a sniper if you're Roy. All you need is 4 shots.
One shot lobby. I got him. No man. One shot lobby. Oh my god.
Scratch that. I'm going back open side, waiting for the 2 guys, 3 guys coming up gold, finishing off my triple kill. Sorry, Break. Thank you.
Roy would hit 4 shots religiously. If you met him in pit at Rocket Hallway, just expect 1, 2, 3, shoot, and you're gunned. And so if you miss 1 bullet, you're punished.
I can confidently say he had the best BR shot in Halo 3. Literally forward me every single time. It wasn't like metaphorically, like literally like 4 shots, I was dead every time. And I was just like, is anyone seeing this?
Don't get in front of Roy. He's going to 4-shot you every time.
Roy is a very passionate player. He is fueled off energy. When you think of like Warriors in wartime, he's that guy. He's like Troy running out.
I died. I got the That'll be Maniac. Another one right in front. That's going to be a double kill there.
Absolutely. Now Roy with full.
Roy with the full. Roy with the full. We're looking for
Oh!
Roy's machine-like accuracy with the battle rifle was unmatched, making him one of the most feared players in the league and earning him a fitting nickname.
I think they started this thing where they're like, all right, I'm a machine or I'm a robot, I do not miss. And then Roy turned his gamer tag into Royborg. He very well might be a robot, but no, I didn't do any of those tests, so I can't say 100% that he's human.
What do you got here? What you got?
This is a Royborg.
His shot was literally like robotic. The highest level, like you can't miss. Like you just can't. And he just never did.
He was so consistent. At that point, people were like arguing like who's the best player in the game, and he was always right there. Like, is he the best? He might be the best. Is he the best? He might be the best.
One of the most solid from top to bottom Halo players that have ever played the game.
His shot was insane. He didn't miss snipe shots. You thought his DMR was good. His sniper was insane.
Let's go, dude! Roy, he's looking to do something as well. Oh my! He takes him down. 1 kill to go. Roy in a 1v1 with Tuscan. How many times have we seen it over the years? Roy wins a 1v1 BR fight. Optic Gaming.
I wanted to avoid any team Roy was on, which was mostly Instinct. I wanted to avoid that team probably more than anything.
Came to the conclusion, you want to play against these guys or with them? That was an obvious answer.
They were so good and he's so consistent, and you always knew like it was going to be probably the toughest match that you'd ever come up against.
And we went like what, 42-1 in 2 tournaments in a row, which has never been done before that or after that. It's unheard of. That's why we got called the God Squad.
While Roy is often remembered for his incredible skill in the game, it was his positive attitude and integrity that left a lasting impression on teammates and opponents alike.
He's the guy, he was going to walk up, he's going to shake your hand, look you in the eyes, and just introduce himself.
Roy's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
As a caster, I try to remain unbiased, but I can be biased in many times cheering for Roy. It's hard not to root for the guy.
Roy will be remembered for obviously his great shot, but what I think he should be remembered for is his passion, how much his emotions fueled him in game. His legacy is cemented and he will be remembered for years and years and years.
I died. I got the tail light. Last 2. Snakebite up the ledge.
We're here to win. Nice double kill there from Snakebite, looking for the triple. There you got it from the corner. Oh, even bother.
Snakebite picks up a clutch kill on Contra to even the playing field and one on Fred. Going for the triple. Yes, Snakebite does it. It's the triple kill. 3 down for denial. Gets the overkill. Snakebite just on fire right now.
I don't think anybody wants to win more than Snakebite. The way he goes about every situation, it's almost like it's picture perfect.
As everything's unfolding, I know that he is like thinking 50 steps ahead. And it doesn't matter the game, H5, H3, the dude is unreal.
He's not afraid, like at any point in the game. He's that guy to just walk at you.
Onto these Mentality Esports guys. Fantastic shots coming in from Snakebite as well. Should get another easy double here. Last player's on the pyramid, sorry. Smartly backs down though, doesn't give that away, but now DJ! Put him on his back.
20 seconds on the clock here. Counting what a headshot there.
Whoa!
Hey! Nicely. Whoa! That's going to be the killing spree. Double kill. Looking for another nastiness from the captain.
Not only is he one of the most disgusting players in the game, but you know your team is going to be prepared.
The leadership, that was always the thing that stood out for Snakebite for me. It was about how he managed to always rally the troops. He always had a plan.
Every day we get on to practice, it's just being committed to winning, and winning is everything.
Just from watching him on stage, you know, listening in on their team communications, post and pre-game interviews, it's not hard to tell what he brings to the table.
He's always getting the guys ready for practice. He's always going over strategies, reviewing film with them, going over what could have been improved on. He's a great leader.
When you're able to do that as a captain, it adds so much more pressure on your back, and he somehow shoulders it brilliantly every single time.
No one's been an in-game leader like Snakebite. He's really good at making the best of a worse situation.
He really has that mindset where the game is never over. If they go up 2-0, like, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as we extend the game out and we play the game 10, 12 minutes, like, we're going to be able to come back and we're going to be able to win it.
Fourth vengeance, obviously last time in the Halo World Championship 2016, he got slapped around when he was on Evil Geniuses.
God, this guy is so, like, just lose. Like, he's always just fighting back. I remember playing him in Constellation. And there's Snakebite going hard as shit, just stomping me into the ground. Snakebite does not like losing, and it shows.
Into the distance, takes down Reliable, hits the double there for the killing spree. 2 BRs locate themselves onto him. Ares gets taken down again, and a running riot for Snakebite. 15 in a row. This man is unstoppable.
I'm very appreciative to have him on my team. I know there's a lot of players that don't take it how he does as serious, and just it's nice to be able to trust the commitment.
He doesn't break character. It's not something that he just pretends to be. It's a consistent 24/7 job to him.
The creator and leader of a modern-day dynasty, Snakebite and his team have claimed their spot among the Halo greats. With back-to-back World Championship victories in 2016 and 2017, and an unmatched dominance that continues to this day.
It's just impressive. It truly is. At that point, CLG, Optic, Tox, now Sentinels, they could do whatever they want and they would find success. It was ridiculous.
You have the great players in Frosty, Roll 2, Lethal, I mean, absolute legends of the game. But consistency, that comes with the mindset and the tone that Snakebite set from day one. He's seen these situations hundreds of times, and he's able to make the calls that'll win his team the game. He's the most crucial piece to me.
Snakebite and Roll 2 have been doing the same exact thing. Like, they're easily the best duo of all time, like the best players for a while now. And so, like, they've been doing this consistently. They're going to consistently be at the top.
For Snakebite to become the greatest of all time, he just has to continue what he's doing. Putting in the hard work and dominating.
We built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan.
It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag 8. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and the Marines.
Hello, happy new year, and welcome to the Halo Championship Series, and welcome to the North American Pro Series. We're already bringing the goods in 2022. We hope you guys had a wonderful celebration heading into this brand new year. And I'm also going to be welcoming three wonderful lads back to the desk. I'm not Ivan Prague, but I'm joined by Bravo, Onset, and Clutch. It's good to see your smiling faces once again. I've missed you since Raleigh, and honestly, I haven't stopped thinking about this event. I have been living, breathing, rewatching, dreaming, you name it, anything that you can think of. I've been doing it to do with Raleigh, and I miss it so much already, but I'm so happy that we have more competition heading our way week in, week out. But Bravo, Raleigh, man, what a dream that was. Do you miss it?
Oh, I miss it like crazy. Yeah, great to be alongside all three of you and back in action here in 2022. But I think, I was talking to Onset. I think each of us watched VOD for like the next 4 days after Raleigh, and even like between Saturday and Sunday, we were watching the BTB late at night, watching like the rebroadcast. So still thinking about Raleigh, but excited to get into the matches today for sure.
Love that. And do you know what? You're a bit of a nerd for that, and that's okay, because that's exactly why you're here at Onset. But I know you're probably watching that VOD with some tissues, crying. How long did it take you to actually stop crying after Raleigh?
I mean, I can't believe you've exposed me like this on broadcasts. I mean, we got through a few packets, but, you know, we're ready to go now. That's the good thing. But it was an amazing event. It was something that everyone's going to remember for a long time. It was great to see everyone again, and the level of gameplay. I mean, it was amazing to watch, to be a part of, to get to cast over some of those series was something that will certainly live with the memory, but we get to do it all again today. This is the great thing. The Pro Series is back, and we get to see some more amazing matches.
That is very, very true. I'm so excited to get into this one. But Clutch, I gotta say, man, I miss having you right next to me, IRL on the desk. It's so good to see you, though, back again. You excited? Are you hyped for some more competition?
I'm always hyped for more competition, Watt, and I cannot wait to get this one underway. It's 2022. We have a world championship at the end of the year, but we got steps along the way for these guys to prove themselves. Who's the best in the world? We're going to find out.
Yeah, indeed we are. And honestly, they've been proving themselves so far on land. They have a lot more proving to do, that is for sure, because we have one hell of a roadmap to get to as well. But let's take a look at the stat leaderboard from Raleigh, because these guys were making moves at this event. Now, notable people here, obviously all of them are notable, but I gotta say, someone that's really standing out to me right now is Tylenol. Bravo. Having Tylenol work his way into this KD leaderboard with some of the greats is just insane.
Yeah, what a great story for Tylenol. I think high hopes for him going into Raleigh, and he's certainly delivered, as this leaderboard shows. And I think it's also worth noting, Clutch and I were just talking, a pretty big outlier on Space Station as well.
Yeah, pretty insane that he was able to go plus 113. Those are not easy stats to have, especially with the rest of your team kind of falling short of anywhere near that mark. Tylenol, very impressive with his slaying prowess. Space Station needs him now more than ever if they want to progress as a team and place their highest place.
Yeah, indeed. I got to say, Tylenol, incredible stuff across the board from him, really leading the charge there for his team. And obviously, we have two green guys up on here lighting up this KD leaderboard, the boys in green, the Green Wall Optic Gaming. Got Lucid and Trippy, but I just want to note here the fact that there are two Optic Gaming boys on this KD leaderboard. They obviously didn't have the placing they wanted, but that just shows you the caliber of this team, the talent that is on this roster, having two of them up here. And notably, Trippy. This is amazing. Trippy, this is his year. This is his game on set. What do you make of Trippy being on this KD leaderboard so early in the season?
It's amazing to see Trippy up there. He's a player who's developed over time. He's a great bloke as well. You know, as a player, seems to have really found his feet now in this Optic Gaming team as well. You look at Lucid at the top of the leaderboard. I don't think anyone's too surprised to see Lucid up there. He's been one of the main slayers who's been putting up the best stats. But for Trippy to put in those kind of statistics at a live event, you know, one of the biggest stages that we do have, where historically he's been kind of a support player, right? But now he's stepping out of that. He's becoming that player who's picking up big kills. He's becoming the player who's picking up the big stats that we want him to as well. And to see that duo, you know, Trippy and Lucid, who have been together for some time, standing out is great to see for Optic.
Indeed. And before we move on, Clutch, I've got to ask you though, are you surprised to see somebody not up there? Is there anyone on your mind that you're kind of like, well, really, they should have been on that KD leaderboard?
Yeah, I think everybody's wondering, where was Frosty there? And yes, Frosty's probably had to change his role due to the team change and whatnot, what's going on there. But Frosty is an absolute superstar for that Sentinels roster. You expect him to be in the top 5. He was there all at Halo 5. I expect him to get back there in Halo Infinite. Let's see what Frosty can bring for today.
Indeed, but somebody who was on that KD leaderboard and somebody who is our USMC service record holder for today is Snakebite. This guy's been leading the way for his team for a long, long time. Actually, this team has been together for literally the ages now in history in Halo, and is doing pretty damn well in Halo Infinite. He's actually had a bit of a role swap here because he's had to take on more of a slaying role, but he has been outstanding thus far. Bravo, what do you make of Snakebite and what he does really for his team?
Oh man, I mean, where do you start with what PJ does for his team? Talk about a calm-headed leader. Talk about someone that you could put in any situation and who's going to perform. One of the most consistent players in Halo history. It's hard to think of, you know, a player that you'd want next to you more than someone like Snakebite. I think, you know, there's a reason that you saw in some of those pre-roll videos talking about Snakebite in his top 25 video, just how much he brings to a team. There's a very short list of players that are some of the best all-rounders in Halo history. He's certainly one of them.
He is indeed fantastic stuff, and it's great to highlight him today as one of our service record players. But we need to talk right now about the roadmap, because we have a ton of competition heading your way. If you guys haven't seen this before, then take note, because look at all these events we have lined up for your 2022. It's going to be absolutely incredible. We have all of our regions involved, and we have our World Championship at the end. And you may notice that now Raleigh's all finished up. The next land to look forward to is the NA Regional in Anaheim. But really, it's just more competition, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing with the Pro Series, because for me, the Pro Series, having this week in, week out, is just the absolute incredible opportunity for so many different Halo players and teams to really take advantage of this high-level competition and really break through here. So it's absolutely insane. Bravo. Pro Series, what does this do for the community?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I think very rarely do you have something like this where you have an opportunity to see the best pro teams in the world play, something like a pro league format. However, you also have an opportunity week in, week out for teams to be promoted from open, and also for teams to be relegated, the pro teams to fall. And really, you just get kind of this rapid pace week after week of an opportunity after opportunity, like you were saying, for players at home to try to make their way into that top 8, which is pretty exciting. And I'm pretty excited for the entire month of January.
Indeed, and there are stakes involved here as well, because if you don't perform one week, that could have a large kind of say on what happens next week to you guys. You can fall as well, which is really, really exciting, and it keeps those storylines going, especially for us broadcasters over here. Now, you may be wondering, how does this all work? How does a Pro Series work? It's very, very simple, guys. So we obviously have our top 8 placing teams from Raleigh. They have made it into the Pro Series 1, and we also have 8 teams from the Open Series who also qualify for Pro Series as well. So it's 16 teams, double elim. We know how that works. You have a safety net at the bottom of the elimination bracket, and I'll have our top 8 placing teams automatically each week qualify for the next Pro Series. So it makes it really, really exciting, and it's worth tuning in every single week to find out what happens. Now, the question is, what teams are we looking for? So obviously we know Cloud9 are our Raleigh champions. We obviously have our eyes on them right now as well. But United did fall short to Cloud9 and have been performing so well so far on the new title. On set, what do you make of Cloud9 currently and how they're sitting, how they performed in Raleigh?
I think Cloud9 were the team to watch coming into Raleigh for a lot of people alongside Optic Gaming, but they kind of quietly went about their business in the fact that we didn't see them on main stage a huge amount. It was almost like they became a little bit forgotten until they got onto main stage and they were like, yo, we're Cloud9 and we are going to dominate. And it was such an impressive performance in that grand final. It really didn't feel like, with all respect to E United, that there was ever going to be any other winner than Cloud9. And again, a big shout out to Penguin, his first event win. And not just his first event win, I think it was probably his best event performance I've seen out of him as a player. Cloud9 looked unstoppable, and I'm sure they're looking to keep that momentum going today.
He looked like a winner out there as well. He gave us the romance at the end as well. We saw those wonderful scenes where he's celebrating with his girlfriend. It was pure magic, but honestly, it was magic on the stage too. The gameplay was surreal, and it was so wonderful to watch as well. So I'm really excited to see how they do in this first Pro Series. But we have to, of course, talk about United, who did fall short to Cloud9. It's quite a quick grand final, so I'm sure they're looking to pick things up here, and they probably watched the VOD back and taken a little bit of a look at what they've been doing. And with that being said, Clutch, how do you feel about United and where they're at right now after Raleigh?
After Raleigh, I think this team's riding high. E United is one of these teams that might fall short when we talk about the individual skill, or we talk about the accolades that some of these players might have on other teams. But what this team does have is a lot of grit and a lot of grind. And what these guys do on a day-to-day, on a weekly basis, it shows up when it matters. And it's because they're putting in 2 scrims a day. It's because they're putting in the hard work that they're able to see the results that they had. It was no shock to me that we saw them in the finals over at Raleigh, because this team from day one was online, playing matchmaking as a team, finding scrims as soon as they could, as much as they could. When you put in the time and you put in the grind, accolades come, man. And I love the fact that we saw E United have a little bit of that. The finals didn't go the way they wanted it to, but I mean, second place, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad, but the one thing I do love about United is that if it's not winning, it's not good enough. And that kind of grit is going to carry them forward throughout this competition this season. So make sure you guys are looking out for E United as well. Now, we've had a few team changes come about before Pro Series started and after Raleigh. So let's take a look at them right now. We've got Space Station. They've actually booted Tusk. I mean, that's a bit harsh, but they have. And actually, FaZe are in. Clutch, talk to me about FaZe and what he's going to be doing for Space Station.
FaZe was a nasty Halo 3 player, so it's no shock that you see players like Zion and Tylenol, guys that played a lot of Halo 3 back in the day with FaZe, and they're the first ones to know that his name is out there in the free agency pool. Love the fact that they've kind of found that comfort pick for them. We'll see if they're able to transition that to a new game and see how successful these guys can be together, because they have a lot of experience playing together back in the day. I'm not sure if this is the best pickup for them, but that's for FaZe to decide.
That is very true. Now, obviously on the side of G2 Esports, excuse me, Brav, Tusk is in. So they have taken an ample opportunity, picked up Tusk, but, you know, Arctic is out. What did G2 Esports see in Tusk that Space Station didn't?
I think G2 see the same thing that a lot of squads want. I think a lot of squads would have been very happy to pick up Tusk, just continue to add to his legacy over the years, as he went kind of over the past few years from players, you know, a Halo 3 player that people knew to more of a household name. And now I think Tusk proved himself as a really talented all-around player. I think it's a strong pickup for them as well.
Amazing stuff. Now we need to move on to some of the open bracket teams who we need to keep an eye on throughout this Pro Series. Let's talk about Oxygen Esports right now. Obviously, they didn't have a fantastic time at Raleigh, but they did show promise in the lead up to Raleigh in some of our online opens on our qualifiers. They're looking pretty good. So I kind of want to know, Onset, from your opinion, you know, where are Oxygen right now? You know, where do you see Oxygen sitting amongst all of our talent?
I think they're going to be looking, I think it's their first target here to qualify for next week, get into that top 8. They'll be extremely happy with that. I think that's going to be the aim for a lot of the teams that have come from the Open Series, who want to, you know, prove themselves and really maybe cause an upset to get themselves inside of that top 8. Once you do that, teams start looking at you in that bracket and they start being a little bit worried when they see your name. So for Oxygen, I think top 8 is the mark where they want to find themselves.
Indeed. Now, we also have a couple of different teams here who actually didn't quite make the cut so far in our bracket. We had EXO that went out in our open bracket. Team War actually fell short. Falling Esports, you know, the pun I would definitely use for that one. They definitely fell flat for sure. Complexity also didn't quite make it, and Unsigned Talent as well. So, you know, obviously fantastic stuff, and having them in the open bracket was amazing, having that competition, but didn't quite make it this time. But we need to talk about the winners we need to talk about the winners bracket. Let's take a quick look at that one to see exactly who is sat where and who we're going to be seeing next. So you can see on your screens here, very notably, Cloud9 made it forward against G2 Esports, and Sentinels beat Optic Gaming. Another rematch that we've seen so far, so early on, 2-0. That's a little bit surprising. I thought it'd be a little bit closer than that, but they do meet Cloud9 now in the semi-finals. United 2-0 against Built by Gamers. They go forward and will be facing FaZe because FaZe knocked down Pioneers to the elimination bracket. And speaking of, let's take a quick look and see exactly who is in the safety net here in the Pro Series and who's going to be pushing on forward, trying to get back up into the grand finals. We'll actually talk about that a little bit later on. We don't have that one ready yet, but a little bit surprising that, honestly, with Sentinels Optic. I got to ask you, Bravo, what do you make of that rematch 2-0? I know it's a pretty close game. I've heard Bizarre actually went to overtime. CTF, It was 3-3. So they're still neck and neck currently, even if the score doesn't really resemble it.
Yeah, certainly. It's pretty interesting to see our two winner semis, which are going to be fantastic. And as you had noted, Lottie, 2-0 in each of those, which is pretty exciting and sets us up for some pretty fantastic winners finals. But to get back to your point, I think Sentinels Optic is a story we're going to see, and I hope we're going to see for the entirety of the season. And then that one just kind of keeps on giving. 2-0 Sentinels this time around, and they could still continue to have the edge up over Optic Gaming.
Now we have the elimination bracket ready. Let's take a quick look at that and see how Optic shake things up, because obviously they've bumped down here now. So they're going to be facing Space Station. That is going to be such a tough ask for Space Station at this point in time. Obviously bringing on FaZe and stuff, but Optic are a pretty well-rounded team, so that's going to be very, very difficult, I fear, for Space Station at this point. And as you can see, Oxygen, who we were looking out for here, is going up against G2 Esports. Gilkey leading the way on that one. I've got to ask you, Clutch, what do you make right now of Oxygen Esports going up against G2? Because G2, I think, had a bit of promise, but did also fall short in Raleigh.
Yeah, I think for Oxygen, that's a very winnable series. If you're seeing G2 on the other side, you're not seeing someone like Optic, someone else that could have potentially lost in that same round. So they're very happy for their opportunity to try and continue on to their losers bracket run. As Andy pointed out earlier, for these amateur teams that are coming out of the open side and that are trying to progress, it's a step-by-step ladder that you have to climb. This is an opportunity to really get a nice step for Oxygen Esports and in the right direction for those top 8, top 6 goals that those guys dream of.
Now, we do have our first match. I have had word from my wonderful producers. It's going to be C9 versus Sentinels. It's our first semi-final. That is, I'm rubbing my hands. I'm doing a Mark, I'm doing a Bravo, I'm doing a Clutch. You all do this when you're excited. I am so excited. I'm going to start a fire here.
I feel like I need to join in now because everyone else has done it.
I'm about to start a fire, but this semi-final is going to be lit, and I'll tell you why. Not only have we got two incredibly amazing teams going head-to-head here, but we haven't seen C9 and Sentinels for quite some time now. We saw them online. We didn't get to see them at Raleigh. Honestly, how are you feeling about this matchup and the way that these two teams kind of work together as competitors?
I mean, it's such a... Anytime I see Sentinels in a series at the moment, I just have this kind of like weird thought about it, because I don't, the Sentinels lineup, they're playing with Formal until Royal 2 comes back into the lineup. So it's always like that little asterisk of like, okay, they're playing with Formal, but then they keep winning. So it's like, okay, maybe we have to kind of still count them as like one of the teams to watch. It's a little bit of a strange conundrum here. I'm sure everyone is thinking, but if they beat C9, I mean, that's going to be crazy. I don't see it happening. I have to be completely honest with you. I think C9 are going to be too strong for them. But if Sentinels take down Optic, then why can't they beat C9? And why can't they continue this crazy streak of, pulling off some huge performances when no one expects it?
Yeah, Clutch, what are your thoughts here? Because I know that you know both these rosters pretty well.
I don't think I'd be shocked at all if Sentinels wins this series. I mean, one, it's online, and we know Cloud9's not nearly as strong as an online team as they are when it comes to a main stage on LAN with the lights on the brightest. I feel like that's when those guys shine, but they're not the online dominant force that we can think them to be. Sentinels, having won the 2 most recent online tournaments before Raleigh, that was with Royal 2. Looks like Formal's kind of stepped in pretty nicely now that they've had some time to play with them, and I think this is going to be a highly contested series. I almost expect Sentinels to win this. Cool. Not because Sentinels is a better online team, but because Cloud9 doesn't really bring their A game until it's time, and it might not happen today for them.
Ooh, we'll have to wait and see about that one, because you never know. They might have that little bit of an extra pep in their step after winning Raleigh, so we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens. But not too long, so don't worry, because we have our winners semifinals coming up right now. It's going to be NA Pro Series, and it's starting right here.
All right, welcome here to the first matches of 2022, the Halo Championship Series. We are back, Bravo, alongside Clutch. Wes, great to be alongside you here for our first match, and it's a pretty good one, C9 versus Sentinels.
I mean, we get the first series of the day. We get Sentinels versus Cloud9. I feel like this should be the grand finals. It very well might be the grand finals, but we got it in the winter semis. And right now, I mean, these two teams, they're juggernauts, both world champions in their own right. You got Formal joining the X of Sentinels. You got Cloud9. Their confidence, like Lot said, is rolling after Raleigh. I couldn't be more excited to see these two Titans clash.
That's right. First series of the year on stream, and it is going to be a treat, as you say, Clutch. An absolute powerhouse of two Titans that could very well be not only the grand finals here, but you could say that this is the grand finals of any Halo event within the past few years. And it's exciting to see what can come out of this series. Game types, of course, going to determine a lot of how this one goes. And Sentinels and C9, Clutch, two teams that you have a lot of experience with and familiarity with in terms of both coaching a lot of these players and watching a lot of competitive play. Tell me what you think about the game types we have on screen as it pertains to these two teams.
Man, I really like Cloud9's chances having a look at this best of three. Unfortunately, only being a best of three, this is going to leave no room for error for either one of these teams. But Stronghold's Recharge is a map mode where I really see Cloud9 get the better of teams. They get on a roll, they get a trip cap, they put teams in a spawn trap where they're forcing split spawns. If you can't stop the snowball that Cloud9 is going to throw down this hill, it's going to be very difficult to stay in this game. Sentinels is going to have to do their best to make sure that trip cap never happens early in this series. And then you look at game 3, you see CTF Aquarius. Cloud9 might be the best CTF Aquarius team in the game. I mean, how aggressive they are in your face, in your base at all times. This could be a quick one, but Sentinels, you never can count them out.
Yeah, in a best of three, of course, that game one going to matter so much because when you have a Slayer Bazaar, a less traditional Halo game type, right? A lot of different rules in terms of how that map is played, in terms of how that game type is played. You could say that that one's going to be a little bit more of a coin flip as it pertains to not just a Game 2 Slayer, but Bazaar Slayer specifically. So like you said, that Stronghold's Recharge is going to be absolutely massive in terms of which team can really just throw the gas on right away. Let's talk about the Sentinels roster, though. Like you said, Clutch, winning the last two online tournaments. Onset made a great point because even though it's only been a few weeks, we're quickly just getting used to referring to Sentinels as this Sentinels roster. Keep in mind, Formal, one of the best FPS players to ever play the game, subbing in, but he is fitting in nicely, Clutch.
I mean, unbelievable. I watch so much Formal gameplay now that he's back playing Halo on the sticks for Xbox. It's amazing how big of a talent he is, and he fits right into this puzzle that is Frosty, Snakebite, and Lethal. Formal, what he brings to the table, it's not just a player that doesn't miss. It's not just a player that's been there and done that. It's his communication. He's the full package, Andy. When I talk about Formal, I cannot depict the picture that I want because of how much he brings to a team. And the fact that Sentinels was able to find this player to replace Royal 2 for the meantime, I mean, that was massive for them because it gives them a chance to still win every tournament.
Right, and it's very interesting what Formal brings to this team, just because playstyle, of course, very different from Royal 2, but when you talk about slaying dominance and map presence, he also brings that in his really own unique flavor and style, which is really cool to see just how well Formal has meshed here. It's going to be interesting to see also when Royal 2 comes back on the roster exactly what will happen, but all eyes and sights on right now because we got to talk about the current champions, the reigning champions, Cloud9, because they dominated at the last event here in Raleigh, Clutch, and really with quite a smooth fashion with a 3-1 win in the grand finals. What are you expecting from them here? I know you said online, historically, not the strongest team, but still, of course, they're going to be ready to play.
Yeah, one thing these guys will never waver in is confidence, right? When you watch Cloud9, you can see the confidence in their gameplays. Mainly Renegade is going to be the one that leads that charge, and everybody kind of follows suit after him. He is aggressive. He's in your face. He is not going to miss. His movement's unreal. And just creates so much space for his team. The rest of Cloud9 all plays like that as well. It's like they've all adapted this play style where they don't care who you are, where you are, how much health you have, what gun you have. We're going to hunt you down. We're going to kill you. We're going to put you on respawn, wash, rinse, repeat, and we're going to get dubs doing it.
Absolutely. And take a look at this first game type. Stronghold's Recharge, of course, going to be absolute chaos and carnage right off of the rip. Anything you're expecting to see between these two teams in terms of how they both play this game type in our game number one?
We're starting to see the shock rifle really start to impact every Recharge game heavily. Players are starting to learn the timing, learn the consistency of the gun. Having to keep that headshot for the entire burst is a different kind of skill set that they may not be used to with the sniper rifle type sandbox weapon.
Right.
You're seeing Renegade and everybody really start to pop off, especially in the finals of Raleigh when Renegade really took over that recharge Slayer. If he can get that control of that weapon, look for Renegade to go off. But just about everybody in this series is individually skilled enough to really pop off and create openings with that weapon in their team. I would be shocked if we didn't see that gun dictate a lot of the pace and the play of this game 1.
It's a great point. I think there's a few things to talk about as people have watched the opening month or so now of Halo Infinite, and now moving into now what we can call month 2, month 3. You're right. A shock rifle, of course, people knew how powerful it was, what it was capable of, and you saw people just using maybe that top yellow to top A angle and winning battles like that. But now that we're seeing a little more versatility, it's starting to get interesting. I think the same thing can be said about stronghold control and rotations. Right? Early on in Halo Infinite, you saw teams that were pretty resistant to triple capping. They hadn't figured out the exact spawns, the exact collapses, the exact rotations. But now that the best teams in the world are getting a little more confident clutch, we're starting to see them do a little bit more where they're able to get the trip cap, they're able to collapse, get 4 dead back to back, and add a lot of points on the board.
The big thing for me is how dominant of a team Cloud9 was in Halo 5 for strongholds and how quick they were able to press the trip cap and press players that were coming off respawn. Now that we've got a couple of equipment that allow mobility to be enhanced, you're seeing Cloud9, of course, take advantage of that to the fullest, right? They're pushing the limits of this game as far as they can, and as they've gotten more experience under their belt, those trip caps, they become 100 point, 200 point. I've watched Cloud9 250-0 2 different teams in scrims before.
Yeah.
It's absolutely unreal what they can do when they have the control and the awareness that they can press these spawns exactly how they want. Cloud9, when they get the ball rolling, it's tough to stop, man.
It really is, and I think you make a great comparison there to the Halo 5 playstyle, because it's one thing to have these players thrust sliding into a spawn. It's another when someone can grab a grapple and go from bat ledge to top control in even less time, right? So I think you're absolutely right that they're still not yet even scratching kind of the full surface of Halo Infinite's potential in terms of the speed that you can get into different spawns. So I think we're going to see this game slowly get faster and faster as teams start to just use things like grapple, like certain repulsor jumps to get into areas to pinch teams even faster. And I think really we still haven't seen really what's possible in terms of fast collapses and fast rotates.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing, is that the meta is going to always continue to evolve. The longer these guys play, the more they play. They're going to learn what they can get away with, what they can't, what was a good push, what was a bad push, and figure out the perfect timings. I think one thing that Cloud9 does so well that people can take a note from is how great their timings are. And it's not by accident that they got here when they got here and found this player how they found him, right? These things are consistent. I used to watch Renegade scream back when he was on Straight Rippin' and I was coaching him. I was like, dude, this guy is the luckiest player in the game. The fact that he's doing it 7 years later and he hasn't stopped getting lucky makes it a skill. He has the best timings in the game, a lot of individual skill to pair with it. And this Cloud9 team, I mean, they're scary because of the dominant performances he can put on.
They are, and my God, has Penguin ever found a home here? You guys talked about it on the desk at the open of the show, but Penguin, of course, his first event win, and also just looking so strong. I think a lot of people are wondering exactly how will Penguin fit in, and it feels like after that first event clutch, that item has completely been checked. Penguin fits in great on this team. He gets his first event win. He did it looking great in terms of his play style as well, and I think everyone's now just expecting that this team is going to look very strong this year. And of course, you called it, I think, very early in one of our first online shows that this team is going to be the World Championship team, and right now they're looking really strong.
I mean, it's the confidence for me. It's their mentality. We talk about mentality. Like, you have to take away the fact that, like, how good all these professional players are and understand that these guys are humans, right? It's easy to wake up and not feel right. It's easy to wake up and maybe not be on your A game. Cloud9 feels like they're always on their A game when they want to be. And because of it, the mentality of I am better than my opponent. I can be aggressive here. I'm going to win this fight. Renegade says, I'm going to hit this shock rifle shot that opens up the map for my team. Because he thinks he's going to do it, he's able to do it with confidence, and everybody on Cloud9 like is able to have that same mentality. I mean, we haven't even mentioned Stellar,
right? Yeah.
As we're waiting for the players to get this game going, we haven't even mentioned Stellar, and Stellar has been doing this for a long time too. He's just right up there with Renegade when it comes to slaying prowess. This roster's stacked with all-stars.
It is, and what's great, I think Onset talked about it at the Open as well, just the fact that these guys quietly made their way through the bracket. If anyone was doubting them, if anyone was maybe not counting them in their top two, Cloud9 really wasn't bothered by it. They made their way through the bracket, a lot of their matches being off of main stage, and when they did get to that main stage, they certainly put on a show, and I think also they really let their gameplay do the talking for them. They've done that since H5, of course, and they're bringing that here as well into Halo Infinite, and they're looking so strong, as you said, waiting for the players to start this one up. But excited to get into our first game. By the way, we have some stacked winners semis here. Not only do we have C9 and Sentinel, we also have a United FaZe, which I believe is a losers finals rematch from Raleigh as well, also happening in our winners semi. So going to be stacked matches all day, and a lot of course, favorites from the Open. If you're just joining us here, this is the first Pro Series matchup for North America and the Halo Championship Series. And of course, each week we're going to have the top 8 amateur teams breaking in to the top 8 pro teams. And keep in mind, those pro teams can be relegated each week. So if any of these pro teams fall week after week, we'll see them actually back into the open bracket. They'll have to fight all the way through the open bracket. Any team that's able to place top 8 week after week will be in the championship bracket. It's a very fast format. It's going to be a very fast January with weekly matchups. Excited to have you joining us here for this first one and all month long, of course. Sentinels versus C9. Let's take a look at the maps and modes once again. As we said, just waiting for the players to start this game, and we cannot wait to get in, just as excited as you are at home to get into these matches, and going to do so as fast as we can. Game number 1, Strongholds Recharge. Game number 2, Slayer on Bazaar. And if we need it, game number 3, CTF Aquarius. And Clutch, like we said, that's going to come down to maybe that CTF Aquarius could go C9's way. We haven't talked, though, about the game number 2. Your thoughts on Slayer Bazaar, what to expect there?
Yeah, man, Slayer Bazaar is one of those game types I really feel like can go either way with just about any of these top teams. It's all going to be about controlling the middle of the map, controlling the rockets, the overshields, shotgun comes into play there. Even the manglers on the sides really can create that one pick opportunity that you need to get into the middle of the map and control these power-ups and power weapons. We'll see which team does a better job in that game, but neither team really having a strength, I would say, as Bazaar Slayer. It's all about trapping the enemy team on one side in those bases and figuring out ways to find picks throughout that trap, right? You don't let them out rocket side, you don't let them out tree or the bar, and you want to get those dynamo grenades that are bottom middle, chunk them in, get some good damage, and then follow through off that damage with some picks. If you're able to successfully get 4 down on one side, you automatically should know that they're going to flip spawns to the other base, and if you can react quick enough, you can trap them at that base right after that, and it's a very frustrating experience for that team if they're not able to try and get out of that cycle. I would be shocked if we didn't see that recipe for success executed by either Cloud9 or Sentinels. It seems like Cloud9 is that's like textbook Cloud9 gameplay for me, especially after watching them dominate for a couple of years on Regret Slayer. Something very similar as far as they're spawning at red, we're gonna kill them at red. Hey, guess what? Now they're spawning at blue, and we got to get in their face as fast as possible and spawn trap them at blue as well. You can get a good lead if you're able to successfully put that recipe to the plan, but how do teams stop that is the actual question, right? Because teams are going to get control of the middle of the map. They're going to get control of the sandbox. The best teams in Infinite right now are the ones that can stop the snowball from going down the hill fast, because once you get those power upgrades and the weapons and the movement and the equipment, it's very difficult to stop. It's very difficult to win a one-on-one against a player with thrust or dynamo grenades or rockets or overshield, obviously. But I mean, it's all about, have they gone over when we're at a deficit, when we're fighting from an uphill fight? How do we get out of it?
Absolutely, and I think you might have seen Snakebite's clip. A lot of people watching might have seen the Snakebite's clip from that last OT. Maybe no better definition. We talk about all the control he had, of course, getting the overshield and grapple. And actually, speaking of, a little example here of just how you can grapple that overshield, what we saw Snakebite doing in that last game. You might have seen the clip. If you haven't, make sure to head to Snakebite's Twitter and just see what was required to win that game, as we take a look at, once again, one of the new features here, grapple in Halo Infinite. Not only can you grapple all around the map, but also grapple things like weapons and power-ups as well. Snakebite grabbing the overshield, identifying that he was the one who needed to get rocks, goes all the way across to grapple up to rocks, and also continues to clear out shotgun. So that example of what Snakebite had to do on Bazaar is a great example of what was required to win games and control that mid-map. And like you said, if there's a player on your team that's able to get overshield grapple, overshield rocks, even more than that, pick up the dynamos as well, you're going to be able to not only force those spawn traps, but also make sure that your team is not on the receiving end of spawn traps as well. Clutch, one thing we should talk about is, it's interesting on Bazaar because, the idea of flipping a base, killing all 4, flipping a base, getting them to spawn on the other side, and then collapsing on that spawn, that's nothing new. We've seen it throughout Halo titles, across the ages, or whether you're talking about something like a Halo 1 map, a Halo 2 map, all the way into things like H5 as well. But on Bazaar, it's a bit different because just how long that map is, how segmented out it is, how many rooms there are, and just the fact that when you kill all 4, you have to make sure you kill them all fast enough, and you have to get all the way across the map. And it's a little bit different on Bazaar than, say, something like an Amplified Slayer, where you could very easily know that you were going to flip the spawns, get back to top mid in less than 2 seconds, and do it again. On Bazaar, it takes a little bit more coordination, and that's kind of how teams can get out of jail. Maybe they can send someone front door, pillars, bottom rocks. It's a little bit harder to execute perfectly on Bazaar.
Yeah, it's very difficult, right? But that's why these guys are the professional players they are. That's why these guys are the prolific players and teams that they are. They're both world champions, and it's because they can set that pace. They do not waste time. One of the things I yell at my teammates in matchmaking the most about is wasted time, right? If you're not doing something and you're not progressing somewhere for a certain purpose, there's time left on the table, and that's something that Cloud9 and Sentinels, they do not do. They do not leave wasted seconds on the table of them doing nothing, right? They are progressing to a spot for a certain reason, to prepare for the next battle, to prepare for another angle that they may have to help their teammate, or to just stay alive in a certain direction, right? But all of these things, like, they accumulate into the decision making that these players are making. That's a small reason of why the greats that they are, but it's all about pace and being able to set that pace. And when we talk about Cloud9 and what separates them from a lot of teams, it's the fact that their pace is so much faster, it feels like, when you're playing against them. Right. The pressure that they apply, even on maps like Bazaar that have walls and have opportunities for you to get off your spawn and maybe not be spawn killed per se. Cloud9 might not be spawn killing you in Halo Infinite, but they are trapping you and putting you in a situation that they want you to be in, and then they're going to execute you the way they want to do it. That's what makes them special.
Right, they might not be shooting you off spawn, but if they have a 6-kill lead and you're trapped in your bar, in your tree, it's not too different, right? They're going to continue to play that advantage. One thing I want to talk about that's a little bit interesting of a dynamic is the fact that you do have C9 that plays at the speed that they play, like you said. And on the Sentinels side, you have a team that can play very fast, but you also have Formal right now subbing in. And right now in Halo Infinite, he's not the fastest player, right? He's not hitting drop slides around the map to fly into spawns. He's more so anchoring. He's out shooting opponents. He's in the right place at the right time. Is there a concern from you that with Formal's playstyle being just a little bit slower and not as fast as, say, the Lucids, that might give C9 an edge? What do you think there?
Well, you see, it's weird because who did Formal replace? And that's Rule 2. And we can knock Rule 2 for what we like to call are his flaws, which are maybe not pushing as much and maybe not being as aggressive as someone like Cloud9. But when we talk about Rule 2's flaws, let's keep it real. They're very slim. Fortunately, though, for the Sentinels roster, they pick up Formal, who has maybe not Royal 2's exact play style. He's probably a little bit more aggressive than Royal 2, but very similar. Very similar roles that those two are used to playing as each other. Very high DPS players, anchors for their team, going to try and lay down some peppered damage for the likes of Frosty, for the likes of Snakebite, to be in their face, to push, right? Formal is going to fit in perfectly with the Sentinels team because he and Royal 2 play so similarly.
Absolutely. I think, and it's a lot of the reason why you do have, like you say, the Frosty Snakebite Lethal group just right away snapping to Formal and performing so well, not just online leading up to Raleigh, but also in Raleigh as well, getting the last laugh against Optic Gaming after losing the first day with a series score of 3-0. Pretty incredible to see the way that they were able to turn things around at Raleigh, and also not just at Raleigh, but here as well. The 2-0 win over Optic, pretty convincing again. And once again, it's a best of 3. We didn't get to see that go all the way to 5 games because later on in the bracket, of course, we will start to get to 5 games, but still 2-0 convincing win for the Sentinels team. And I think one thing we should talk about while we wait for these teams to get the match started, by the way, thank you for your patience. We're just as anxious to get into the games as you are watching at home, but we should talk about Optic just because Optic is continually losing to Sentinels with a substitute player. And I think that's worth noting given the expectations that we had for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Optic really felt like they were on top. Everybody was on the Optic hype bandwagon when this game came out, and they were having the success they were, winning the first 2 qualifiers, looking like the most dominant team by far, led by Lucid, probably the best player still in the game right now. With his gameplay alone, you expect that team to be in the grand finals, but something's not clicking. They lost 2 best-of-5s in Raleigh, so I chalked that up to, hey, you went to the distance with 2 of the best teams in the world in Sentinels and Cloud9, but I'm going to stop that rant. We're hopping in to game 1.
There we go. Sentinels versus Cloud9, folks. It's your first game on stream of 2022. Welcome to the Halo Championship Series here, and Happy New Year. We can't wait to jump into this winter semifinals. C9 versus Sentinels, 2 titans of powerhouses of competitive Halo, ready to face off here on our map number 1. It's going to be Strongholds on Recharge.
Yeah, what I'm looking forward to most is seeing who can dictate the pace. We're going to be hopping on board with Snakebite off the break and already off a hot series against Optic. We'll see what Snakebite's capable of. Unfortunately, already Eco Smith with the double, make it a triple in the kill feed.
Whoa.
You see Snakebite take him down, and that was all 4 dead for Sentinels.
That'll be all 4 dead right away. That's going to be an immediate BC hold. Also, progress already coming down on A. So exactly as we had predicted here in the pregame, and you had called out so clearly, Clutch, it's Cloud9 ready to play quickly, and they do it right away with 20 points on the board and an immediate trip cap here, continuing to hold. C reset comes in as well, and some great shots from Eco. He's not done yet, getting the kill into long haul on Snakebite. He is already 4-1 in this game.
How long will Cloud9 be able to hold this trip cap? It does look like A was taken from Sentinels right now, but Frosty goes down and pipes right there, and Cloud9 doing a phenomenal job of making sure they keep 2. But not only that, you're seeing A slightly transferred as well, so they're applying pressure. They're going for the trip cap once again. I believe Sentinels was able to get him out. Snakebite loses the one-on-one to Renegade, and that shock rifle already proving to do some damage.
Like you said, shock rifle going to be a factor here. Renegade able to get the body damage. Help comes from top attic as well. Taking a look at what's going on. C tries to hope to get an angle at Formal. That won't happen. C will go. A will be flipped though, so continuous scoring for C9 already at the 60-point mark. They're wasting no time.
We've all seen the highlights Renegade was able to provide on the main stage in the grand finals of Raleigh. It was in this situation, grapple and shock rifle, but lethal with the biggest kill of the game so far. Takes him down, trying to keep his team in this one. Already down 63-0.
They get the C flip as well. B starts to flip. Lethal trying to just hold attic for his team as they will finally flip B, but the A flip comes in as well. Renegade's going to start on an A, so once again, continuous scoring, and Cloud9 continuing to play a step ahead. They will now hold AC as they hit the 67-point mark.
Yeah, can Lethal find the opening is the question. Does he know this player's going to be right in his face? He does, but misses the shot. Penguin takes him down. 2 members of Cloud9 there to pressure him, and now you're looking at Sentinels. They're stuck in the pipes area with only B control. This is a very difficult situation for them, and all the while these points continue to climb in Cloud9's favor. Perfect shot from Stellar.
Oh my, they're not done yet either, getting some good damage. Actually gets back though, so finally we might see if Formal is able to convert here. No, the pressure's too strong from Renegade. Once again, he has his eye on that shock rifle, wants it back. BC hold, still unanswered points. Look at this, picks up the kill on Frosty at top attic as well. Now looking for the trip cap at A. They capitalize, they punish, and now a trip cap again, still 100-0.
Look at Renegade. He knew where the spawns were immediately. The trip cap came through. He knew that Sentinels was all going to spawn pipes. They get the information that they're rotating towards Turbine. One goes down, and now Cloud9, look at how much pressure they're able to apply. Lethal with a massive kill there is going to subside the players from Cloud9 being able to push this. It looks like Cloud9 might have overstepped their boundaries there.
Oh man, Penguin gets the reset as well. Kills Formal and also is able to get that reset on B, a huge reset that will be continued unanswered scoring for the side of C9. Clutch, you mentioned it at the opening of the game. We've seen this team able to 250-0 teams, and right now it's not crazy to think that they might do that here. They will get the B reset as well. Now here we are, 133, and once again playing one step ahead of Sentinels.
Just in so much control. This snowball continues to go downhill, we say, right? Cloud9 with all the map control in the world. You give them map controls, you give them weapons, they're going to be so difficult to try and get off these spots. They do force Stellar down to the bottom of Repulsor, but Frosty knows that he needs to get this kill. Stellar gets out of dodge, actually, and now Frosty kind of left with his pants on the ground. Penguin able to defend C for a minute, but still with 2 strongholds in control. Cloud9 looking in a very dominant position, but a trip cap flips. The slays come through. 4 dead for Cloud9. Finally, Sentinels have an opportunity to get some points on the board themselves.
Signs of life from Sentinels. Trip cap for just a moment. It's ended pretty quickly, though. They will still hold BC. Now they're finally on the board, but what a deficit they find themselves in, 152-20 here. But like we said, they are scoring. They're back in this game. They did capitalize pretty quick to get that trip cap as well. The question is, can they play the long game here to try to get back into this match?
What a bit of a blunder there from Penguin. You saw Renegade not go for that camo on purpose. He said, I need to help my team get strongholds. Now Renegade going for the camo, though. He's taking down my Snakebite. Penguin, even for the camo by himself, not knowing that Renegade kind of left that situation, created this opening for Sentinels to secure this camo, but now Snakebite has so much work to do.
He really does. Look at this scoreline here. Still 165-26. He will start on a B flip, also challenging here to bad ledge. Stellar, though, has something to say about that. Will pick up 2. A second kill for him. Frosty knows just around the corner if Stellar Eco comes to help as well. So just as quickly as we said, we might see some momentum from Sentinels. It's quickly shut down by the shock rifle of Stellar.
Yeah, you had to think it was going to come into play. It was just a matter of whose hands was it going to be, and it's Stellar, B himself, hit the double kill with that shock rifle to create this opening that is once again Cloud9's control of the map.
Got to talk about the two players here in double digits on the side of C9. It's Eco and Stellar. Eco right now 15 and 9 on the board. Stellar 12 and 6, going double positive. Big numbers from them. Huge contributing factor to a massive lead. They crossed the 200-point threshold now. 207 to 26. Great shots coming out of Eco once again. Snakebite trying to stay alive at Whirlpool. He will have to flee to Pipes.
Yeah, make it 16 kills for Eco. Absolutely going off right now. And taking a look at the other side of the stats, Sentinels, Formal having a very rough start. The pace of the game, something very difficult for Formal to kind of deal with when his team doesn't have control. Look for when Sentinels has control for Formal to have a lot more success, but unfortunately, they might not get it this game.
Yeah, right now, taking a look here at the numbers. Nice little pulsar getaway from Snakebite. He'll get taken down, though. Sword will fall over to back C. Talking about the players that we were looking to watch here. Formal, not the game you expect from him right now. 4 and 13 in this match, has been shut down so far. It's another trip cap for Cloud9 as they look at the finish line in this game. Frosty trying to make something happen with the shock rifle. He'll get taken down on the 360. Triple kill comes in for Penguin from the back of the Pipes as he will continue to clear out. Knows the last player is around here, not aware that they're an attic. Right now, going to go back upstairs. Look at the score. That's the game. 250 to a score of 41 for Cloud9. A dominant performance in this game number 1. They will take the lead in the series.
That's what you worry about, right? You wonder what's going to happen if Cloud9 gets complete control early on. Well, we just found out, ladies and gentlemen, it was the Cloud9 show in game 1, 250 to 39. I mean, absolutely dominant performance from the champions of Raleigh. I said that they may struggle online. They say otherwise. Their confidence shows through here in game 1.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard here in that game as we take a look at some of the standouts. Like we said, it's Eco 16 and 12 there. Stellar will go 13 and 7, as well as Renegade and Penguin positive as well. On the other side, it was really all about Frosty and Lethal trying to hold it down. Snakebite and Formal going a little bit more negative on their side. We're going to look to see them bounce back. 250 to 41 clutch in that game number 1. I have to say, a little bit of fortune telling coming from you with the way that Cloud9 played that game.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise, right? It's all about stopping Cloud9 from getting in those positions where they have that complete control, where they have that freedom in order to do whatever they want, right? It's easier said than done, obviously, but as soon as Cloud9 got into that opportunity, which was after Eco's triple kill in the first 10 seconds of the game, yeah, they just ran away with it. And it's like, you have to, there's no time, there's no opportunity for lapses of dominance when you're playing against a team like Cloud9. You have to start strong, you have to finish strong, and there can be no lapses in the middle, because if there are, Cloud9's going to take that and run with it. That's what they did in game 1, 250 to 41. Now it's up to a bizarre Slayer, and you never want to see that game 2 Slayer and be on the back half of the series looking up trying to win 2, because it's so difficult to find your footing still.
And I think when you're talking about a team like C9, especially in a game type like Strongholds, also Slayer and Ball, you really just can't afford to go 4 dead off the opening. It exposes you to far too much. You might get away with it in a CTF because maybe you just forfeit the first flag, or maybe you stop that first flag. But in the other 3 game types, so difficult once you're 4 dead. And to be honest, Slayer Bazaar is another great example of that clutch. Sentinels need to make sure that they at least go tit for tat here, that they split the map off of the opening here, because if they go 4 dead in Slayer Bazaar, it could be Cloud9 all the way. We could see a very, very similar scoreline to what we just saw in that game number 1.
Yeah, the good thing is Sentinels, I mean, we know the veterans they are, and what Formal also brings to this team is a ton of experience as well. One of the things that I took from Formal's stream watching it earlier this week was he was going on a rant about how he's experienced the highs, he's experienced the lows, and with those lows, he's like, it's not easy to mentally reset. But Formal, having talked through that himself in his own head, has put himself in a great position to understand you're going to win games, you're going to lose games. Well, you just lost game 1 to Cloud9 in a very dominant fashion. We'll see if you can turn this series around, but already hopping on board with Lethal, he's taken down. You don't even get to blink, and Cloud9 has a kill.
Man, imagine coming out your front door, grenades waiting for you right away. The first kill will go to the C9 nades at the front door. That's also going to earn them the rockets as well in that 3v4. Here comes Stellar on the push. Throws run rocket, into the back of the map. Throws another one into bar. Neither of those connect. He will push. Assist does come in, though. Renegade on the push here. Not afraid to push in, but it's a great answer by Snakebite. He will be cleaned up, but still 5-1 early on. Cloud9 answering right away off of that opening as they're able to pick up the first 5 kills. So this is exactly what we said did not want to happen if you're a Sentinels fan.
Yeah, absolutely not. But unfortunately, Cloud9 not able to get to the middle of the map nearly as fast as they needed to. And because of it, Sentinel's able to get out there, get into the corner, find a few kills, maybe turn this one around. Eco choking on the shotgun kill there. Allows the opening for Frosty to help his teammate out. Picks up the Bulldog himself, as well as the kill. Keep this to a 1-kill game. After that beautiful start from Cloud9, that's well done from Sentinels.
Look at the timing there. Also picks up that thrust. Knew that the thrust would help close the distance with the Bulldog. Stays in there in the bar. Tries to win that unfortunate timing. Misses the melee. Otherwise would have picked up a second one. But regardless, Clutch, your point stands. Tied 7-7 here. And you could argue on the C9 side, if you're taking a look at this game live or the VOD, really should not be the score line if you're Cloud9.
Absolutely not. It has something to do with those two rockets not finding home for Stellar, but maybe a little bit too aggressive from Cloud9. Did they overstep their boundary? Did they over push into that red base early on? They've got to be kicking themselves now, because now they're fighting for the middle of the map, and it's very difficult to do when you're coming out of a base. Frosty hunting these players, bottom rockets, able to help Snakebite find one, trap a player. I believe there's one in the vents above them, though. Overshield coming up in 10 as well, and Sentinels in prime position to get their first power up of the game.
Here we go now. Eco also just hanging out with the Bulldog. Now it's still a minor lead here for Sentinels, 12-10. Like you said, Overshield up right now. Going to keep an eye on that. Looks like the grab might be coming in here, and yes, it will. That will force Cloud9 back. Just going to try to make something happen with the Bulldog. Snakebite wisely does not challenge that just yet. Has a Mangler. Might be a Mangler-Bulldog battle coming up right here. Looks like, yes, indeed, the Mangler will win that one, but he'll swap it out for the Bulldog anyway, 13-12 in favor of Sentinels.
Highly contested here, game 2. What you wanted to see from this matchup as we enter the mid game now. 9 minutes and 34 seconds on the clock. Game's kind of slowed down a little bit too. You're seeing Penguin try and fight for the middle of the map, but he's got players. Look at him from the pillars. Renegade's going to be able to find that kill, and good teamwork out of Cloud9 to retake this lead here by 2.
Yeah, very nice job here. They'll add another one there. It's 16-13 and C9. Making sure to capitalize on the damage that they had on pillars. Like you said, look at how many corners Penguin is checking as well, just knowing the players can be so sneaky all around Halo Infinite, and you have to absolutely clear out these bases. 7 seconds on rockets.
These rockets could be where Cloud9 really looks to take away with this game. 5 kills right now. Take note that these rockets could blow this game wide open as he finds the first kill on the Lethal. Lethal too slow to rockets. A second player doesn't find home, and somehow Formal living with that rocket kills Stellar as well, and this could be huge for Sentinels. Once again, Cloud9 find rockets. No success at all with those rockets, and because of it, Sentinels look to take the map and the lead themselves.
Yeah, look at this play that we just saw. It's going to be now just a 2-kill game. Formal now tie game 2020 as the 2 kills come in for Lethal there as well. He's able to pick up the double. So just like that, Formal staying alive in the back of the base, also picking up a second. Absolutely huge set of plays for them, and they will now take the lead for the second time, 22-20. What a swing here for Sentinels.
Battle went down in that bar, and it looks like Formal was able to find Stellar. Look at Lethal. This is perfect position from him. They got the kills over at red. What does Lethal do? He controls blue corner, tries to contain them in that tree area. Unfortunately, a little bit of an overextension there is going to cost him his life, but Formal able to make his way back to those dynamo grenades, find 2 of his own, and Formal starting to really pick up now. This is what Sentinels fans needed. Formal to go off in order for this team to have success.
Formal not able to pop the Ovi, though. He does pick up several kills, as you said, keeping this game tied 25-25, but here comes Stellar with the overshield push. Is neutralized by the P shooter, however will pick up the kill in the end. He does get cleaned up across the map by Formal. Here we are, 26-26. Amazing game, completely neck and neck through the first half.
Yeah, completely neck and neck, and it's been Cloud9 that's controlled a majority of the rockets and the Bulldogs that we've seen on screen. So you have to think if Sentinels can do a better job, they can push this to a game 3.
Absolutely. That grapple did fall right along the fruit stands. Nice little clean up there from Eco as he will finish that last one on the fruit. Formal here, Bulldog in hand. Pops once, pops twice, though will take it taken down there by surprising angle from Renegade. Kill will come in, though, from Snakebite on Penguin to keep this game close. However, worth noting, Cloud9 getting a tiny lead for the first time in several minutes of play.
All right, this is the dangerous position, right? Sentinels all trapped at this base. Cloud9 went to be aggressive. Renegade in your face with the Bulldog. All of a sudden, you lost numbers. Now Sentinels going to be panicking. Where did Renegade go with the shotgun? They back up into the flag, and they might be a very dangerous spot for Frosty to be in. Seeing 2 players his front door. Not able to get one on Eco, but Renegade trades it out. Trades are a good thing in this situation, and Formal, he gets a kill as well. So this is a big A great job. Formal with the kill on the Stellar. It was a ninja if you didn't see it. Oh my God, that was the opening that Sentinels needs.
Absolutely, just like that. 35-32. Can they keep this game close? Sentinels has done so well to not only keep this game tight, but also lead in several places. Formal with another kill across the map. Bulldog is out, picks up the double kill on Renegade as well. He will take cover in the hut and see what he might be able to do on this overshield. Just like that. It is a 2-kill game, 38-36.
Look at the confidence. Eco has the first 2. Formal still challenges him. Does lose his life. A little bit overconfidence there, but you can see Formal. He's washed game 1 off his skin. He's right here in game 2. 14-8 now. When Sentinels needs him to step up, he's going to. Let's see what they have in store for this late game.
Great pre-nades coming in from Penguin to predict the double door drop. He's able to pick that one up. That will extend the Cloud9 lead just a little bit further. 40-37. Of course, keeping an eye on that overshield as well. 2-kill game. Sentinels answers back. Frosty very strong on the front door to pick that one up just like that. 4-kill game now. 42-38. Keep in mind, Sentinels, this is a must-win for them to stay alive in the series.
Such a tough death for Frosty. He wants to get out into the middle of the map, helpless team. He loses his life. The rest of Sentinels kind of forced to back up, but Lethal finds a double actually with the rockets. That's massive. They were able to finally get a set of rockets themselves. Wow. He found one with the first. What can Lethal do? It's a 1-kill game. The game is in his hands. You want to see him be aggressive, trap Cloud9 in the space. You see members of Cloud9 are going to look to push rocket side based off where their names are through the walls here. Can Lethal find this pick? It looks like he's going to choose to be a little passive, but Penguin already bottom rockets has snuck through. Sentinels need to figure out a way to break this setup. Unfortunately, the trade, it comes through, and Sentinels are unable to play with their advantage.
Oh, they try to make that big, bold grapple play. The combo won't hit either. So 45-43, not over, still close, but it is a 2-kill lead for the side of Cloud9. That rocket push not playing out exactly how the Sentinels roster might have wanted. Stellar also busting out the AR, bringing in the big sauce to pick up another kill. Now 47-43, only 3 to go for C9.
A huge kill from Lethal there onto the Bulldog. Penguin had top rockets. He creates a little bit of space, but Formal trades that one out and is able to pick up a kill on the Formal there. Stellar needs to play his life here. They cannot afford to give up any deaths right now with Sentinels, and unfortunately it looks like Lethal's under pressure. A great shots from Miko. We're going to end this one in Cloud9's favor, and that's 50-46. Cloud9 will take your series 2-0.
Hell of a game there in that game number 2. Sentinels, like we said, keeping it very close, tied to the 27 mark, tied almost all the way to 42-42 in the end. Though it's C9, the roster on your screen, your Raleigh champions. They will continue and progress through the winners bracket. They'll win this winners semifinals and head to our winners finals and await the winner of EU9 and FaZe Clan. It's Cloud9 2-0.
It was a quick series, man, and that's how best of threes can be, Andy. It's difficult when you're in those series to stop the momentum, right? We saw game 1 was a wash. Game 2, a much more highly contested game. As we take a look at the stats, the damage dealt from Formal and Frosty is out of this world, but it's not enough. As you see Stellar on the other side putting up 4,800. That is a ton of damage from Stellar. We didn't see much of his point of view, but you can best believe he was laying down a ton of shots.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at kills and deaths as well, just to see how that translates from the other side. And it's Stellar 16-10 in the end. Huge numbers. I mean, +6 in a game where you win by 4. Easy to tell what the story of that match is, and really it's Stellar all the way. Of course, his team also stepping up in big ways as well, each of them going positive or -2 or less. And really consistent performance out of Cloud9, and they're able to just close that one out. And it looked like Sentinels might have had the edge, but it just felt like every time Sentinels was able to get a little bit of an advantage. It's Cloud9 all the way. They win game number 1, 250-41. A very different game 2, but regardless, it's a 2-0 for C9.
Yeah, for me, it was that moment where we had Lethal with grapple and that one rocket. And the fact that he paused and he played patiently showed me that they were going to sit back and they were going to let Cloud9 push out. But then Lethal felt the pressure of the game. I think he lost a teammate and then felt the need to grapple into bar. Unfortunately, a trade is not what you want to see when you have that grapple rocket combo. But this is game 1 highlights, and we're seeing the shock rifle, how big of an opportunity it gave Cloud9 in game 1 to really run away with it.
Absolutely. Taking a look at the highlights from this game number 1, it was really C9 all the way and all game as they continue to stack up trip cap after trip cap. I mean, take a look at this. It's 227-41 at this point. And that would be the total of Sentinel's score in the end. It's a triple also to close it out. That was your final score, 250-41 now. As we take a look here at our Game 2 highlights, it was a strong opening for Frosty on the Sentinels side. Somehow they answer back despite losing all 4 players off the open. Unfortunately, unable to convert here in the bar, and maybe that's the story of the match there. Clutch, it was Sentinels just on the brink of victory throughout the entire game, but it felt like Cloud9 always able to bounce back and regain control.
Yeah, it was actually amazing how both these teams were able to trade kills from very difficult positions that they found themselves in throughout this match. Overshield in the faces. You see that overshield goes 1-for-1, but it was this moment right here where Weethel, he wants to be aggressive with this grapple rockets. Unfortunately, a little bit of a reckless play there. Is forced to trade a melee as he gets into the bar, and because of that, it's an easy trade for the rocket kill. But unfortunately, when you're in that position, you have map control, you have power weapon control, you have equipment, you shouldn't be looking to trade, especially not get up close and personal looking for a melee there. You have to be kicking yourself if you're lethal, but those are lessons learned, right? Hopefully the next time you're in that situation, you can be aggressive without being that aggressive and finding yourself forced to trade in an opportunity where your team was in an advantageous spot.
For sure. I mean, you guys put it perfect. I think, honestly, just watching that first Strongholds on recharge, C9 really just did set the tone there. The fact that they opened with that triple kill, managing to pick up that 4th player, all 4 dead. They got to set up the way that they wanted to. The control was there. They were on top of them and played the game they wanted to play. And Sentinels, they just had to follow it. And that was the issue, you know, that kind of high-paced, hey, you're in our world right now, not the other way around, I think just set the tone for that one. And then I think following on from that, the Bizarre Slayer again set the tone right from the beginning. Sentinels trying to get in, I think almost panicking slightly. So when they had advantageous situations, for example, the power weapons or power-ups, kind of choking those or fumbling those a little bit and not really utilizing them properly. Onset, I need to ask you though about that ninja we saw on there with Formal. Absolutely stunning stuff. When you see moments like that, that can really kind of spin a game on its head, how does it make you feel?
It's pretty crazy. I mean, I'm not sure if it was a ninja. We'll get to see it here, or if it was the plasma pistol beatdown combination.
Yeah, Clutch. I don't know.
That's
Clutch.
a ninja.
I don't know, Clutch.
That's a ninja.
It's not a ninja.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
It didn't come up in the kill feed.
He's no
but...
shield.
Let's have a look. Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. Is it a ninja? It's a ninja.
And you guys act like I don't know what I'm talking about.
See it in the kill feed. That's all I'm saying.
Let us know, chat. Let us know, chat. Is it a ninja?
Do you know what?
Is it a ninja?
We'll count it. We'll count it.
You know what?
Okay,
I think upon further review, Clutch has swayed me. I think we got to see it a few more times. Based on the situation, upon further review, I'm going to give it the ninja as well.
It looks like it. He's right in front of him. You can see his calf muscles. The Spartan, that is. His calf muscles in front of him.
He got bamboozled. I think Clutch's ninja call stands. I think Onset and I have been flipped here. The ninja stands.
I just like how angry it's made Wes that even contesting it. That's the only reason I've even questioned it. Just because look at him, he's fuming.
I mean, that was an unbelievable play. I mean, Formal somehow gets the first kill. We don't even talk about the first kill on the guy with the Bulldog shotgun. Stellar picks up the Bulldog shotgun. Formal still no shield, knows his only way to stay alive is to react immediately, and for Stellar to slowly go up those stairs. Stellar slowly goes up those stairs, and because of it, Formal able to have the perfect timing.
Yep.
Yeah, indeed. I think, honestly, towards the end there, that Slayer for me was a battle of capitalizing on mistakes a lot of the time. And I think we saw that often, you know, especially battling for that mid-map control. We saw a couple of different times where Sentinels were able to kind of push in where C9 weren't really doing the best work. You know, Eco obviously with a shotgun, not really kind of getting his shots off there, managing to get that kill, swinging things a little bit. It was very back and forth. It's a Slayer we all love to see when it is really, really tight like that. But unfortunately for Sentinels, they do get knocked down into the elimination bracket. And speaking of, we also have some more news about the elimination bracket. Optic are taken out of Pro Series Week 1 by SSG. Correct.
No way.
Yeah. Yep.
SSG as well. I mean, FaZe, we were asking questions, right? How's FaZe going to play well? Your first tournament, you knock Optic out. Pretty good performance, you'd imagine.
I know this is very true. Obviously, winners bracket you're seeing on your screen right now are the obviously result from that one. Cloud9 will push forward here, but here we go, elimination bracket. It really happened, people. It really, really happened. So very, very kind of, I think, exciting because I don't actually know if this is the correct elimination. Oh, no, it is. There it is. I see it. Round 2. It happened. There it is. Space Stationing in a face-off against Oxygen Esports, and Optic Gaming are out. I've got to say, based on the way that we saw them playing Raleigh Clutch, you know, what are you thinking there about Optic Gaming? Yes, granted, we didn't get to see what happened on our screens, but still, that's a bit crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna get real with y'all real quick.
Go on.
Optic has gotta be, there's gotta be some things going on in Optic's head right now, because they were thinking that they were the top dogs, that everybody was treating them like they were gonna be this next dynasty. Everybody was saying how good they were, and don't get me wrong, those guys are phenomenal players. I am saying nothing bad about them, but they are watching themselves fall short in times where they cannot afford to fall short. When we're talking about like their growth in Infinite, right? You don't want to peak in the first 3 weeks. You don't want to, like, you have to find ways to find success. They did lose a best of 3 here, or 2 different best of 3s here today, so I'm not going to look too far into it, but we'll see how Optic's confidence goes forward, because having so much confidence early on, I feel like they were able to play with that confidence, and like because of it, they were able to roll some of the best teams in the world. They might not be as confident as they once were, and I worry for that team if they're not.
Yeah, definitely worrying about that as well, and the mental side of that as a team, because it can quite quickly get broken down there. And quickly, another note: their elimination round 3, Pioneers fall to BBG. That's also huge in news.
Massive.
Hot in. I mean, Onset, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I want to quickly note on a couple of the results. I mean, BBG taking out Pioneers who had, you know, some of the best performances in the build-up to Raleigh. They looked really, really good at Raleigh as well. And then also Oxygen Esports taking down G2 2-0. One of the teams that came from the Open series. They put in a great performance as well. And now they play against Space Station. I mean, this is a really healthy thing to see as well. You know, we're talking about how Optic, you know, maybe they're going to be super disappointed. The likes of G2, they're going to be disappointed. But when these big teams get knocked out and knocked down to the lower bracket, to see this talent coming through and performing is great to see in Halo. And it gives us, you know, a lot of hope moving forward with all these teams, that there's going to be some real upsets, and every single match is going to be difficult for any of these teams.
Yeah. That is very true. I gotta say, we crushed it as a talent team with our who to look out for, because Oxygen, they're making waves. BBG, they're making waves. We crushed this. Oh my god, let's go.
It's the players crushing it, though. This is the opportunity that we touched on at the start of the broadcast. This is the opportunity we're gonna give weekly to these aspiring amateur, like top 16, top 12 like players. Are you guys gonna step up when given the opportunity and create some of the upsets that you've been dreaming about for the last 5 years, that you've been putting in the work for? The answer for some of these teams is yes.
That is very true. I think, you know, you are given the ultimate opportunity here to kind of make that noise here in the Pro Series. But Bravo, were you expecting it to happen so soon, week 1 of our Pro Series?
Honestly, yeah, I was hoping to see it. I was actually just talking with Tasha yesterday. I'm looking at the bracket with him and thinking there could definitely be some upsets here, and we're already starting to see them. And just as Clutch and everyone has kind of pointed out, that's what this format is all about. Week in, week out. If you are not top 8, you are dropping. It doesn't matter if you are a partner team. It doesn't matter what your performance was over the past 6 weeks of Halo Infinite, how you did at Raleigh. If you don't make it to top 8 every week, doesn't matter if you're C9, Optic, Sentinels. If you don't do that, you're dropping. And there are amateur teams that are not just chomping at the bit, but there are amateur teams that are signed, that are ready to prove to their orgs that they're here for a reason. And every single week, there's going to be teams that are ready. And I would say more fired up than ever in competitive Halo here, with weekly tournaments where you're playing against the best in the world. So pretty exciting to see it already happening here in week number 1.
Well, I tell you what, I love the storylines. I also love a Cinderella story, and we will see if BBG can keep their Cinderella story running against Sentinels, because right after the break, we have our elimination quarterfinals. Hello, all you wonderful people, and welcome back to the HCS North American Pro Series. I love saying that clutch because it means we have non-stop, jam-packed competition throughout January. I'm so excited to be bringing this with you. And we need to talk about our elimination quarterfinals that are happening very, very shortly. And I've got my two wonderful other lovely gentlemen joining us now. I'm surprised. I didn't think you guys were joining us. Thought you were off getting ready for your cast. Beautiful. Nope. Thanks, Brav, on set joining us. Gentlemen, we have Built by Gamers versus Sentinels coming up next, and I gotta say, I'm surprised of our elimination quarterfinals with Built by Gamers. They have gone from strength to strength. They made some noise in Raleigh. They did phenomenal to get out of the open bracket and continue their run through the main bracket as well. And now they are making more noise in the Pro Series, and we've got King J, Minds, Nebula, and Nemesis all working together. And they're going up against Sen. This is going to be a tall order, but they seem to have the momentum to do it. Bravo, what do you make of Built by Gamers currently?
Yeah, I love how they're just continuing to push on. And if anyone's ignoring Built by Gamers, ignoring that name, ignoring the players on that team, they're going to continue to give you reasons not to. I mean, if you think about the players on that team, it's really no surprise taking a look here. Nem, King J, Minds, Neb. These are players that we've talked about throughout the years at various levels of competitive Halo. And if anyone who's a true competitive Halo fan, these are household names. Nemesis and Neb especially. King J and Minds, of course, breaking onto the scene a little bit later in the timeline. But this is a fantastic team, a very talented team. The fact that they just upset Pioneers is huge. Pioneers was placing, top 4, top 3, even looking like perhaps as we were getting into Raleigh. And now here's BBG ready to go up against Sentinels. This is going to be the ultimate test for them. Not going to be an easy series, but I'm expecting this to still be one hell of a match. I'm excited to see how they're able to face off against Sentinels.
It'll be amazing. I actually had a chance to talk to King J and Raleigh. He said they're an aggressive team. They learn from their mistakes and not afraid to make them so that they can be better week in, week out. Really excited to see how they're going to perform today. So without further ado, Bravo, on set, I'm going to toss it over to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Lottie. And it's time for my first cast of the day, my first cast of the new year, Andy.
Yes.
We're back. We are ready to go, and it is going to be an elimination bracket game to kick things off today. A very interesting one as well. We kind of touched upon it. Lottie's kind of given us the lowdown of what we can expect from these two teams, but I just feel like there's something in the air today. Having just seen some of those results coming in from the elimination bracket, Andy, you never know what can happen in this one.
You got to say, these brackets are spicy. I'm loving it. I think a lot of people who took a look at the brackets on FaZe maybe earlier today might have known that this is going to be maybe some interesting matchups, and we've actually seen more upsets than I would have expected here. BBG making their way into our elimination quarterfinals up against Sentinels.
We'll take a look at the maps and the game types we're going to be playing in our elimination quarterfinals. It is a best of 3. Starting off with some capture the flag on Bazaar, then we go over to Streets for some Slayer, and if we need to go to that game 3, it will be Oddball Recharge. Now, we just saw Sentinels lose that very, very close Slayer on Bazaar, but CTF is a slightly different proposition for both these teams.
Absolutely. We saw Sentinels win an OT Bazaar CTF earlier today. We'll have to see if they can repeat that here. I do want to say, of all game types for a map number 1 for BBG, this is not a terrible draw, right? Bazaar CTF, it's a pretty obnoxious game type. You have to be relentless. You need to be ready to slay multiple times. BBG might be able to take advantage of that, get the right picks, and get some flags moving.
Now they're going to have to take inspiration from the other results that have been coming in the bracket, where some of the huge teams like Optic Gaming have been knocked out by some of those lower seeded teams. But off the break here, it's going to be 2 dead here for BPG. And look how aggressive Snakebite's getting already inside of the base, looking to get the first flagpole of the game.
Yeah, essentially 2 kills exchanged there, but Snakebite, like you said, not afraid to get into the action. Even though they were in a 2v2 situation, he grapples right in, gets that early flagpole, but now looks for where those slays might need to come in. Minds picks up one with the rockets though on Formal.
Mine's now trying to push up, trying to be aggressive, and I like this. We heard from Lottie saying that she spoke to King J in Raleigh and saying they're an aggressive team. They like to go forward. They like to get in the faces of their opponents, and I kind of like that in an AM team. You know, they're not going to show any respect that's required to the players. They want to play their own game, and early on here we're seeing a little bit of a standoff between the two teams after that initial battle and that initial flagpole was exchanged between the two teams. But Formal here going to be able to work with the teammate to take down 1. Nemesis is going to be dropping the Mangler, but so is Formal. He picks up 2, looking to make it 3, but Frosty will steal that one away in the last second.
I'm interested in there. Formal actually misses what looked like an intended clamber jump. He just goes front rockets instead. It works out really well because he's able to help out instrumentally in all 3 of those kills. Great work from Formal, and Sentinel's not done yet, picking up even more kills.
Kills starting to fall in the favor of Sentinels, who will be slightly aggrieved The fact that they are in the elimination bracket in the style that they were. Frosty picking up 2 is going to allow Former now to move this flag towards the treehouse. You can already see in front of him as well, Andy. Lethal is in position to hold down that hut to block those spawns. So Snakebite coming off the respawn here is going to be vital to the success of this cap. He'll be watching that overextension.
Snakebite already picks up 1, knows exactly where he needs to be and what he needs to do to make sure that this flag does come home safely. Going to be bringing that in just a moment. Frosty also on the pillars, picking up a double. Sentinels will cap the flag and they will maintain control.
That was almost picture-perfect execution of how to cap on Bazaar there from Sentinels. Every single player did their job almost to a T. As Frosty looks to continue his run, Former's going to use that distraction to move in on that overshield as well. Look at the 2 players just dispersing in front of him, leaving the door open for him to walk in. Frosty picks up another double here, and still with overshield in his hands, Former's going to pick up the flag from the toss down from the stand. Frosty's going to be behind him, and BBG, well, they now currently aware they're in one heck of a game because they're already down 1. The kills are falling in the favor of Sentinels once more, and if Mines gets taken down here, this could be the second flag cap going into.
3 dead, 4 dead there. It's a double kill for Frosty as well. Just like you said, Onset, this is trial by fire coming from the hands of Sentinels. They will cap that second flag without a doubt, based on what we just saw on screen. And very rarely do you see the Sentinels as not only controlling the map and the flag runs, they're controlling their enemy's base as well. This is control on Bazaar like you almost never see it.
And this is what we talk about when we say the game is developing, the meta game is developing. Teams are starting to work out exactly where those power positions are, how to block spawns, how to influence spawns. All that stuff starting to come together as Nemesis, unfortunately, falls to the floor after some combined team shot coming in from Sentinels. Lethal in a 1v1. He'll win that one down from the low ground onto Nebula. And with all those kills falling in succession here, it means that Frosty can now go back to his base to clear out this final player. He can get that return. He has the rocket launcher. He has the grapple. He's pretty much a toy store.
Look at that, gets the kill as well. The call out comes in. He's just grappling around, doing whatever he wants. Double kill on Nebula as well. Might turn 3 here. Killing spree, triple kill. And that 3rd flag is running as well. Might even push in on King J here with the slide. King J gets the better of him. But we talked about how Frosty wasn't in your top 5 at Raleigh on the slaying leaderboard. He is ready to put a stop to that conversation here. He's 19-3 in this game right now, Onset.
19-3 is pretty ridiculous, to be honest with you, as Snakebite now picks up 3 of his own. The 3rd flag will go in as well. So now Sentinels, in what is very, very quick time here on Bazaar, find themselves 3 to the good. 8 minutes remaining in the game. King J trying to get aggressive, but look at the fire that's coming in at the moment. It just seems like BBG have not been able to really get off spawn or get any semblance of control since this game has started.
King J there trying to make something happen with the cat ears there, not able to pull it off. Still 3-0. Got to point out, Frosty is 20-4. On the other side, the highest kills is 5 for King J. He has 4 times.
The highest kills on Sentinels, Andy, apart from Frosty, is 8.
Is 8. Frosty is I mean, how often do you see a player on the other side where the next closest is quadrupled by a player on the other side? Now 21-4, putting on a show. 4th flag is being run as well. And we talked about how BBG has earned their spot here in the bracket, but Sentinels is ready to send them packing if they keep playing this way.
Well, Nemesis has an opportunity maybe to slow this flag down at least. He has that Bulldog in his hands. His teammate Nebula is actually going to be there picking up that double kill. So that's going to be the flag potentially being returned, as Nebula will have the job of doing that. It'll be Nemesis' job, though, to move that flag across the map here. So Sentinels, for the first time, actually under a little bit of pressure here as that objective is moving to mid-map.
Absolutely now. Bring that flag across. Formal is ready for the stop, though. He will pick up that stop. He has some help on his BR as well. Needs to get this kill on Nem if he can. Has help from the tree, so that's solid. Right now, they might be able to get this stop, but good trade that comes in from Neb.
Frosty now up on the balcony, a couple of shots into the treehouse. King J going to be exchanging some shots, and King J going to be winning that battle as well, which might be somewhat of a confidence booster here, having just won that battle. Gets the touch on the flag as well, so BBG, if they could just put these final pieces together here, might be able to pull this flag back and make somewhat of a game of this. The flag is through the double doors. That usually means it's a good indication that flag will be put home. And with that being said, BBG do answer back if they get their first flag on the board here.
It was a 2v2 there in that situation. Neb wins a very pivotal battle at bottom rockets. That's what opened the way for that flag to come home. And we've been talking about the dominance. You can see it on the scoreboard, 23-7 now, Frosty, by the way, as we keep an eye on his outrageous kill count. But it's still a 2-flag game with 6 minutes left. So for all the talking that we've done here as the overshield is popping, still an interesting game here. And Built by Gamers, if they could turn this around completely, we'll have a game on our hands. And luckily gets the direct there, does Frosty with the second rocket. Otherwise, King J was about to grapple in for a very, very not so warm welcome.
Yeah, King J was almost in the Halo Infinite trailer. Even though he would have managed to pull that one off. But King J now is going to be taken down for all of the good work that he just almost managed to pull off. The shots coming in from the Commando and the BR combined from Snakebite. And now we're going to see Former once again moving that flag. Frosty's going to have the grapple and the Bulldog, and already spotted that overextension. No one back in the base here, though, for Sentinels to slow that down. So Frosty now going to be the player, a little bit like Snakebite was earlier, responsible for cleaning these players out, but he's been spotted out, and now he'll be taken down.
Interesting that Frosty went for the sneak there. He thought maybe he could just go sandbags and get the jump up to flag without being spotted, but as soon as it's spotted, it just totally neutralized his pushback.
One thing you're noticing a lot here as well is that it's not just the Mangler that's being dropped now by players, it's the Commando, the first shot's coming in, then immediately going for that weapon drop and swapping to the BR, just saving that extra second. And
look at this.
Oh my word, even though Frosty was going off and it was all looking like it was going to be over in the first few moments here, BBG have just put in their second cap of the game. It's now 3-2, it's just a one-cap game.
And what a strange series of events that we saw. This was complete dominance with outrageous numbers coming in from Frosty, and a 3-0 start here. Somehow, it's 3-2 here, and we're learning a lot about both the resilience of BBG and maybe also the lack of mid-game composure from the Sentinel side, as by some act of God, this is a one-flag game.
Well, Frosty now looking to continue to pick up some kills, maybe clear out a little bit of space. They do have one player down, Nemesis, who's going to be coming off of the respawn. He's going to be met with a Mangler shot to the body and a little wave round the corner from Frosty. Lethal picks up one. Frosty slides out to finish off the damage that was done. He won't quite get the trade on that one. However, up in the bar, his teammate will pick it up. Nebula, last player alive here, immediately going for this overextension.
Flag is taken here for Neb, so needs to be careful, needs to stay alive in the back of the bar. This is a big moment for him as we see this flag going across, and these are big kills he needs to pick up.
Frosty does manage to survive for now. Lethal's going to pick up the overshield. However, the shots that are coming in from Nebula are going to make that one disappear extremely quickly. Mines picks up yet another kill. Nemesis now taking to the balcony. So although the first couple of caps that went in from Sentinels were great examples of almost perfect execution, you have to say they've been a bit sloppy on their last few pulls.
The flag gets returned there as well. Really surprising to see because Neb died on the Sentinels flag. I got to point this out. Nemesis is -6, Nebula's -6, mine's right here at -9, and -4 for King J. And this is a one flag game. That doesn't make sense. This brings a lot of concerns about Sentinels' objective efficiency here, and also tells us that BBG's taking advantage of big openings that Sentinels is exposing themselves to.
Well, maybe there's only going to be one more opening. This game will be tied up, and that would be Sentinels pretty peed off with the situation, to be honest with you, considering they've had so many flag pulls, so many situations where they've had almost every single player on respawn. Why that flag is moving, and that is, like you say, objective efficiency, really something to be worried about here for Sentinels. However, with the rockets in the hands of Frosty and 3 kills also in the hands of Sentinels, this is an opportunity to move up and maybe make good on some of those mistakes that have come earlier on in this game.
First rocket doesn't go, second one does though for Frosty. Like you said, maybe this is a moment here for Sentinels to catch their breath because they had such a dominant opening, and I think it's the opening that we expected to see from this roster. It's probably some of the best starts to a game and actually some of the most dominant bizarre play we've ever seen in competitive tournament play. King J there trying to hit the fancy back whack 360. Lethal not having any of that. 2 minutes 20. And right now, if Sentinels continues to play this exact way, they will close this out and be able to win the game 3-2, but we'll have to see if they can do it over the final 2 minutes.
Mines needs to be taken down here very, very quickly, because then they can turn their attention to Sentinels, to those respawners. Mines is going to be taken down quickly. Now, can they stop that overextension? This has been the issue for pretty much every single flag pull since those first 2 that's come in for Sentinels. They've managed to get the flag out. They managed to pick up that initial 4 dead, but the overextension has not been picked up. Nemesis is going to pick up some kills, though, speaking of pickups. And speaking of pickups, make it 3. The overshield will complete the trio for him. And again, that flag not being converted there by Sentinels. It was the overextension into bar through the trench again that caused the problems, as Nemesis is causing some problems himself.
Man, lots to talk about there. Nemesis just holding court in the court with the Bulldog. They get the overshield, but you might have caught just there. He got green gunned out of hut, which is a big, big play from Sentinels. However, still Nebula running what could be the game time flag.
We're taken down almost immediately, though, by Frosty. Now, that flag won't progress too far out of that treehouse. You can see all the players from Sentinels coming off of respawn as well, moving to the tree to get that return. Frosty going to make sure that player, King J, doesn't manage to sneak behind enemy lines and stab them in the back a little bit later on in the game. Frosty doesn't get the kill that time, though, as he gets taken down and leaves a little shot grenade on the floor. The Dynamo going to do a little bit of tick damage, but Nebula will pick up the second one to do a little bit himself. But we are seeing BBG really grow back into this game, Andy. It was a hell of a start from Sentinels, but BBG is showing exactly why they're in this game.
Yeah, it's true now. Keeping an eye on the clock here. Only 48 seconds left. Formal does an absolutely incredible job staying alive on the pillars, gets to bottom mid, then is able to help with that triple team to stay alive. So really fighting their way out of a really disadvantageous situation. But Sentinels right now just going to hold mid-map. Only 35 seconds on the clock before they close this one out.
Frosty going to pick up one. He's now on 32 kills for anyone who is keeping track in there.
My God.
Maybe just wondering how that kill tally is going to end up here for Frosty at the end of this game. Mine's picked up one. King James in position, though, you can see, to get a flagpole here. Formal's going to be inside of the barb. He's going to be weak, and he's going to be met with a bulldog as well. So the flag is going to be moving, and Sentinel's got to be very careful here as the double is now picked up by King J.
King J does everything he can. He picks up a double kill, and he starts the flag run here. So only 2 alive for Sentinels. We'll have to see how the numbers fall. 2 dead for also BBG. Make that 3 dead. That should shut down this run. King J doing everything he can at the end.
So death though, Nemesis goes in, tries to get that touch at the end, but it's not going to happen. You can see the overtime timer slowly slipping through the fingers here of BBG, and it will be Sentinels who go up 1 in the series. But again, Sentinels with a hot start, but some slight cause for concern with that objective efficiency towards the end.
Frosty goes 33-15. And they win that game only 3-2. That is statistically one of the most ridiculous games we've ever seen in competitive play. Sentinels squeaks out a win, but I think, like we said during the game, that's a concerning win. You have to wonder what was going on in the mid game that they let all of that happen, and they only win that game by 1. We'll have to see exactly what game 2 has in store.
Well, it's going to be an interesting game 2 for sure, and it will be one for the BBG will look to answer back to and maybe send us to that game 3. But we'll have a look at the stats. You can see the big damage being done by Frosty. And even though he put up 7k damage, which is, you know, let's not take anything away from that, super impressive, it wasn't like he was miles ahead of his teammates as well. Formal putting up 6.5k himself. So maybe Frosty just being in position to clean up a load of those kills that were being provided by his teammates.
Absolutely. Take a look at the kills and deaths as well, just to remind everyone just how alarming some of these numbers were. 33-15 from Frosty. Those are matchmaking numbers. However, not a matchmaking score on the final board that you'd expect from this team. Everyone going negative of varying degrees on the side of BBG, and they only lose the game by 1. So right now, Sentinels maybe has to do a little bit of looking at the drawing board to see exactly what they need to change up in terms of the way they play this game. We'll take a look at some highlights, though.
Well, it was the hottest of hot starts from Sentinels, answering back after being dropped down to this elimination bracket. Formal here, showing once again the ability to drop the weapon and how strong it is here in Halo Infinite, swapping over to that secondary to get that damage in as quickly as possible. And at the start of this game, a lot of the highlights would have been coming in from this man, Frosty, as he just picked up kill after kill after kill. And you can see exactly why as well. A lot of damage being done by his teammates. That actually reflected in those statistics. Frosty with just a 5 assists, but as you say, a lot of kills to go alongside that.
Absolutely. As we take a look at some of these flag runs here, 3-1, and it was Formal just trying to stay alive on the pillars, but got to give credit to Sentinels because that could have been a very different game. I mean, as you saw, that game actually could have ended, right? We could have seen the 3rd flag coming in for the side of BBG. It could have gone to OT and Sentinels could have lost it. So we're giving Sentinels a lot of flack here in the final score and the fact that Frosty had so many kills, but I got to give them credit for closing it out the way they did. They will win that 3-2, and they're still up 1-0 in the series as we look to Streets.
Yeah, I think it's fair. You know, we're giving them flack, but it's because of the standards that we expect them to play at, right? It's easy to do. It's very rare that you actually get the opportunity a lot of the time to pick holes in any of the game that Sentinel put together. So if we see it, we're going to take that opportunity because we might not get to do it again for quite some time. But let's look at map 2 then. We're going over to Streets now for Slayer. And with the way that Frosty played in that last one, Andy, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sentinels close this out by 2-0 in the series.
I think that's exactly what they're going to look to do. Nice shots there. It's actually 2 kills coming in from the side of BBG off the opening. Make that 3 now, 3-0. So a very strong opening, very strong team shots coming in from BBG, and they'll also get rocket control.
Lethal, ooh, manages to just about survive, as that wasn't the most accurate of rockets. That one's a little bit better. The battle rifle, old trusty, being pulled out there to finish off that kill. And a really, really great start here for BBG. 5-1. Lethal manages to pick up one just outside of PD, though, and Nebula should be taken down here by a flanking Frosty to make the game a little bit closer. But this is where you've got to be very careful for BBG. It's great to get that opening start, but then you can't start giving away silly deaths. Frosty wins the big 1v1. And if you give away those silly deaths, they can suddenly tally up. And the last thing you want to be doing on Slayer on Streets is getting put on those staggered spawns.
That's right. Very nice collapse. It's a 3-player collapse there on Arcade that's coming in from BBG. Very confident push as they're able to put 3 guns onto Formal inside of the Arcade. They just need to continue this conservative aggression. They'll be able to extend their lead 9-6 right now.
Frosty picks up another, though, that's going to close that gap even more. 2 kills now, the difference between the 2 teams. The Bulldog will be found by Frosty as well, which is going to give him that up close and personal advantage. Slides out towards Red Room here. Going to get a little bit of information as well. Manages to just about escape with a slither of health here as some kills are going to be exchanged. It will be BBG, built by gamers, who seem to be getting the better of it. 10-7 now the score. That 3-kill difference has been there for quite some time.
A skip, a hop, and a jump from Frosty, and also Nemesis winning some battles there at the ball spawn as well. That'll extend the lead by just a bit. Nice push again. Once again, got to point out, BBG sending in at least 2 players on those collapses, whether it's back PD, whether it's in arcade. They're not taking any chances. Don't just send 1 player against a player like Lethal or Formal. Send in 2. Make sure you get the kill, push together, and then collapse again. That's what they've done so far. That's why they lead here by just a few.
I think I managed to get the trade, at least in that situation. Formal trying to take down Mines. Mines actually going to be re-challenging here. It's a brave play, it's a confident play, and it's one that's going to cost him his life, as Formal does actually have the rocket launcher. And the last time we saw Formal with a rocket launcher in his hands, he was winning the series back in Raleigh. But that was some time ago now. He's going to have to put up something pretty similar here to get Sentinels back into this game. 11-14, still that 3-kill difference between the two.
Interesting do-si-do between those 2 players as Formal actually scurries away, and he's very happy to leave the B stairs battle because those rockets were ticking. He checked his clock. He said, sorry, gotta go, grabs the rocks. He will get the kill, stay alive, then use the second rocket as well. And just like that, because of that play by Formal, we're tied up 14-14.
Formal should be able to pick up this kill on Nemesis as well, but Nemesis a little bit more slippery than Formal was expecting here. And oh my word,
he looked away.
Nemesis managed to survive. Lethal going to be dropping the drop wall, as 2 players have fallen on either side momentarily here. 16-16 the score, so still all tied up here. And all of a sudden, you're starting to feel the game start to slow down a little bit here, Andy. Both teams recognizing the situation where going into a lead here can put pressure onto their opposition, as we're going to see a couple of kills once again being traded. But as I say, not really traded, because Sentinels have managed to get a little bit of an advantage here. 2 kills to the good as we stand.
Yeah, they have control as well. They're just going to continue to hold this B Street. Mines not afraid to get aggressive here and try to take some angles with Neb, but I think we've all been there. Formal thinking he won that battle against King J on the B stairs, actually looked away and thought that he had already grabbed that one. It doesn't end up being the case, but still, regardless of that fact, Sentinels now on an absolute tear as they'll take the lead.
24-20. 3 dead here for BBG as well, so slightly concerning times for them as they will be coming off the respawn and aggressively pushing from PD up towards arcade. 1 player in the tower as well. Great shots coming in from Lethal. Snakebite doing a lot of damage as well with that Sentinel in his hands. Rocket's going to be popping up as well, so all of these kills which are falling time after time at the right times as well for Sentinels mean they're going to be able to get that next power weapon. And look at the score, how things have changed. 29-21. It only takes 1 wave of kills here for Sentinels to remind us just how dominant they can be.
Oh boy, a 3 dead once again. Little glance from Snakebite, nothing too flashy, but he makes his point nonetheless. 31-22. It is a clinic from Sentinels. Amazing plays there from Lethal at top C balcony. Are you kidding me? Fade away off of C balc to isolate the angle to B pillars while like shooting through his team's armpit to pick up that kill. That opens up the gap. 31-22. Sentinels absolutely steamrolling now.
He's a braver man than I to investigate a teammate's armpit, especially, you know, when we've all been to LANs. We all know how it can get.
Even worse, we've all seen what people play when they're playing online at home. It's a very dangerous situation.
It's very, very true. But Formal will be taken down here as BBG look to work their way back into a game. 32-26 the score at the moment. 3 players have fallen here as well. So if they can find those respawners, which are going to be called out here, Mines picks up the final kill on the last player who was alive that wasn't coming off the respawn for Sentinel. So BBG do have a semblance of control here. Assault rifle in their hands as well. A little bit of weaponry starting to fall into their hands. So maybe the score could start to turn around here as the push looks to be coming in on Neons. It's going to be Snakebite who picks up that first kill. But Mines does a good job doing just make sure he gets that trade, but Frosty's there to pick up the kill.
Just like that, BBG answering back, and as we're talking about Lethal threading those needles, BBG getting some kills on the board, some big ones, but right away Sentinels answer back, and as this was a 4-kill game moments ago, just like that, back to a 6-kill game here now. We take a look, 28-36, 8-kill game, excuse me, as we take a look across, and still BBG trying to stay alive in this game, but they're going to need to play some very, very coordinated and very good Halo to stay alive at the end of this game.
Mine's going to be able to have a 1v1 with Snakebite here, but Snakebite has the thrust. which means he can drop the elbow. Formal's going to be dropping the Bulldog and finishing things off with that battle rifle as well. So Sentinels starting to run away with this one a little bit now. 10 kills for them to close out this game, and 20 for BBG to maybe send this to a game 3. But that's a big ask at this point. Just trades across the board here for Sentinels will get the job done.
Look at that. How obnoxious to play against Formal with that just ability to just continue peeking when he's no shields, and the confidence that he has against Nemesis. Finally, he'll get taken down from what looked like a Neon's push, but 40 to 32, 8-kill game. Rockets in the hands of BBG, though, just like this, not over yet.
That's just to conserve the 2 rockets as well. However, that one's not going to connect as Lethal slides off the balcony. Stairs to make sure that he doesn't get in the range of that damage. Lethal with the double kill. Can he close that triple kill? Unfortunately not. Just didn't quite have the shields to work with there. And now we're going to see Formal trying to move up inside a tram here. Nemesis going to be in front of him. He'll be taken down as well. So even though Sentinels do have a healthy lead, it's starting to look a little bit more unhealthy here. Snakebite has those rockets, has 1 rocket left in the chamber, standing up on top of the Bulldog spawn to see if he can get a little bit more of an extra angle. Gonna connect but not get the kill here. King J picks up 1, but with 3 kills to go here, Sentinels look like they're home and dry.
Yeah, really, they can make a very long series of mistakes here and still win this game. So Sentinels likely gonna just wait for the perfect opportunity to pick up number 48. Only 2 more to go.
Snakebite going to be pushing onto King J as well. Good initial damage going to be done. King J will somehow survive and get that kill, though. Mines will pick up another. So Frosty now kind of spinning around and thinking, what's going on here, boys? I thought we had this one in the bag. But Formal will pick up the final kill again to close things out here for Sentinels. They will win the series 2-0.
And a very interesting series that we saw, an interesting game too as well. BBG able to bring it back within reason, and not just that, start off the game with a very strong start, but it's Sentinels in the end that will close out the series. In the history books, on set it'll be a 2-0. That's what we'll see. Many may not remember exactly what the inner details were, but that's the cruel mistress that bracket play like this is in the best of 3s. It's a 2-0, but very interesting storylines in each of our games 1 and 2.
Oh, 100%. And I think it just shows as well, there's this group of players and teams that are coming through, you know, the open bracket and coming through the we'll call it the AM scene, but I put an asterisk by that, of course, because a lot of these players are signed to some really good orgs. But, you know, outside of what I would call the established top 6, top 8 that are really in position now to challenge these teams. And when there's that healthy competition, it just means the level of gameplay keeps rising and rising. We get even more exciting series and even more unpredictable series here. And I think BBG, certainly Mines and King J for me, are 2 players who have kind of broken out here in Halo Infinite that certainly wants to watch here as we take a look at the stats.
Yeah, big standout there is going to be Lethal there at 14 and 9. Positive 5 from him. Great game from the side of Sentinels, and I think once we saw them tie the game up around, I believe it was roughly the 22 kill mark, really they didn't look back. We did see the game come back within around 4, around the late 30s. However, Sentinels once again answers right back, gets several dead, and they capitalize. Here's the damage as well.
And the damage you can see, it was I think Formal just wants to play Street Slayer the entire time, to be honest with you. Every single time that we seem to see him at the moment, the man is just popping off and putting up big damage and big stat lines. But we'll take a look at some of the highlights from the last game as well, just so we can get you up to speed. We'll actually take a look at highlights from the entire series if you're just joining us, just to keep you up to speed, as I say, on what exactly did happen. It was the hottest of hot starts. I've mentioned this a few times now from Sentinels in this first Bazaar Slayer, but I think it's one of those games where they'll look back on it and it's pretty clear where the mistakes were for them. They had so many pulls that came in, Andy, but they just weren't able to capitalize, and the overextension was an issue for them.
It certainly was. I think it's a game type they're going to be certainly taking a look at and wondering exactly what they need to clean up for the rest of the day. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were actually discussing it in between now and their next series, because they need to make sure that a similar result doesn't happen where mid-game they're forfeiting flags when out slaying by 20, 30 in a game like that. That really should not be happening. It indicates that there's a little bit of prioritization issues, a little bit of timing issues, things like that. Regardless, though, they close out that game number 1 with a score of 3-2.
This was the second game then, and it was a pretty close game up until, you know, that classical 30 kill mark that we always talk about in Slayers, where one team seems to just get out control of a power weapon or something to get that little lead, and then a little bit of desperation starts to creep in for the likes of BBG, and all of a sudden the game's over before it really does get down to those nail-biting moments. But this was the rocket launcher towards the end was the difference. I think a lot of the time we did see it in the hands of Sentinels, and as we know, Andy, if you get those power weapons in your hands, you really can just get those 1 or 2 kills and open that scoreline a little bit more to give you that little bit more of a comfortable advantage going into those final moments.
Absolutely. 50-41 in the score in that game number 2. And I said Snakebite was maybe a little bit of disrespect there. I think he might have also been wondering if there was a Bulldog down or something like that. Might have been swapping a weapon. So got to be clear there. But 2-0 for Sentinels, guys, in that one. But a pretty interesting series, Lottie and Clutch.
Yeah, very interesting series. I got to say, obviously phenomenal job from Sentinels overall there, but learned a little bit more about them, I think, in that BBG match, because I think BBG brought some things out of them I think they're lacking more so than what they're doing right. And I think that's really interesting to see that. And I love that Built by Gamers, an open bracket team, are doing that to one of our top teams in Halo history. I got to say, though, what does that tell you, Clutch, about their objective efficiency? I think, the guys touched upon it so well there. There was a lot to kind of be said about it and look into there. But from your perspective, you know them really well. What does it tell you?
If we're talking about Sentinels, I would have expected their kills to pair with the objective a little bit more so than it did in that series. I mean, only winning game 1 3-2. It was kind of surprising, especially with the slays that Frosty was able to lay down. If you're able to outslay a team like they were in that game 1, that score line should be nowhere near what it was. That's a big shout out to BBG and their resiliency and their ability to find ways to efficiently play objective, though, throughout being outslayed at that numbers. If you're Sentinels, that you didn't have the series that you wanted to have, especially not in that game 1. I mean, yes, you got the 2-0, you move on. You've been there, you've done that, you've made statements in the past, we know who you are. But you want each game to represent how dominant of a team you can be. Unfortunately, I don't think that they did that there in that game.
Yeah, I gotta say, I completely agree with you. I want to kind of deep dive on that one just for a second while we're still on the series. Is that more so about the way that they adjust mid-game and their mid-game adjustments and how they adapt to the team that they're playing? Because like we saw on that Bazaar map, they had a phenomenal hot start. They were going off, and the slays were really there, and they were converting objective plays. But then it just sort of kind of just filtered off. It kind of slowed down a bit on set. Is it down to their adjustments and the fact that they're not really making them very well?
I think it's maybe when you get out, sometimes when you get out to that kind of hot start in a game, you get a little bit lazy after the third cap, and all of a sudden you're thinking the game's over before it's over. And, maybe you make a play as a player that you wouldn't have made before when the game's a little bit tighter and the game's a little bit closer. You take a little bit more responsibility, maybe to watch that overextension. Little things like that can happen. And if it happens a couple of times, all of a sudden against a very, very good team like Built by Gamers, all of a sudden a couple of flags do go on the board to your opposition. So it's something you got to keep an eye on for sure. I don't think the Sentinels would have made those mistakes if they were playing someone like a C9 and they had a 3-0 lead. And that's with all due respect to BBG. I think that their focus would be there fully 100% of the time. But it's also something that I think they could fix pretty easily watching that game back. It's just someone has to watch the OE and call it out a little bit quicker.
Indeed, and we got our elimination bracket on the board for you right now, and GG's to BBG. Fantastic work. They had beautiful moments there as well as a team, so I love the way that they're coming together as a team, but they do fall against Sentinels, and Sentinels find themselves in the elimination semi-finals, which will be either United, and we're waiting for the second now. Space Station versus Doctrine Esports is happening as we speak, and we will get an update on that one a little bit later on, but we do have the winners bracket as well for you guys. As you can see, we have our winners finals lined up for you. Cloud9 versus FaZe. FaZe do bump United down and they make it into the finals against C9, which is amazing because actually it's kind of like Raleigh, but then flipped, because obviously last time United, they actually beat FaZe, made onto the main stage. So some big stuff here, a little bit of a revenge match, and we'll see how FaZe do against C9. I'm really excited about this matchup actually, because FaZe have been looking pretty damn good. I know they scrimmed Sentinels the other night and they had a very, very close scrim. So FaZe are looking pretty fiery right now, Bravo. How are you feeling about this roster?
Yeah, I think FaZe is ready to go. I think they're also ready to prove that they're not just part of the top 3 conversation in some way, but that they're a championship caliber team. That's what they're looking to do here. Both these two teams, of course, undefeated through the bracket that you just saw. So we'll have to see which is going to be the first one to drop the first map.
We certainly will, Brav. We certainly will. We're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, we have your winners finals lined up. It's going to be Cloud9, our Raleigh champions, versus FaZe, who are looking to cause a bit of a storm.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of
Hello and welcome back to the NA Pro Series here at HCS. Bravo and I are stoked to see you guys joining us. Now, before the break, we were checking out our elimination bracket, and Sentinels did manage to beat BBG. They move on forward into the rest of their Cinderella story moment. I guess you could maybe call that a bit of a strange Cinderella, I would have thought, with Sentinels. But we're now turning our attention to our winners finals, and that's going to be Cloud9 versus FaZe. Now, Bravo, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe we've actually seen Cloud9 versus FaZe on our screens, that is. So do you have any kind of idea of how this matchup will look?
Yeah, we haven't seen these two teams play officially much at all. We've seen a little bit of scrim results, just talking with Onset and Clutch about how things went this week, and C9 certainly having the upper hand in the scrims so far. And you have to think with the way that C9's playing, that's not a terrible surprise. But once again, FaZe looks good. I think the one story for me for FaZe coming into Raleigh, they were on a little bit of shaky ground. There was a time where teams maybe thought that they were going to be closer to top 8, top 6, but they were able to stretch it out and get a respectable place in there in Raleigh. And I think that they're still riding their own tail. The question is, what do the next few weeks and this year look like for FaZe? And this series is going to tell us a lot about that. It's a pretty big one for them up against C9.
Well, growth for sure at the moment. I mean, they have been growing from strength to strength, and I'm excited to see where this team will land, especially in week 1 of Pro Series. But we also need to check our AMD power performance, and that's going to be in the hands of Bubudubu. Now, in Raleigh, he had a fantastic performance, and overall, I remember seeing him in day 1 not having the best kind of day, but I remember him also getting on the sticks later on that night, and I'm not sure entirely what time he practiced still, but he was there grinding, trying to figure things out personally, individually, and he managed to really turn things around. Bravo, Bubu, to you, what type of player is he, and what does he kind of deliver for his team?
I think he's a player that delivers. I think he's a fast player. I think he's a player that you can put in situations where he has to win a 1v2 and he'll win them. Pretty incredible. It's great to see Bubu and the guys in the FaZe jersey, of course, under such a legendary banner of FaZe, and love to see what they're going to be able to do here. Like I said, I think some people had some question marks around this roster. In Raleigh, they put a lot of those question marks to rest, but there's still a few that exist. So we'll have to see what they can do here. These next 4 weeks, as we look to the next LAN, are going to be really big for this FaZe roster specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also, obviously, Onset, Clutch, lovely to have you joining us once again. But I think with this roster and the question marks there, I think they're starting to, kind of convert people in terms of their team chemistry. Onset, what do you make of their team chemistry as we stand right now after having Raleigh?
I think they're starting to find that chemistry now. I think the more they're playing with each other, the more scrims are getting under their belt. They're finding their roles on the team. I think that's one thing that maybe took a little bit of time to find for this FaZe roster. You know, you got a couple of players on there who historically have played quite similar play styles, and I think they've had to kind of, you know, take the responsibility on their shoulders, a few of the players, to play some different roles and find their feet a little bit. But my question coming into this is, can FaZe win a tournament? You know, this is all good. You know, FaZe have been good. FaZe have been great. They've been getting better and better. But you look at C9, you look at Optic, you look at Sentinels. They've all won tournaments in some capacity in the Halo Championship Series. FaZe haven't yet. If FaZe can do that today, then they are in the conversation for being championship winners whenever we have a tournament come round. But until they do that, they've got to prove that to me.
That is very true. And honestly, I'm very excited to see how they do. And if I know one person who'd be happy to answer that question, can FaZe win a tournament, it would be Clutch. And as I hand over that question, I'm going to hand you guys the cast, Onset, Clutch. I want to know your answer though, Clutch.
Lottie, you're so good at your job, because I did want to answer that. The answer is yes, FaZe will win a tournament this year. I think that they will win a major this year. Is it going to be now? I don't know. We're seeing this FaZe team before our eyes grow, though. And when they first formed, they struggled. And we can't forget some of the scrim results that they were having early on. And they had to have a lot of questions, and there was a lot of frustrations. But ever since then, I feel like we're progressively seeing this FaZe team grow into who we think they have the potential to be. And that is an absolute team of superstars. You're talking led by Snipedown with the duo of Bound and Fallicated. I mean, Fallicated and Bubudubu paired with a superstar Bubudubu. He's an Bound. He's an up-and-comer. And I think this team really has the potential for the highest ceiling of any of the teams we have in this era.
Yeah, I agree with
FaZe roster.
I agree with you. I think that we haven't seen the ceiling hit yet for FaZe, right? We've seen it from Cloud9, we've seen it from Optic, we've seen it from Sentinels, arguably. FaZe still haven't hit that ceiling. You still expect more from them, and I think there is still more for them to give to us as a team. And looking at this series layout here, Wes, I mean, what are your takeaways from this? Because this is a massive series here for FaZe, remember. If they win this, they get into the finals and they have that series advantage. So this is massive for them. If they can take down Cloud9, maybe they will be the championship winning team when we get to the end of today.
It'd be unbelievable for them to win this series, especially with the results that they've had against Cloud9 throughout their existence so far here in Infinite. it hasn't been good. It hasn't been pretty against Cloud9. Cloud9 has gotten the best of them every single time these guys have scrimmed up. I expect Cloud9 to lay down that kind of smackdown continuously on this FaZe team, but it's not without FaZe showing me progression. And I love the progression we're seeing out of them. Is it going to be today? I don't know. Like, Cloud9 looks so damn good earlier on the broadcast against Sentinels. You have to favor them going up against anybody right now, but FaZe definitely has an opportunity to always turn up and make plays that will win you individual games. If you can do that 3 out of 5 times, you can win this series.
Well, the series itself is one that's going to be very interesting for sure. You can see the layout in front of us as well. We're going to be starting off on live fire with some oddball, so a couple of round-based oddball games to get us going, and then we move over to Slayer Streets, CTF Aquarius, and then Recharge Strongholds and Slayer live fire. Now, one thing I will take away from this series layout, Wes, is the fact that these are quick-paced game types here. You've got live fire oddball. We see C9 and FaZe both flying around the map. Then you've got Slayer on Streets, and in my opinion, Streets is probably the fastest map that we have in the Halo Championship Series at the moment. And then you have CTF Aquarius, where players are forced to move with that objective, of course. There's no real rest bite for any of these teams and players with the game types we have in front of us.
Now, I think the games that stick out to me the most right now are going to be live fire, oddball, and CTF Aquarius. Those are going to be must wins for FaZe. If you fall short in game 1, this series is over by game 4. Recharge Strongholds, we saw how dominant of a team Cloud9 can be on a map like that, in the game mode like that against Sentinels. It's going to be very similar, I feel, like against FaZe. Fortunately, they don't see that till later in the series, and maybe that's to force a game 5. But looking at live fire oddball, that's a real opportunity that I don't think we've seen Cloud9 dominate that game map and mode just yet. So maybe they don't have the T's crossed and the I's dotted yet on the strategies they want to implement there. And maybe we can see Snipe Down pop off with Snipe. If he can do that, getting his team off to the right start is massive for FaZe, because Cloud9, we've seen what they can do with a hot start, and that's run with it all the way through.
I think it's a very good point you've raised there, and shout out to Dan Gaskin as well, because just jumped a stat up in front of me here, which is Cloud9 have a 67% win percentage on live fire ball, which compared to the other game types and the other stats I have in front of them is one of their lowest. I think it's the second lowest that they have alongside Recharge Strongholds, which we did see them win a little bit earlier against Sentinels. But it's you look at the series layout, and both those game types are actually in it here for Cloud9. So for FaZe, you look at that and you think maybe there is an opportunity here, Wes, to really strike and maybe make it into that grand final.
Yeah, easier said than done, though. You're going against the hottest team in Halo Infinite right now. It's been a while since we've watched Cloud9 lose a series or a scrim, I feel, for quite a bit now. So Cloud9 coming into form, even their worst game types are going to be very, very difficult to beat them on. They're not going to give you anything in FaZe. They're going to have to look to take these games. Maybe if you win a game 1, you can win the Slayer, and finding yourselves up 2-0 in the series is probably the win condition here to try and knock them out, because that Aquarius CTF is one of Cloud9's strongest game types. Strongholds on Recharge, another one of Cloud9's strongest game types. And so if they falter early in this series, they have that to fall back on.
Well, here we go then. It is time for our winners bracket final to get underway. We've talked about this game type, and it is a very interesting one statistically, but stats are one thing, and what happens in front of us are completely different. Here we go then. Who are you picking for this one, Wes? I want your opinion on this. Give me an early prediction, a bold prediction. Who's going to take our game number 1?
It's not much bold predictions in this. It's going to be Cloud9, I think. They're just looking too strong. You're already seeing the heat wave being put to use. A double in the kill feed right now. Make it 3. Last guy live allocated. He goes down to Renegade, and already you're seeing Renegade off screen with Snipe heat wave. He drops the heat wave for Eco. What a good teammate.
Well, Eco's going to be pushing up to top middle now and just looking to see if he can cut off any of these spawners and maybe stick behind a couple, but he doesn't need to do any work because there's Renegade with that sniper rifle, and also they're going to stop that overshield being picked up on Pop. Now Eco's going to have it. All the toys in the toy shop fall down into the hands of Cloud9 now, and not only that, Wes, they've got the oddball back at tower as well. This is looking like a tough start here for FaZe.
Yeah, we're seeing a textbook tower setup right now from Cloud9 early on. The work that Eco's doing right now, stalling all of FaZe basically before they can get into tower. He does find one of his own, and already 42 seconds of ball time accumulated for Cloud9. Is continuing to calculate, and they're in a perfect position to rotate it here. The rotation is met with teammates, and Falcade can't even make his way to the ball carrier. A very frustrating death from him, and Cloud9 are going to continue this setup.
I mean, this transition from Cloud9 has been so good. They've dropped that oddball down by the pillars, and now they're in power positions themselves to try and defend those players who are going to be trying to pick it up. Bounty's going to be moving up on the C plat here. They don't manage to get the play ball really here, C9, but look at the pressure that's coming in. Even though that ball is still down, FaZe can't get anywhere near it at the moment.
Now, FaZe needs to find a way to find kills. Unfortunately, it's easier said than done, right? You're seeing all of Cloud9 really slay out. Stellar doesn't even have a kill yet, but when Renegade, Eco, and Penguin already almost have 4, 4, and 5 up until this point in the game, I mean, you can tell how quickly they're able to mount these kills and turn them into multi-kills. It results directly in the score, something we didn't see from Sentinels in the past series. You're seeing Cloud9 turn their kills immediately into the oddball score, 70-0 right now.
I can tell you exactly why Stellar doesn't have any kills. It's because he has 68 seconds of objective time. He's been holding the oddball, so he hasn't had the opportunity to shoot his gun quite as yet. Boobadooboo is trying to do that, however. He'll be taken down. Snipe down trying to clean up the kill onto Stellar, who might be able to pick up his second kill now, as he does manage to put 200% more kills on the board than he had from just a few moments ago.
Snipe down dropping his BR there. I'm not sure that's the way the combo is supposed to work, but he does get the kill nonetheless. Takes him a little bit longer, and because of that, you're seeing the rest of Cloud9 have an opportunity to slay. Renegade with this ball bottom middle, you think he's dead to rights, but no, his teammate Stellar there for the back smack as well. And with 15 points remaining for Cloud9 to take the first round of this oddball game, FaZe need to figure out a way to create some momentum going into the second round.
Yeah, this is looking like this is all C9 for now. Only 12 seconds of ball time in this round for FaZe, and Snipe down picking up one. Maybe he's going to give them an opportunity to push, but as you can see, the ball is already going to be put down as Cloud9 have 2 players full. Now, there is a little bit of an opportunity here for FaZe. It's going to have to be pretty damn good Halo from them. Well, they need to pick up some kills in quick succession. Falcated does have the heat wave in his hands, but he doesn't have any kills falling down to his team either, so maybe this flank is what they need. Well, Renegade will be taken down. Eco picks up another one, but nobody with their hands on the ball. It looks like it, unfortunately, has got stuck in the stairs, Wes.
Yeah, what a tragedy. The ball stuck in the mat. The first real signs of light that FaZe have. They have an opportunity to maybe get the setup at tower themselves, maybe play a perfect round. Unfortunately, they have to wait for the ball to reset because it's in the Geo. And because of it, Cloud9, they're able to play around that ball reset, pick up that last second, and take round one. FaZe, they had one opportunity, and it was robbed from them from the ball falling into that place.
Yeah, very unfortunate set of circumstances there. However, C9 do take advantage, and you can't argue the fact that C9 deserve to win that round. However, a much stronger start here from FaZe in the second round. That's 3 dead in quick succession. That'll be 4 as well. Stellar is the player coming off of the respawn. Boo has the sniper rifle. FaZe have the ball in their hands back at tower. It's a little bit of a role reversal of what we saw in that first round.
Interesting choice by Boobadooboo not to hold the snipe out there and hold that angle with the snipe. You'd like to see him confidently have that out to land easy body shots, but he's going to use that BR, secure this overshield with great support with that battle rifle. Now he finds himself the first kill, and he's got snipe overshield. Unfortunately, the ball being rotated across the map is not what you wanted to see if you were Boobadooboo. So all of a sudden, it looked like you were going to have a real setup at tower for FaZe, but somehow Stellar with this ball is being such a nuisance with these rotations.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened here for FaZe, to be completely honest with you, to be frank, because they picked up kill after kill after kill after kill. They had overshield, they had sniper rifle, they had everything they needed, and C9 managed to steal that ball away and make a rotation. However, FaZe have managed to break that for now. It hasn't done too much damage, as Boob is now going to be retreating to his teammate inside of the garage, but I always feel like when you've got that tower set up, it's a superior setup here, Wes, to what we have inside of that garage.
You got to be flexible, though, right? You got to be able to work with the situation. You got FaZe doing just that right now. Boobadooboo surrounded by enemies now that he's lost a couple of teammates. Still not choosing to use this snipe. Unfortunately, he's going to actually nade himself, and because of it, he goes down. That's going to be the FaZe setup broken, and you already see in Renegade, he's going to grab that ball. Stellar with the heat wave. This is going to be another opportunity for Cloud9 to show you what they can do with a house setup.
Stellar going to be dropping down onto the key door. Some nice little jumps as well, just to keep himself alive and stay away from some of that splash damage that might have been coming in from grenades. There's a beat down after the pellets hit from that heat wave as well to pick up the kill. Swaps out to the battle rifle now, but more importantly, the overshield has been picked up by C9 here as well. Penguin is going to have that in his hands. He's also going to have a sniper rifle here as he aggressively challenges top middle. Boobu and Falcated work well together to take him down, but is the damage done here as 2 players do fall for FaZe?
They get 3 in the 4th down. He's under hot fire from Eco, chasing him bottom middle. Oh my, nice shots from Bound. A great reversal kill, but unfortunately, Cloud9 right there to pick that one up. Renegade makes it a double. Finds the triple. Can he spot snipe down out of here? Hit the shot. Doesn't hit it. The triple kill is going to be enough for Cloud9's setup, but that would have been a highlight to remember if Renegade can land that 4th kill.
Yeah, almost strange that he didn't. That's how good he is. We're expecting not only the first no scope to hit, but the second one itself. But a massive play coming in from Renegade, something that has been synonymous with him ever since he introduced himself to the Halo Championship Series. But while all this has been going on, C9 have taken the lead here. So the start for FaZe has been overturned as the sniper rifle will be now coming up top middle. Falcated and Booby working together to maybe get that weapon in their hands to pick up some picks with that weapon and maybe look to get back into this game.
I love Boobadoob's choice to use the BR here instead of the snipe. Make sure he has the damage to help his team here. They clear out those players front house. They're able to get them set up themselves. Stellar was going to be the last player alive top middle. He's forced to back up. Boobadoobu relocating, can't hit the no scope on a Renegade. And we've seen what Renegade can do with this snipe. And we're seeing it again, baby. Make it a double for Renegade. The setup that FaZe had immediately erased, and now Renegade is reigning terror.
I mean, the Renegade is just built different. The man is just an absolute animal. He's a machine. I don't know what else you want to call him. I guess Renegade is the only thing that really does sum it up. But talk about taking over a game here, Wes. This is what Renegade does. He just takes over games.
If you're on FaZe, you want that snipe off the map right now because of the damage Renegade has been able to do. Fortunately, Falcated, a good sniper himself, only has 1 bullet to work with, so you can bet that Renegade's not going to see that last bullet of snipe. Unfortunately, it's Eco with the overshield control that is going to make this setup so difficult for FaZe to break. Eco smells these players trying to push big door, and with the extra layers of shield, you'd think he would have an opportunity to make a play, but he gets erased. FaZe break the setup and are showing more signs of life here in round 2.
Stella, last player alive here. He will get the kill though with that mangler in his hands, but going to be traded almost immediately. Now, where is that ball and how is the setup starting to form here for FaZe? They're trying to rotate towards tower. Falcade has a really important job here to make sure this area is secure for Snipe Down and the rest of FaZe to rotate to. There is a player sneaking behind on the dummies though. That's going to be Penguin. A massive battle goes down as Falcade will continue his role, but the spawns have come in, so C9's pressure is starting to tell.
Yeah, this is a tough situation. Falcade needed to stay alive. He does find 1 kill, but a little bit of an over challenge there, an overextension. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and unfortunately, FaZe, they lose 2 members. This ball still down front tower, though, easily competed for by FaZe. Great teamwork out of Snipe Down and Bound, and that's what you want to see. The double kill from Bound. The play ball doesn't come through, and Bound gonna be able to get that one for his team. He lets his teammate pick it up, and that's a massive blunder from Cloud9. They tried to get the ball at the map, but were shut down right before it happened. FaZe staying in this game.
Staying in this game, and somewhat of a collector's item there. A mistake coming in from Cloud9. Eco going to be challenging down in the bottom tower though, as he will pick up the kill. Snipe Down now going to be taken down by Penguin as well. And even though FaZe made somewhat of the most of a situation that was handed to them, look who's coming out on top once more. C9 pick up 3 kills. Bound last player alive, trying to make something happen bottom mid. And the ball is down in front of Renegade though. He's going to scoop that one up. C9 now move within 10 points of closing out this map number 1.
Cloud9 do such a good job to be ready for that play ball, ready to set up and defend it. Renegade's going to be surrounded here, taken down, so no real opportunity to set up. And Cloud9 with 75 points, if they're able to get 1 more round of slays, they're going to be able to win this round. Snipe Down finds a huge kill onto Eco to give his team numbers. Falcated with another body shot. Let's go, Falcated. Let's get this to a round 3. 1 kill is all it's going to take to push this to round 3, because 90 seconds and counting, just 10 points needed.
Well, this is what you need to do. If you are FaZe, you have to match the intensity that's being brought to the table by the likes of Renegade and Cloud9, and you have to do it yourself. Falcade with another hero play towards the end of that game, meaning FaZe kind of snatch victory away from the jaws of defeat there and tie up a 1-1.
Hey, the game's much easier when you're putting the snipe to use instead of Renegade doing it. So FaZe, the recipe for success seems to be controlling that snipe, putting it to work, and not letting Renegade go off right now. I love we're able to see FaZe rebound after such a poor round 1. What can they bring for us in round 3 that's going to show us that they're competing in this series?
Renegade has the sniper rifle. Doesn't hit that shot though, somewhat of a surprise. However, a little bit of a misstep there coming in from Falcated after a hot end to the last round means that the sniper rifle is going to stay in the hands of Renegade, and now he's going to have a line of sight onto that overshield as well. There's Bound. Goodbye, Bound. After the body shot is cleaned up by Penguin. He's going to manage to dodge, dive, but doesn't manage to get the pop on that overshield though. Falcated now coming back for some revenge, but there's Eco and Stella to combine to clean up that kill.
Eco trying to get this overshield. He gets shut down. And this is a massive job by FaZe to not only shut down Renegade, but the next player that goes for overshield, it's going to be sniped down. That you think gets the overshield. He doesn't activate it either. Stellar finds one. Renegade finds one. Stellar with the aggressiveness, able to find a melee, and that's going to be Renegade off respawn, getting that overshield back with the snipe in hand, and oh no, FaZe, this could be bad.
It was just the overshield teasing everyone there. Everyone thought they had their hands on it, and it was just stolen away. It was almost like when you see those pranks with a, you know, for American audience, I was going to say a dollar bill on the end of a string, but instead it's just going to be Renegade just having FaZe on strings as he hits the no-scope. Bound, though, comes in and picks up 2. That was 3 dead for C9. Last player alive is going to be Eco. The body shot from Bound means that ball's going to be down. Snipe down picking up that kill as well means a setup now for FaZe.
All right, on the bright side, overshield snipe out of Renegade's hands, off the map. You got an opportunity here. Ball in hand, the heat wave. I love this positioning from Bound, the slow play. Are they going to expect him to be here? Can he be patient enough to make the right play? You're seeing multiple members of Cloud9 going towards the bridge side. He could get spotted if they don't come from garage. So Bound's play, although it's great, it might get ruined from an opposite side push, but they need to expect it. And yes, time is telling Bound that players are going to be coming from the bridge side of the map, and now it's up to him to stay alive.
Cannot do so. Penguin with the mangler in his hands and the grenades coming in for the rest of C9. Clear things out. Eco's in position to pick up that ball off the respawn as well. Stella coming off of his spawn as well. He's going to say to Eco, come to me, buddy. Tower's safe as Penguin picks up the first kill in the team fight. So C9, we saw how dominant they can be with this tower setup. Eco going to have to retreat towards the pillars and his teammates, but an opportunity here at least for C9 to pick up some big time here as Stella picks up another big kill with the commando.
Those commando shots are not easy, but Stellar makes them look like it. A great play ball, though, by that last player alive on FaZe to be able to get that ball off the map, break the setup of Cloud9, because right now they'd be racking up ball time if they were in a position to hold it back. Tower Bound, ready for that play ball, able to get it out of dodge, back in the house, and now FaZe showing you that they can play efficient objective as well.
That's what you need to do. You need to be on top of absolutely every single part of your game. Boobadooboo with the heatwave beatdown will pick up 1, but 2 players have fallen in the meantime for FaZe. So this 1v1 is going to be very instrumental here to what happens with that objective. The ball does not get played either, which means that Stella's going to be able to collect it here, and that time it's a little bit of a blunder from FaZe.
What a massive one-on-one from Stellar onto Bound there to keep ball not only on the map, but allow Stellar to pick that up, rack up some time, and now with 66 points and counting, Boobadooboo in a very difficult position here, needs to find a way to match the shots of Renegade with the snipe. Unfortunately, he gets taken down as well as 3 other members from FaZe, so it's just up to Snipe down. He's going to be coming off spawn, actually, so they're going to have 1, maybe 2 cracks at breaking this setup, and the game will be over.
First kill in this team fight, vital. Stella's going to be there with the mangler to pick it up, though. Swaps out for the BR to get that final bit of damage, and now he's looking to put the pressure onto Bound as well. Bound, though, will answer back, and Bound might have just found a little bit of a hole in the setup here as the play ball does come in. Bound also manages to not trade in that situation to pick up the kills that he needed to. Renegade's going to be challenging here on the low door. There's a repulsor for him to use, but Bound has the heat wave, and now he has the snipe too.
It's such an important kill on the Renegade to get that snipe out of his hands. Bound playing a little bit too fast there, though. You want to see him get his shield back before he starts to progress.
C9.
Before dead, so the rest of FaZe able to clean that up, potentially find that snipe that was on the ground. Boobadooboo going to rotate this ball to back tower, but right now it's a very difficult position for Boobadooboo to try and hold this setup realistically for more points, right? You're able to get maybe 10, maybe 15, but you see Cloud9 starting to collapse. They're going to have to play it, and with 13 points needed from Cloud9, it puts FaZe in a do-or-die situation.
Who's on that play ball? That's the question here. Stella picks up the kill onto Snipe down, sneaking down behind that tower. Falcated trades it out, though. Bound picks up yet another one with Stella trapped back tower here. Penguin's going to make a move down onto this ball, maybe. Boo Boo's going to be down bottom middle, thinking about that. Penguin going to be working with his teammate here, Stella, to pick up that kill, but you can see that everybody's desperate to get their hands on the ball, and it's C9 who come away with it with 90 points on the board. This is the last push for FaZe. Snipe down picks up 1, but Renegade is there to trade it out. 95 points and rising here for C9. This should be the round if they can just manage to negotiate these final few grenades coming in. C9 clutch up, and they will take game number 1.
They take game 1. It was not easy, though. Cloud9 made round 1 looked so easy you thought that the rest of the series might match, but no. FaZe ring answered the ring of the bell there in round 2 with a few plays made across the board from their members, able to push the distance a close round 3, but Cloud9 and the plays they needed to make, the efficiency with the objective was really what made the difference there. If that play ball happens outside by Silo, we might be looking at a different result, but nonetheless, Cloud9 find themselves very comfortable up 1-0 in this series.
When you've got two teams who are so closely matched, Wes, you can almost pick the moments where something happened that changed the outcome of the game. We'll take a look at some of the statistics from that game, and 29 and 27 for Renegades, almost dropping 30 on the other side of things. Falcated 33 and 26. We saw him popping up as well. Probably the two standout players of the game, but also Stellar quietly going about his business as well. 31 and 23 for him.
Yeah, Stellar is consistently, quietly going about his business, I feel. Well, we see Renegade always popping off with the power weapons, with the snipes, the rockets, the heat wave. Stellar doing it with other weapons very, very consistently. We saw just a brief second of the commando rifle shots he had on that player back tower. It's shots like those that make Stellar the individual unit he is on the map, and because of it, he just creates so much opportunity for this Cloud9 team because he can do it without the power weapons.
Well, the good thing as well, Wes, is this is a best of 5, so we get to see more than 2 games of these two teams going up against each other, FaZe and Cloud9. These are some of the highlights, of course, from that first map, and it was the overshield in the second round that was almost cursed at one point, with everyone getting their hands on it for just a few seconds and then it being taken down. It was just perched on top of the stand. But with this play here, I mean, from Renegade, I mean, not many people in the world can do this. Renegade is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, the reaction time to land the body as soon as you pull out the snipe on that player on the big door for the triple was absolutely insane. The no scope comes through. I mean, we saw a clinic being put on by Renegade with the snipe, and that was the story of the game. The difference in the game were the kills that Renegade was able to get with the snipe. If you're FaZe, you have to figure out ways to deny him from finding those power weapons. I mean, Renegade seems to always find power weapons, however, so shutting him down is going to be more difficult than just about anything any of these guys have done in their Halo careers, right? You have to find the recipe to get the snipe in snipe down's hand, in bound's hand, and let them be the ones that are using that ammo for the high DPS opportunities, not the other way around.
Yeah, I agree with you. I will say this though, Wes, he definitely choked the overkill. So I'm you know, someone has to raise that. Yeah, exactly. Renegade, we expect more from you, my friend. And of course, you know, I'm sure you'll give it to us in this next game. But now we move over to Streets for some Slayer action, and with the way that those two teams looked slaying wise between them, there really wasn't too many kills between them, Wes. I mean, you know, Streets has been an interesting map for C9. It's been one of their strongest maps across all of the maps and the game types that we do have in the Halo Championship Series. But FaZe have also started to grow into this, where every time I've watched FaZe on Streets, they seem to be getting a little bit better every single time as well. So I'm really finding it difficult to pick who I'm favoring in these maps at the moment.
You have to see FaZe do a better job of going for these power-ups and power weapons. I know there's no power-up on Streets, but there's rockets, there's a Bulldog, there's the thrust and the equipment, and you need to use those to get your advantages, right? You have to create opportunities using those in their situational uses. So who does that the best? I mean, Halo Infinite fell right into Renegade's hands, and he's like, oh, this game was built for me, because he was a savant when it comes to controlling snipe and rockets in Halo 5. Well, now he has more to control with equipment and different grenades and whatnot, and Renegade putting those to use. You got to get those away from Renegade. You have to be there before they come up. You got to secure kills while they're coming up in order to make sure Renegade is shut down in that sense, because he is always going to be on time when those things are coming up.
Yeah, it's one thing I want to talk about as well that I've noticed more and more pro teams are kind of making sure they're going out their way for almost as a pickup is, I'm not talking about Stalker Rifle, I'm not talking about a Bulldog, I'm not talking about the rocket launcher. Those spike grenades, those brute grenades, Wes, are so good at cleaning out the likes of PD, the likes of Cafeteria. I can see that you want to say something about it because they are strong, to say the least.
I've broken many a things in this game with dynamo grenades and brute grenades, and that list will continue because of how strong those things are. A well-placed brute grenade can knock you to no shield, even kill you if it sticks you. So those DPS opportunities, that like good players, great players, are using everything on the map. When I say everything, like you said, I don't just mean the obvious, the rockets, the bulldog, the thrust. I mean the drop walls being put into efficiency, right? I'm talking plasmas and brute grenades. Everything on the map has a purpose and an opportunity to give you a situational advantage. You're seeing Cloud9 really push the limits as a team in that regard.
Well, it looks like we're almost ready to get into our second game here. Now, you said that the key to victory here for FaZe is to keep those weapons that the likes of the rocket launcher, likes of the bulldog, out of Cloud9's hand. For me, I completely agree with that, but I also want to see FaZe be aggressive when they have numbers onto Cloud9. One thing that I've been maybe a little bit skeptical watching FaZe play a little bit is sometimes they're a little bit too methodical. Sometimes they're looking for things to be a little bit too perfect before they try and take advantages or push advantages. Is that something you've seen from their gameplay and that's something that they've adjusted to? Or do you think that's just synonymous with how some of the best teams in the world aren't allowing them to do something like that?
Well, I definitely think that that's the case. And I think that that's the case because they're not sure of how they want to play certain situations. It's the difference between the mentality of Cloud9 and FaZe and teams like Sentinels that are still learning what they want to do in certain situations that separates them, especially in tournaments. Like, go back to that Lethal play when he had grapple rockets. There was like a 10-second pause from Lethal with grapple rockets top bar, and your team has the control of the middle of the map. Like, plays like that, Cloud9 does not waste time. They do not wait to be told what to do or ask, is this the right play? They go and they know, right? They are confident with how they want to play. They're all on the same page. And that's what really separates them at times from teams like FaZe, teams like Sentinels. FaZe will come into comfort where they understand how they want to play all of these situations. They're just not there yet. But like we said at the start of the series, they're growing.
Well, here we go then. It's time for FaZe to step up right now and see if they can tie up this series at 1-1. We are going into Streets Slayer and C9. I'll tell you what, they were given a good run for their money in that first game of the series, but Renegade's going to be the point of focus for us at the start of this one. Already got that Stalker rifle in his hand.
Yeah, got information. 2 players push top rail. He's going to actually be aggressive with his teammate there to finish off those 2 kills. Makes it look easy. Off the death of his teammate, Stellar, he's able to find a double. Predicts Bound with these rockets, and that was actually a massive grenade. Unfortunately, not able to land that headshot, and because of it, Bound stays alive. So, hey, getting the rockets out of Renegade's hands, step 1 complete.
Now, FaZe just need to play around Bound here. Just make sure that he can have the opportunity to pick these kills up. He picks up 2 and also keeps a rocket in his hand as well. Eco is inside of PD. The rocket towards the back of A is going to connect, as is that BR shot as well. And I tell you what, that tasted pretty good if you're a FaZe fan here. A great start from Bound.
You want to talk about how fast Cloud9 plays? Bound is one of those players that matches that pace. He is one of the guys that I expect to set the bar when it comes to how fast you can play Halo Infinite. The fact that he was able to predict Stellar jumping out, challenging him right there, gave him the advantage to find that kill. Bound has now 5 kills in the first minute of this game and has given his team the opportunity to take game 2.
Another opening created by Bound as well. It will be traded out by Eco, but now you can see the push coming in, and that's going to be 3 dead here for C9 momentarily. Stellar should be taken down by Boo Boo as well with that bulldog, and a drop shield is going to help him out there as the grenade rolls towards him, and now you're going to see the turnaround. Oh my word, the drop shield doing the job here for Boo Boo.
You love to see it. The prediction that he knows the grenades are coming, throws that wall out early enough to where it deploys, and because of it, he's able to put that to use, give himself a little situational advantage, and that's what FaZe needs to do.
3 kills the difference between the 2 teams. Make that 2 though, as Renegade will pick up the kill onto Snipe Down. Boo Boo now just moving through this PD. Bulldog in hand as well. Bound trying to bait for his teammates, but there's 3 C9 players have all committed to this B Street at the moment outside of Arcade. A couple of kills being traded along the way, but not quite traded in the way that's good for FaZe, because a couple of them are falling to C9, and now it's just a 1-kill game between the 2.
Yeah, they are going to be able to find Renegade. Not only that, but Snipe Down finding the new set of rockets, able to put them to use, and already rockets look like they're out, but the first 2 set of rockets, they go into FaZe's hands, they stay out of Renegade's hands, and because of it, FaZe have a much more comfortable time playing against this Cloud9 roster, already up just 5 kills.
And we're going to take down Snipe Down, though, who was trying to push the pace a little bit. I don't mind seeing that too much, to be honest. From FaZe, Boomer now going to have to slow things down as 2 of his teammates have fallen. Eco's going to be on those B stairs, but the Bulldog should do the job in cleaning things up. It does manage to do so, but Alongside that, C9 have picked up some kills. 3 kills, still the advantage though to FaZe, but map control is in C9's favor.
Yeah, this is a tough position for FaZe. Now they're all stuck in back in Tram. 2 kills go in their favor. A big one-on-one win from Snipe down there, and that's massive to be able to create some space, because right there, that was where the game could have gone back in Cloud9's favor, but 2 kills from FaZe make sure it doesn't.
Now the push is coming onto Eco as well. You can see the pressure that's being exerted here by FaZe as well. C9 are struggling a little bit in the last 60 seconds or so. FaZe really are trying to up the ante a little bit. When they do get those kills, when they do get that opening, they're not afraid to push.
Oh, nice kill there from Snipedown as we quickly switched on to Renegade. Unfortunately, he gets taken down as well. So Snipedown trying to be a nuisance here in the ATM situation. This space that Snipedown is creating for his team is so massive. Even though he gets taken down, he just allows his team to get out of this Tram area. It's so easy for Cloud9 to trap FaZe there, but no, they haven't been able to. Beautiful shots from Vallicated as he's thrust him backwards as well. Is going to land himself a perfect kill, and the lead now up to 6.
That is not easy to do when someone's not even looking at you, let alone when you're being shot and you're under pressure. Rockets are coming up as well, but this time it's C9 who have picked up kills in succession, but it doesn't matter when the Stalker rifle is in the hands of Falcated. Finally, Renegade says enough is enough, and C9 will pick up the rockets. However, it's just a trade here with that first rocket. 3 kills, still the advantage here as C9 maybe have the chance to get back into this now. 2 kills the difference, but 1 rocket in the hands of Stellar, and C9 might be able to tie things up.
Yeah, Stellar able to get that kill. Still down 2 though, so still momentum in Cloud9's hands, but the lead still in FaZe's. As we see it start to slow down, Stellar with this Bulldog cannot be pushed. You know that FaZe know he's in there, but are they going to expect him to have the shotty? It doesn't matter though. Bound's aggressiveness, it's rewarded with the kill. And now Fallicated is caught up to Bound in kills, and because of it, you're seeing FaZe being able to compete with the world's best.
One thing that's really impressing me here for FaZe as well is their ability to make sure they're getting trades. If damage is done, oh my word, please finish this kill. Boo Boo, no, do not let this happen. Penguin manages to dodge him and dive, but it's all good. Everybody calm down a little bit, all right? The thing didn't happen that we didn't want to happen. We can continue telling the story of this game. It's 4 kills between the 2 teams. FaZe now just need 10.
That's when you just yell, got him! And you keep moving, because you don't want your teammates to know that that kill took that long. But
you just hope none of your teammates are in death cam.
Yeah, fortunately. All right, so slow this down. FaZe up 4 right now. You see Cloud9 slows down the game immediately. Boobadoo off spawn, already a top rail. Gets spotted by Penguin in the double team onto Penguin there. Bound with the shotgun in a perfect position to keep his teammate not only alive, but to extend their lead to 5 is massive.
16 and 8 Bound at the moment. We noticed in the kill feed he was popping off. Well, that stat line backs it up completely. Renegade gonna get shredded by the assault rifle here from Falcated as well. Rockets popping in around 10 seconds or so. Snipedown's pushing up to create more space, which is something he's done so well. But Penguin picking up that kill onto Bound is going to mean that rocket launcher is certainly going to be contested as Penguin jumps out with a Bulldog. And now all of a sudden, C9 might have their way back into this.
6 kills though. 6 kills. Penguin, yes, he has 2 rockets and thrust. You have to play this so carefully if you're FaZe, but you get info that he's no shield. Fallicated with an aggressive play by himself. Cafeteria, he gets taken down. Boobadoo also gets taken down. The rockets, they're still in the chambers. Penguin still has the advantage to play with, and this is where Cloud9 are going to look to steal game 2.
Oh dear, FaZe, you gotta be careful here. Penguin with the triple kill. However, FaZe, maybe they had just enough of a lead to escape by the skin of their teeth here. Falcated manages to retreat with that Bulldog. They still have a couple of kill advantage here. Well, that push coming in from Penguin and the funneling from FaZe towards that rocket launcher means that this is a lot tighter than maybe FaZe feel it should be.
Still a 3-kill game in FaZe's favor. Just 3 kills needed. This thrust, Stellar smells it. He wants it. He goes after Snipedown with the AR out. The confidence, Stellar knows he's getting that kill. A kill does come through. Boobadoo with a big double kill across the map. Able to finish off 2 one-shots from his team, and now puts himself in a position for 1 kill to take FaZe and tie this series up.
Stella, you're in trouble, my friend. Boobadoo's got a couple of grenades, but here comes Eco. The spike grenade goes down as well, but somehow,
no way.
I don't know quite how, C9 has survived. It's 49 to 48.
How in the world do all 3 members of Cloud9 get knocked to no shield and stay alive right there? 2 kills is all they need to win this game. 1 for FaZe, and FaZe have so much control of the map right now. Cloud9 stuck back tower. How are they going to try and get out of this? Allocated with the Bulldog. Chooses to back up. I don't know about this. You got the Bulldog. You want to hold this space. You're containing them so well. Bound gets knocked to no shield. No! Booba gets knocked to no shield.
No!
And Cloud9 take the win.
C9 snatched away victory. FaZe snatch away defeat from the jaws of victory. And Cloud9 will go up by 2 in the series, but my FaZe, you will not want to watch that one back. That is a throw of all throws.
Oh no, that's heartbreaking for FaZe Clan right there. They have so much space. They have every bit to work with. I mean, go back to Booba throwing the brew grenades, yelling. You know, in his comms, he's yelling, there's 3 one-shot. You got to think someone's there to finish something. But Cloud9, the clutch factor, the confidence, the teamwork, it's unbelievable.
That's the definition of icy, right? That is icy as it gets from Cloud9. Being down, I mean, what was the score? It was like 48 to 44 at one point. And FaZe managed to somehow let C9 back into that one. But, I mean, what else can you say? We'll have to wait until the replays come in for those last few moments, Wes, because, as I said at the end of that game, that is FaZe stealing defeat away from the jaws of victory.
What is it? Favor fortunes the brave, and what an aggressive play from Renegade at the end there to jump up on that heaven area and to get that angle. Taking a look at some highlights here though, Bound just showing you every bit of why he's this young superstar on the scene that he is. I love the use from the wall from Booba. Everything going in FaZe's favor early.
I mean, the crazy thing was here, Wes, as well, for everyone at home, pretty much for the entirety of this game, FaZe had that 3-4 kill advantage, right? Keep looking at the score down at the bottom here. It's close. It's always within FaZe's hands, though. Even here, when things started to look like, oh no, don't let this happen for FaZe, the triple kill comes in from Penguin, but this is the moment here, right? Spike grenades going off, one-shots running everywhere, and I don't know what happened. I don't know how it happened, but C9 managed to go essentially, what was it, like 6 for 1 in those final moments, and without power weapons as well, without a rocket launcher in their hands. Crazy stuff here, and FaZe now, you got to feel like they're going to be pretty deflated after that one, Wes.
Yeah, you can't lose games like that, especially not to go down 2-0 against Cloud9, the Raleigh LAN champions, and this is such a difficult moment for FaZe, right? We're going to find out really quickly what they're made of here in this game 3, because this being one of Cloud9's best game types is a very easy way for them to put a punctuation on this series and wrap this one up with a bow, taking it 3-0. But that is not going to be what we remember this series to be, as far as how close some of these games have been.
Yeah, I think that's one of those games that you don't forget for quite some time. If you're a FaZe player, a FaZe coach, a FaZe fan, it's certainly something that they're gonna, you know, it's one of those games that also can build character, right? And that sort of mistake doesn't happen again if you're facing those kind of situations. But you got to feel at this point, having the opportunity to win that game, to guarantee yourself at least 4 games in this series, C9 now are going to be thinking, we've done the hard work, now we just got to close this one out.
Yeah, Cloud9 going into this game 3 very confident. After that, you know that they're hype after creating such an epic comeback, right? Because that's what it was. The entire game they're losing. The entire game they were trying to close that 5-kill gap, and somehow, some way, it took a 3-man push back tower, all no shields by brute grenades from Boo, but they answered every bit of opportunity that they were given, and they took advantage of everything. It's unbelievable what this Cloud9 can do because of the confidence that they're able to play with, and their confidence isn't going to waver at all in game 3, I would think.
I'm kind of still reeling a little bit from that last game, to be honest with you. I just didn't expect, when we saw that last moment and we saw the winning screen come up, I did not expect it to say Cloud9. That's what surprised me. I was like, why is it blue?
Yeah, I was shocked.
It should be red. It wasn't. Simple as that.
I can't preach enough how I talk about the confidence that like a player like Renegade plays with. 48-49. No room for error. No room to get caught out. You get melted in Halo Infinite if you get double teamed. Renegade jumps top heaven. There's 3 players on like the arcade flower side of the map, and Renegade somehow just always seems to have the best timings. It's a skill set of his that's absolutely incredible, and because he gets up there quickly, gets free damage on multiple players, able to get those kills with the help of a teammate coming out of PD. And it's just like, how does Cloud9 get out of these situations? It's with the confidence that they know they're getting out of this situation. It's like they are willing to take a risk that's worth the reward that they want.
Well, it looks like we're ready to get into our next game then, as 2-0 is the series score to Cloud9 here in our winners bracket final. One more map, and they will be booking their ticket into that grand final. For FaZe, well, they've got to go back to back to back now in the next 3 games if they want to go into that grand finals in the direct route. But a strong start here for FaZe. Couple of dynamo grenades going to be doing the damage, getting those ticks. That's 4 dead off the break here for C9.
Yeah, interesting choice to run this one bottom middle, although 4 still were dead. So Cloud9 going to be spawning in the corner and back flag. Snipe down already across halfway. This is going to be an early flag cap for FaZe, so we wondered what they were made of. We wondered if they were going to be able to rebound after such a tragic loss. Snipe down punches that one in. They take the lead, and FaZe is not done in this series yet.
That was 4 dead again. This is the second flag being rallied now. If Boo could get through bottom middle here, with Falcane picking up yet another kill, that's 3 dead for C9 once more. There are 3 players at the moment on Cloud9. As I say that, it's now just the 2 players who don't have a kill yet, and we might have been seeing that second flag go in, but I just want to take a second, Wes, to rewind for a second. That is the best possible thing that could have happened to FaZe at the start of this game, to just erase the memories of that last game and get them back focused on back on track and believing they can maybe do something in this series.
Well, the best possible thing would have been able to punch that second flag in, but the flag route choice by Boobadooboo when he's no shield there costs him his life, and they're able to get the return. And now all of a sudden you're seeing Cloud9 from that return get control, run a flag of their own, and FaZe, they're going to be tied up here shortly if they're not able to stop this flag run, and I don't think they're in a position to do so.
Penguin will be able to punch this one home then. It's tied up a 1-1, and now, like I mentioned, I'd hate to be inside of the heads of FaZe right now, probably thinking we should be 2-0 up. Instead, it's 1-1 after a great start to this game, and Cloud9 have answered back in the best possible fashion. Eco picks up the nice kill onto Bound as well, and now you can see Renegade looking to go back to back. They've run this one back already. It's inside the base. There's only 1 player dead on FaZe. However, it doesn't matter because they've got a couple of players in the base to rally this one home. C9 go back to back. FaZe, no, they managed to get 3 dead.
All 4 dead for Cloud9 right now. And you're seeing Eco try and fight off his spawn. The flag is being run. Camo in the hands of Snipe Down. So this is going to be a counter cap opportunity for FaZe, one of their own. They need this desperately to stay tied in this game. Boobadooboo is going to be running across bridge, but the spawners, they've spawned up. They've gotten top middle. Penguin finds the kill. 3 dead for FaZe, and the last guy alive is front the base. Snipe Down needs to make a play. Unfortunately, that is not a play being made, but yes, spawners in the back of the flag punch that one in. And you're seeing Cloud9 now with a chance for a counter cap.
Yeah, this is the fastest game of Aquarius capture the flag I have seen in quite some time. Boobadooboo goes soaring through the skies there, gives the ceiling a little headbutt on his way down to look to get this return. A couple of grenades behind him. We're going to make sure that he can secure that. Finally, just a moment to breathe here, Wes, because we've had 4 caps inside of the first few minutes of this game.
Well, I think the moment to breathe might have something to do with Cloud9 losing a member in this game. As we take a look at the observer mode, you can see it is going to be Renegade that is no longer in the game. And unfortunately, we're going to have to go back to a reset. I believe it's going to be probably a complete reset, seeing that it was a tie game. But FaZe showing you that they weren't down on themselves, right? They started off so hot. Probably should have been up 2-0 in that game. But unfortunately, like I said, the flag route choice by Boobadooboo, he didn't really cut off the angle from the guy shooting him top ping. And because of it, you saw Cloud9, they take advantage of one mistake that you make. They get the return, they counter cap it. They're tied up in a game that they should have been down dramatically.
It's going to be interesting to see how FaZe start off this next round as well. We do have this thing with the restarts as well, where it was a great opening strategy from FaZe that allowed them to get that 4 dead with those dynamo grenades being thrown up to top middle to get those ticks. Now C9 knows that's going to happen, right? And it's that unfortunate circumstance. Now C9 can counter that. Do FaZe have anything else up their sleeves to try and, you know, be a little bit unpredictable here as well, Wes?
At the start of that game, we hopped on board with Boobadooboo. He went straight for the dynamo grenades, uncontested, jumped up, at least got a double with those dynamo grenades, including a kill on the camo player for Cloud9. I'd be shocked if Cloud9 just ignored those dynamo grenades again and allowed Boobadooboo to kind of repeat that recipe. So we'll see what the starting strats change up here at the start of this next game. That's everything FaZe wanted, though. And it's like deflating to have that pace stop, because it felt like the pace honestly benefited FaZe there. It's very difficult to find a pace that benefits your team when you're playing against a team like Cloud9, but to be like in a battle blow for blow with Cloud9, sometimes that's all you can ask for. You don't really ask for the lead, you ask to compete, because we've seen Cloud9 sometimes when they get the pace in their control and they get the opportunity to progress on the map how they want and apply the pressure that they want, that teams are not able, they're just knocked out, right? They don't get an opportunity to go blow for blow. So FaZe needs to find a way to find their footing once again in game 3, which is going to be very difficult.
We're going to have to see if they can do that. We're just waiting for confirmation on what we're going to get. The I presume the game will be restarting at 2-2, but we're just waiting from official confirmation that from the back from the league's op team to keep you up to date with exactly how this game will restart. But I mean, the back-to-back caps coming in as well. I mean, we talk about developing games, right? We talk about games and game types and how time passes in Halo Infinite and how teams do adapt and develop those strategies, Wes. I mean, the speed at which we've just seen Aquarius capture the flag played at in those first 3-4 minutes is something that we hadn't seen previously. It was very rare we'd actually see Aquarius go to 5 flags, let alone 4 flags, to be honest with him. We had 4 within the first few moments.
Well, we are starting to see that more and more as these top players and top teams start to formulate successful strategies, start to understand the spawn system, the locations of where these players are spawning, and kind of how to min-max in every one of these different situations, right? They're becoming more familiar with Halo Infinite's style. So we're seeing more successful flag runs, we're seeing more successful setups, and because of it, we're seeing higher scored games. So although when Halo Infinite first started, we didn't see a ton of games being scored to 5 caps, I feel like the longer the meta evolves, the more we'll see teams capitalize when they're in a position to do so. We're already seeing the best in the world do that here and now.
I think one thing that's certainly contributing to that as well, from my point of view, watching a lot of scrims, is how players are really starting to get an understanding of the movement as well on Halo Infinite, and getting from point A to point B is becoming a lot quicker than it was when we were a couple of weeks into the game. I mean, it's such a great thing to see for me. I mean, what's your take on it? You've played this game probably longer than anyone has in the world at the moment. How important is it to master those mechanics, those drop slides, the G slides, all that sort of stuff that gets you from point A to point B even quicker than was possible on other Halos?
Yeah, right now you're getting from point A to point C, right? Like some of these slides on ramps and whatnot, these drop slides are getting you across the map so quickly, and because of it, you're skipping progression steps. You're applying pressure so much faster than ever before. To me, it's a mixture between like, we're kind of almost breaking the like science that is Halo and the dynamics that come into it, but I love seeing players find a skill in it and exploit those skills and put it into their gameplay and separate themselves from one another with it, right? I think that's the important piece. If it's easy and everyone can do it, we have a problem. If it's a skill set that like it's you either hit it or you don't, and it's based off like timing and all this and whatnot, that's a skill set that players can add to their repertoire to separate themselves from one another at the top, because you need every single bit of opportunity to separate yourself from one another. When it gets to this high level of Halo, one of the best in the world to do that is Bound on FaZe. Pay attention to him, watch the way he moves, the way he is able to get from point A to point B so much faster than others, because he knows all of these different spots that he's found that have allowed him to do so. When he's able to like stay alive one extra time, it makes all the difference.
Well, just to update everybody, it's going to be a full restart here, full reset. So it is 0-0, the score in this game number 3 in the series. This time it's going to be a little bit more of a slower start for both of the teams, as we're going to see a couple of kills being traded by both teams, and Renegade will be taken down by Bound. So FaZe getting the slightly better of the opening exchanges, but as I say that, we're going to actually see C9 picking up a couple of kills. Flag also off of the stand, but Boo has managed to just about eke away with the camo, but will be taken down by Penguin.
Yeah, Stellar somehow gets into the base of FaZe without anyone knowing, and because of it, he takes down Booba being a nuisance back here. Is finally taken down, but that flag, it was being run all the way through dynamo grenades. Unfortunately, it got shut down with Renegade hopping on that return, and right now we're gonna have the map completely reset, but unfortunately Booba actually gets meleeed by Renegade, taken down as well. So FaZe, losing multiple members, need to play this safe.
Both flags are back at base for now. However, Cloud9, excuse me, have all of FaZe spawning in the back of their base, so an opportunity here to collapse. Nico's gonna Be pinging inside of that base, and Stella's going to be picking up that kill as well. Just go for that throw as well, using that geometry and that slide mechanic to get that extra little bit of momentum to get that flag even further out. But it looks like FaZe once again in possession to pick up the kills to slow down that flag run.
Snipe Down is able to get that return. Renegade with the heat wave, though, just going to be aggressive, control the enemy's utility closet. You've seen this is the most common strategy, is trying to control that utility closet, trying to run the flag through that closet. Unfortunately, Renegade gets taken down as well, so a much different story here early in the repeat of game 3, seeing the objective not nearly be completed as much as we did before.
Flag off the stand though. Bound picks up 1 kill, but the same can be said across the map here, as C9 do get a puller as well. Bound with the beat down onto Renegade though, having that high ground advantage. Penguin getting the trade almost immediately, and little things like that that may not stand out to people at home too much who haven't watched too much competitive Halo. The ability to get that trade almost immediately, that's just all in communication coming in from C9 there. The call out from Renegade, there's one shot here. How quickly did that grenade come in response from Penguin?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the awareness levels of all these players in this lobby. It's so high that they know how important it is to keep numbers in your team's advantage, to make sure you don't fall down numbers, and to capitalize on damage that your teammates are producing for you. A great job there by Cloud9, to your point, to make sure that they don't lose numbers in their base, get Bound out of their utility closet, and because of it, they've stopped that flag run. They've gotten control of their base once again. But just as I say that, 3 were just down for Cloud9, and Falcated is in their base, so we're seeing FaZe with an opportunity.
Stella should be taken down here. Should be a comfortable double, an easy double there for Snipe Down, and the flag is moving like you say. Snipe Down will get hit by that frag grenade, but will be able to survive for now. It's actually going to double back here. Pick up that sidekick, waiting for those kills to come in, and they're just going to fall into the reticle here of Snipe Down. Where are the respawns though? There's Stella, but he's got a thrust. He backs out. 2 players fall for FaZe. C9 have 2 alive.
They've got to figure out a way to find these 2 kills. Dynamo's side of the map, they're unable to do so. So Cloud9 with great defense there. A little bit of a scary situation as they lost 2 players to Snipe Down in their closet. The flag got all the way halfway across the map, but a great job by the rest of Cloud9 to play defense, get the kills they needed, and buy time for respawners. They're able to get that return, reset the map, and now Cloud9 finally have control.
You're going to go for that flag pull, however. Will be taken down almost immediately. It was a little bit of a distraction trying to be made there by Eco, just getting that flag off the stand, maybe to divert the attention away from him towards the flag to allow him to get a sneaky kill, but not going to happen for now. Penguin will pick up 1, Falcated behind enemy lines here with that heat wave in hand, but with his teammates falling across the map here, all of a sudden a lot of responsibility is going to fall onto Falcated here, and he's already being located by Eco, but manages to use that heat wave to its best ability to pick up that kill.
This is actually massive by Falcated. How much space that he's creating, how much attention he's forcing Cloud9 to pay to him right now as multiple members try to push him out of the util. You're seeing FaZe get all of these kills, secure a camo. It's all because Falcated controlled that util, stayed alive, got a kill, and just was a nuisance.
How did Snipe Down avoid all those bullets coming in front of him as well? He was just almost playing jump rope with those bullets as they were fired across when he had that camouflage in his hands. Penguin's going to go for that return. However, look at this flank coming in from Snipe Down. This is what he does best. Picks up not just 1 kill, but 2, and an assist along the way. Still in position here maybe to help out his team. Finally, the touch will come in here from Bound. They'll be running this one home. 2 players down here for C9. Bound turns his attention to bottom mid, but doesn't have the ammo in the heat wave to finish off the kill, and this slowing down at the pace might mean that FaZe don't have quite as comfortable as cap as they would have wanted, but he goes home what matters the most as Eco picks up 2. Maybe there's going to be a counter cap here as Kevin Smith picks up 3.
Yeah, no maybe about it. We're seeing Cloud9 with an opportunity here. 4 went down for FaZe as they punched that in. You got the flag cap, but at what cost? Eco in a prime position to immediately get that flag running. You're seeing a kill already come through for Cloud9. So this one, you know it's getting punched in here by Eco, and it's a tied game. So FaZe do everything right, it seems, to score that flag. Unfortunately, no one able to get kills, and because of it, Cloud9 already tied this one up.
6 minutes 20 or so left on the clock as well. Eco trying to sneak behind enemy lines again. You can see he's just waiting to see if he can pick up a kill here. If he can pick one kill up, it's going to create the space that he needs to move forward and get that flag moving. Where's the beatdown though? Snipe down. Going to be making him work, but Eco turns his attention away because he realized that Renegade picked up one, and now Eco will rejoin that battle with Snipe down. He'll write the final chapter in it, and that flag already halfway across pink.
Yeah, he does have to deal with multiple members in his base. He knows Bound is there. Are they going to know that there's a second? Unfortunately for Bound, the rest of the Cavaliers, they've showed up. It's Penguin. I believe it's Stellar, and they're going to be hunting this flag down. Bound does get it to halfway, though, so somehow Bound gets out of dodge with the flag. You have to think something in the Cloud9 communication was shut down there in order for him to get that far, but unfortunately 3 members went down for FaZe. The return is going to come through, and that flag actually is returning in his base. Penguin has to get back and get this touch before it resets. Just barely gets there, and that's calculated, baby. Cloud9 taking advantage of every bit of resources they can to take the lead here in game 3.
You mentioned how good Cloud9's timing is. There is a perfect example of it. And now they're looking to go back-to-back once again. Just over 5 minutes left on the clock as well. Eco going to be inside of the base. It will just be a trade, but that's good enough for him because Renegade is already moving that flag across the map. Again, a great indication and example of how movement can help you out. Get those extra few seconds saved as you move that flag across the map. Bound trades with Eco inside of the base once more. Bubu's flanking though for the P side. Stella comes in. He's got the commando, but no, he doesn't have the cap as Bubu is on the return.
Yeah, Bubu hops the return. Falcated grabs the flag, starts to run it. Bubu Dubu, if he gets this kill on a Renegade, that would be massive for the opportunity to try and counter cap this situation. Unfortunately, he goes down. Renegade going to be hot on Falcated's trail. Falcated snipe down. They both get shots into Renegade, taken down, but now Falcated forced to stop running it, and because of it, FaZe go 3 dead, and now it looked like it was going to be a really an amazing opportunity for FaZe, but Bubu actually doing magic, doing God's work on Dynamo Grenades, getting a double, another player to no shield, and FaZe now can cap this flag.
Bound is alive, and Bound's in position to get a touch on this one. Instead, it's going to be Snipe Down who actually moves in and gets his hands on that objective. However, pressure now coming in from Cloud9 as the spawns did come over on the P side, so Cloud9 do have a line of sight at least onto that flag. However, the camo will be picked up. I'm not sure if it was burnt or if it was dropped bottom mid. Important 1v1 here that will be won by Eco. That flag is still out. But nobody in position here for FaZe to get their hands on it. It looks like Renegade's going to be in position here to maybe get that return as Eco gets that flag moving.
Yeah, the return does come through for Cloud9, so somehow, some way, FaZe are unable to cap that flag, unable to tie this game. The flag is currently out. Cloud9 did get into the base and throw this one out, but I believe it's going to be dead and reset unless Cloud9 are able to pick up a few kills in the kill feed here. No one in a position really to get a touch, so no harm, no foul, but Cloud9 does a phenomenal job of getting that return.
Just over 3 minutes left in this game. Penguin just patrolling top middle at the moment. Bound's going to have those dynamos. He's going to have a kill to go alongside it as well. Stella's inside of the base though. Falcade is going to have to deal with a heat wave up close and personal. It's never a nice conversation to have, and he's going to come out the worst side of that one. 2 kills down per side though. The map once again split base to base with Cloud9 getting the pull. But on the other side of the thing, FaZe also got that flag moving for just a few moments.
Yeah, look at what Stellar is doing though. Just absolutely dominating the map right now, controlling his enemy's util once again with that heat wave. Getting a kill only bought his team so much time to get this touch, and now Renegade running this one in is going to look to throw it up to Eco here. You have to think the communication from Cloud9's clean enough to execute this one. They take the flag, punch it in, take a 3-1 lead here in game 3. Look to close the door on FaZe.
Well, that's a little bit of a heartbreaker for FaZe as well. You got to think back to the opportunities that they've had in this game, whereas to convert some flag caps themselves, maybe just a little bit of a lack of efficiency in comparison to what we've seen from Cloud9 in certain situations. But Bubu with the heat wave inside of the base might have an opportunity, but look at Eco. Eco's just playing possum behind that base, and Eco will jump out. Perfect defensive work. You can call it what you want, but it works, and that's what Eco knows how to do.
Yeah, the bait, the switch, it happens. Eco able to clear out his base, and with very little time on the clock remaining right now, Snipe Down feels so pressed to get a touch on the flag, but unfortunately he's got to deal with Cloud9 members. Teams do get a kill, and unfortunately as soon as he gets the touch, spawners are able to find themselves in a position to take down Snipe Down. He makes it hard, but it's not enough. for FaZe to get a flag run. And with just a minute and 23 seconds, you know FaZe is starting to feel the pressure.
Looking at the statistics here, and Stella once again having an amazing game here. 24, 11, and 15 for B. Once again leading the way for his team. Booba now trying to think about overextending on the P side, but with the kills falling in the favor of Cloud9, he's got to be also careful that they don't get that final cap in to really end things here for FaZe. C9 inside of the base though. Penguin just putting so much pressure on. Bound has to come back to deal with him. Will do so with some nice shots. 2 kills do fall, but here's Renegade inside of the base once more. C9 just 45 seconds away from closing out the series.
Yeah, just when you think you've cleared out your base, think again. Renegade going to already be there. That's how fast Cloud9 are able to play sometimes when they have control of the map. They're able to be in situations and positions where you don't think they're going to be. Because of it, they catch FaZe off guard several times throughout this game. 27 seconds remaining, and Booba, you can tell how fast he's trying to play, but Cloud9 love the fact that FaZe are going to be trying to progress on the map recklessly.
Renegade just going to be padding the stats a little bit here towards the end of the game. 1 kill in the closet for him. Snipe down. He'll be joining for a second one. Booby going to be challenging on the window. Oh, Renegade! 3 stars on his screen, but a 5-star play. And almost manages to pick up another. But most importantly, Cloud9 will pick up the series victory and move into your grand finals.
Unbelievable performances by Cloud9, and FaZe gave them everything they could. Although the series was a 3-0, some of those games were very, very close, especially games 1 and 2. Unfortunately, not enough in the tank to close some of the doors that they needed to in those games, and because of it, Cloud9 clutch up and get the job done. They advance to our grand finals and await the elimination bracket to complete.
I mean, we look at the damage dealt there, and it is C9, just a lot coming out from them. There's no other way to put it. You look at Eco, nearly 7k damage. He had the most damage in the entire lobby. So even though sometimes one of those players doesn't get talked about enough, for me, Eco's one of the best in the game for a reason. His damage output is up there with some of the best, you know, in the entirety of the Halo Championship series. But even though the series score will say 3-0, Wes, there was more to it than that. There really was more to it than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this FaZe roster came to play. Unfortunately, I mean, you're just going up against the best in the world, right? And when you go up against the best in the world, there's no room for mistakes. Mistakes were made several places in this series, and because of it, FaZe is not only kicking themselves from game 2, but mistakes in game 1 and even in 3, right? But there's things to build on if you're FaZe. There's opportunities to take this series, to take games in this series away from Cloud9. You're just not there yet. In the future, I would expect to continue to see FaZe progress, but we're going to have to wait as we're witnessing Cloud9's dominance once again so far throughout this winners bracket run.
You certainly are. This isn't the end of the road. Remember, for FaZe, they'll drop down to that elimination bracket, and they'll be waiting to see who they play against for another opportunity, maybe, to go up against Cloud9 in that grand final. And of course, it is double elimination, so they would have to win 2 series to take things off of Cloud9. But this is a reminder of your series score. You can see live fire oddball 2-1 in rounds to Cloud9. That crazy 50-49 that FaZe somehow managed to let slip through their fingers, and then 3-1 we just saw on Aquarius as well. But this is some replays from the series overall, and this was a very interesting series for a number of reasons. You could still see that there's flashes of brilliance from FaZe as well, and they will be in position, like you mentioned, to challenge some of the best in the world, but they're not quite there yet. You can still see some of the holes in their game here, Wes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think FaZe, we talk about the individuals on this team and how unbelievably talented they are. They're just putting the pieces together still. They're not there yet, but they're getting close. You see the moments in the game where they can take advantage, where they can run away with it, where they can make plays, that you have to have players that can make these plays in order to win series like this, to win a world championship. FaZe have the right recipe. They're just figuring it out still as far as the details go. But Cloud9, they're not going to wait. They're going to continue to do their own thing, right? They're not going to wait for you to find out the details. They've got tournaments to win, and because of it, they're not letting the foot off the pedal yet.
Well, this is the second game I was talking about, just towards the end here. You can see the score, 47-44, 49-46. It was 3 players, 1 shot for Cloud9, but when it comes down to it, somehow or other, Cloud9 pick up the win, 50-49. I'm certainly going to go back and watch that back from multiple players' point of views, but this game here, this was a pretty much controlled by Cloud9, you have to say, after the restart that we did have. Objective efficiency was there, the slaves were there, everything just started to click for them.
Yeah, there were opportunities once again in game 3 though for FaZe to get some flags on the board. They were unable to get just a few more kills in certain situations, and they would have found themselves in a much more highly contested game in that game 3. Unfortunately, it was just like Cloud9's ice. You hear Renegade talk about it all the time, where I got the iciest teammates in the league. They continued that ice, not only in game 2, but in certain moments of games 1 and 3 as well, that just show you that Cloud9, when the moment's the biggest moment, they're ready to make the play.
They really are. I gotta say, Cloud9 are just such a force right now in Halo. They're certainly making their mark, and I gotta say, FaZe were definitely giving them a little bit of a challenge, to say the least. But I think with Cloud9, what comes to mind watching that series against FaZe is that, honestly, their ability to make the best out of the worst situations that they're dealt in a series is just unbelievable, because it seems to be that their bad situations extend as far as either trading out, or they're still applying pressure and getting a lot of their opponents weak, which then aids in them to come back and start to kind of flip the control once again. So throughout the series, you just see them making the most of everything. And we see that from power-ups and power weapons and control, and the way that they're kind of utilizing everything on the map and reading their opponents, which is just absolutely incredible. So right now, they really are ahead of everybody that we're seeing so far in the series. Bravo, I've got to get your high-level thoughts here.
Yeah, I think the guys broke it down so well throughout the entire series. 3-0 does not do justice to that series. I think it's tough for FaZe because you lose the first game 2-1 and you lose the second game 50-49. With players that are on FaZe, that's going to be in the back of your mind. Doesn't matter how veteran you are. It is tough to lose games to that score and know that you could be in game 3 actually up 2-0. So really tough result for FaZe, but of course still looking to see big things from them. Impressed with what we saw from Cloud9, though, certainly.
Yeah, indeed. And talking about what we saw from Cloud9, let's talk about the Penguin flag cap. And obviously it aided into kind of the result of that game there. Bravo, what did you notice?
Yeah, I think we even have the clip available. Clutch said it perfectly in that game. It was a calculated effort. Take a look at exactly what we see here. All 3 players, look at this push from C9. They push up together as a unit, and Penguin flies back, a little bit of sliding, grabs a thrust. Look how key the thrust is, because he has to hit that thrust in order to get back. Look at the flag return timer. Just gets it there just in time, brings it back. I just echo Clutch in that was calculated. Not every team is as calculated and as exact with their timings that they can send 3 people to the half line. Everyone can shoot and push together, and then he knows exactly when he has to get back, and even probably calculated the thrust within that, and is able to get the flag back in and just does it so smooth, and they make it look easy. So C9 looking strong.
They are looking very, very strong, but GG's to FaZe there. They are actually going to get bumped down to the elimination bracket. And speaking of, let's take a quick peek at it as well, because we have a lot going on here now. It's the venture to get back up here and to try and be in a chance to win the entire damn thing. But as you can see, we have our elimination semi-finals happening right now, Sentinels versus E United, and the winner will progress on to meet FaZe in the elimination finals. That game will then decide who bumps up to the grand finals as well to play Cloud9. As you can see right here, taking FaZe down 3-0. And I gotta say, that elimination finals is gonna be tough for whoever meets FaZe, because FaZe, as you saw, despite the score, that wasn't the story. FaZe are putting up a serious fight, and they're out for blood here in the Pro Series Week 1. They are looking to make a name for themselves and to be taken seriously now as a team with their chemistry. Onset, what did you make of FaZe overall, and how sorry do you feel for the team that meets them?
I don't know if I feel sorry for them. I feel like FaZe are going to be feeling sorry for themselves after that second game that we saw in that last series, because that's a tough pill to swallow for sure. But I think the takeaway here for FaZe, like we mentioned previously, is like this you can see the mistakes that they're making, and it's not like they're just being completely outplayed, right? It's just little things that need to just be adjusted ever so slightly, and that's going to come in time. It's going to come with scrims. We have to remember that when you're comparing the likes of Sentinels, you're comparing the likes of Cloud9, you're comparing the likes of Optic, you know, the roster that came together for FaZe came together a little bit later than some of those rosters. They're still a little bit behind maybe on game time, a little bit behind on scrims, experience, all that kind of things. It's starting to come together, and you can see, like Wes mentioned perfectly as well, that skill ceiling hasn't been hit yet for this roster. When it is, they are going to be super, super scary. And I think the elimination bracket might be a good opportunity for them to put right some of those wrongs that we've just seen in that previous series. So there's a lot of hope for FaZe. I don't think anyone should be down on themselves at the moment. They put in a good performance in Raleigh, and I think FaZe is certainly one to watch moving forward.
Yeah, I think they're on a really solid trajectory here in terms of growth. I've said growth when I've described them before, and that's honestly what is springing to mind because I'm seeing them get better and better, and the chemistry as a team is starting to really form here. But I tell you what, we're going to have to find out who meets them later on because we're heading to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we do have our elimination semi-finals underway. It's going to be Sentinels versus United, and we'll see you right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Nice play. Woo! Hello folks and welcome back to the NA Pro Series. I am with Onset, the wonderful man that you hear often in the back of Halo montages, action, broadcasts, you name it, he's there on the clips. You hear his voice everywhere, it's glorious. Onset, I've got to say, we have an epic match coming up next. We have obviously our elimination semi-final. It's going to be Sentinels versus United, both playing for their lives in the tournament. And look, if you're a fan of Sentinels or a fan of United, or maybe actually you're a fan of somebody who's not on your screen, then I've got good news for you because you can support your teams right now in game. Look at these skins, folks. We've been showing them from the start of the game because Halo is goated and had the skins straight away for you guys. But look at how stunning these are. And Onset, you already know the drill. I always ask who you are repping right now, and who is it on your Spartan?
I mean, I've got to say, I've been wearing Na'Vi for a while, but I have changed it up recently, and I've gone for Fnatic because I want to see a roster announcement from you, Fnatic. All right, I want to see you picking up a team, and I'm trying to kind of like remind them a little bit in game, you know? Just come on, boys, let's see that announcement, let's see that team. But I mean, I was also rocking the Space Station one for a while because I like the gold visor. I think it looks pretty clean and pretty crisp. So I'll probably swap back to Na'Vi because I'm European. All right, I got to support my boys. I just have to do it.
That is very true. Look, I totally understand that, and I think it's clinical. It's very, you know, strategic of you to do that, and I've actually heard that a couple of times. I'm pretty sure Gaskin's doing the exact same thing currently, but I have to agree, the gold on Space Station is pretty damn stunning as well, especially on the sniper, but absolutely glorious. And if you guys want to get your hands on these, they're available in-game. Just got to purchase them, chuck them on your Spartan, and look pretty damn good, and I think, honestly, it makes you play better as well. So just FYI for that.
Official, we can't officially say that's true.
Can't officially.
However,
theoretically, potentially,
if
maybe.
you're in Europe and you buy Na'Vi skins, you might get better. Okay, there's a quote. Who knows?
But yeah, there we go. Heard it here first. Unofficial, official. Probably can get better by putting a skin on. I don't know how you boys feel about that one, but look, they look damn good, and you play good if you look damn good too. But we do have our elimination semi-finals about to happen. Sentinels versus United. Bravo, you excited for this matchup? What do you think? Because obviously we've seen Sen and United have a little bit of a back and forth. We've had a bit of drama. You know, things didn't quite go United's way with Sentinels previously, like recently. But how are you feeling about this matchup?
I think it's going to be a good one. I think I clutched at it before, but these guys are ready to grind. United, they're ready to play the distance at any of these tournaments. So this is going to be a fantastic series, and I think a lot of people are just going to assume, if you've only been watching a little bit of Halo Infinite, that Sentinels has the upper hand, but don't count United out. I think they're going to be ready to play.
I think they are indeed. Clutch, I'm going to hand it over to you, mate, because I've got a throw to this game, and I'm very excited to hear you, Cass. So go on. Elimination semi-finals. Clutch, go get it, man.
All right, here we go. We got Sentinels versus United, and there's a little bit of bad blood between these two teams, Andy. A lot of drama that went down with the Royal 2 case, and you saw how vocal that some of these players on Sentinels were being, and because of it, they stirred the pot of the United players. So every time these guys match up, I mean, with it Spartan and Ryan Nuber on one side, they're gonna have beef with somebody on the other team, I feel, and it just so happens to be Lethal and the boys on Sentinels.
That's right, red and white on both sides of your screen here, both sides of the stage painted in those two colors, but of course only one will walk away. This is do or die. This is your elimination semifinals, United versus Sentinels. Let's take a look at the maps. It's gonna be Stronghold Streets to start it off, Live Fire Slayer, and then CTF Aquarius. Any first thoughts, Clutch, looking at the game type list for this one?
Yeah, Street Strongholds is gonna be a massive series ahead of us. I mean, it's just a best of 3, but when you talk about Street Strongholds and the momentum you get from winning game 1 in a best of 3, it's so monumental because either team winning the Slayer Slayers are always coin tosses to me in Halo, especially when two talented teams such as United and Sentinels are competing. So this game 1 is the one that you have to look at the series and focus on. Ryan Noob already taking advantage of the sandbox, finding the Bulldog shotgun. Don't be surprised when he puts this to work.
Yeah, nice little work there from the route here into Tires. Bulldog is ready to go. Drop shield as well. Just going to hold down Tires as long as he can. Nice little win there against Formal to pick with the first one, and just going to continue holding down Tires. Going to be a B control there. It does go in the side of Sentinels. So it looks like it will be also an A hold for Sentinels. They'll begin scoring.
Ryan in a good position to try and help his team transition this B stronghold, though. Does find Snakebite trying to be aggressive, and that could be the pick they need. Nick also finds one, and just like that, United are going to be able to flip this map potentially. Spartan already in the B stronghold, transferring it over, and United, although they didn't have the greatest start, they're having a phenomenal job of breaking this setup. But Lethal still anchoring this A stronghold is going to give them a little bit of nuisance.
Yeah, AC now in control the Sentinel side. Look at the board here. If you're just joining us, elimination semifinals on your screen here. There's going to be a best of 3. You just saw a best of 5 in the winners bracket, but we're still early enough in the elimination bracket that this series will be a best of 3. So a very quick one. And as of course, the rest of the series that you see after that will go back to a best of 5. But really, it's no room for error, Clutch, in this series here.
Yeah, no room for error in the best of 3s. You're seeing all of the upsets already happen today. A lot of players are going to be saying that's because of the best of 3 format that allows these teams the opportunity to take advantage of just winning that game 1 and then stealing game 2, right? We are seeing these upsets in the amateur teams. We're seeing both these two teams. There's no real upset in this story, but both these teams will be upset to go home while just making it to the elimination semifinals.
Absolutely. Look at what United has done here off of that strong opening coming in from Sentinels. Now the AB hold has got them to 42-19. Taking a look here. Ryan Noob just staying alive in red room as long as he can. Also going to take some angles onto C. No pressure coming though, so he knows he wants to focus eyes maybe on Cafe, maybe on Tires, just to see where the push might be coming from. They're going to lose a player in Tires, so he's just going to anchor PD Frosty though with a rocket grab.
Second set of rockets do go over to Sentinels, as well as the first one. You're seeing A being transferred by Formal across the map. I love the slow play by Frosty. He's going to be in such a good position to kill Nick here. I believe Nick just fell bottom stairs. Snakebite already gets that kill though, and Frosty just baiting this C stronghold, knowing that he can just walk in with these rocks, find the easy kills, but he doesn't even need to, because Formal finding multiple kills in the kill feed. Although Sentinels do lose too, looks like their control was so strong throughout that series that you don't even need to put the rockets to use. And now Frosty trying to figure out a way to use these rockets eventually.
Yeah, finally, as you said, moment after moment, teams were cleaning up the kills. He doesn't get the second one. Might be traded out though based on the angles. Looks like not just yet. They will turn the corner finally. It does go. Snakebite and crew will pick that one up. Nick trying to do a little bit of jiggle and peek. Snakebite stays alive, avoids that nade. I'm gonna just hold the Bulldog here at back A. Here we are now, 63 to 56.
Yeah, we don't typically see AC being held, but I feel like every time we watch Sentinels play, they somehow run into this situation where they are holding A and C. They make it work, and they're making it work now, up over 20 points. And you're seeing the teamwork from Lethal and Snakebite. It's years and years of experience and years of kills. And because of it, they find two go down for E United, and E United forced to back up and re-examine the situation, because what should be a pretty easy setup break on an AC hold is no longer an easy setup break because of the way Sentinels consistently are able to find the angles to help each other across the map.
That's right. We're slowly seeing them over time, and a few other teams do a little bit more of the B pinch. If you know how to do it, you can really trap a team in arcade, and they are doing it so well now. We just checked in on the score. It was 63 to 56, and over the course of that exchange now 110 to 56. A huge point swing coming in for Sentinels, and really great teamwork and support. Also Lethal just doing things like when he's no shields, being able to challenge Nick and get him 2 shots at tires. Things like that make it so difficult for the E United push.
I believe rockets did just go in the hands of E United. This third set of rockets that came up, they're going to be successfully transferred into Ryan Nib. Yes, and he's already got 9 kills to his name. So Ryan Nib, you wonder how a team like E United is going to keep up with the slaying prowess of Sentinels. It's going to have to be individuals stepping up at times. Ryan Nib already stepping up here in game 1 with 9 of his own.
Sentinels doing very well to neutralize and prioritize those rockets, and just as quickly as we said, Sentinels are starting to run away with it with that 110 to 58 or so score line. It's now 110 to 92. It's a great answer back with a BC hold from E United over these past few moments, as we keep an eye on Spartan here just anchoring with the stalker rifle. Ryan Noob trying to also play that same angle, but instead just going to rotate back. Does spot Lethal on the C stairs. Going to make sure that Spartan's aware of that.
Yeah, Spartan unfortunately has to get out of dodge here with that stalker rifle. And Formal, he ends up pushing. Rain takes him down. Spartan trying to impact this game how we can with the stalker rifle. Such quick kills if you're able to find a player off guard, but unfortunately he leaves C, and because of it, you saw the overextension from Lethal. He's helped by a few teammates, and now C going to be transferred over to Sentinels as well.
Just like that, Nick's nade off of the C interior balk looked good, but it looked a bit short actually on Lethal, who was actually in the C zone, so that's not going to connect. He will get taken down at C, and it will be an AC hold coming in here for Sentinels. Now 126 to 110 regardless. Still a very close game, very back and forth, and only about halfway through here, but still lots more Halo to play.
Okay, so Sentinels do look to try and push B for the first time, it looked like, when they're holding this AC setup, and because of it, they lose 2 players from an unsuspecting Ryan Noob in that cheeky position by Flowers. Because they get those 2 kills, they create the space in order to push A. Formal trying to stay alive. Ryan Noob running him down, chasing him down, gunning him down, and with that, it looks like it could be total control going over to E United with that overextension.
Yeah, if there's one player who knows how to play Ring Around the Rosie and Halo, it's Ryan Noob. He will chase you in circles and try to cut you off at the pass every single time, and he will never grow tired of it. Snakebite will fall over A. Formal will also fall. That's a double kill for Spartan in the feed. Just going to fly right through. Reset does come in and immediately lays down the great shots on Lethal as well as Frosty. Tons of damage. DPS coming out of Spartan also paves the way for the rocket grab.
Yeah, Rockets grabbed by his teammate. Great communication there by E United, knowing that Spartan wasn't healthy enough to expose himself to get those rockets. He allows a teammate to do so. Based off the damage he was able to provide, that's given E United this opportunity to once again get total control.
Oh boy, look at that. Pop. Nick knows exactly when to come out with the Bulldog. Makes very, very quick work of his opponent. Snakebite, though, will be the one who picks up the downed Bulldog over towards A. He will push Neons. Taking a look at the scoreboard, momentary trip cap is stopped. So it will be 174 to 141 in favor of E United. A very nice stretch from them. And like we said, really because of when you have Spartan killing 2 and then also getting the other 2 players around half shields, that really paves the way for your team to rack up some points. And so far, they've managed to get a slight lead here.
Yeah, Spartan the Dog was the perfect pickup for this E United roster. They needed someone that was going to be capable of laying down that kind of DPS at times like we saw him when the Rockets were up. He doesn't miss shots when he's on fire, and he looks to be on as that double kill has given his team this control still. But Sentinels, they've taken over A, they have C once again, and now you're looking at E United trying to figure out this puzzle that they've continuously had to break so far throughout this game. This AC stronghold is consistently what Sentinels are favoring to play.
That's right. Tie game here, 177 to 174. These two teams still so neck and neck. King Nick doing well off of those battles, and also Spartan doing well to make sure to clear out Snakebite, who was sitting back A, trying to bait as well as he could, but got a little bit of a triple team situation. So just trying to stay alive. Spartan's going to find a top rail. Now Formal versus Spartan. Formal will win that trades going rapidly. 3 dead for the moment for Sentinels, 2 dead on the other side. Minor advantage for E United.
Great movement though by King Nick with the thrust, the slide, everything going his way, throwing Frosty's reticle for a loop, and because of it, he's able to find that kill, a massive kill in fact, to get the reset on the B, keep control in his team's favor. Now over 200 points. You're seeing Sentinels be pushed to try and force a play now.
And E United, nice little rocket Ryan Noob off of the rail. Thought that might connect and get the kill. It doesn't, but not to worry because it is cleaned up. The help comes from Nick. The rockets will fall, though. Still one in the chamber there on that antique oak door. Will fly down into C. Now Spartan just watching B stairs going to also try to patrol and try to find Formal if he can. And yes, and the rocket will stay in the chamber. So now here we go. Going to be 214 to 185. United going to try to close this one out if they can.
Yeah, Ryan Noob. I'm sorry, Formal not checking his corners. They're not clearing out the entire front of Tram there, and because of it, Spartan with a massive kill, able to not only get that kill, get the reset on the stronghold, but most importantly find this rocket. And because of it, he's going to find himself probably an easy kill, maybe 2. Bottom middle, nice job by Spartan the dog there. 3 go down for Sentinels, and now 222 points for United and counting.
Nick there with a pop, thrust, pop of the Bulldog. He'll pick up that one as well. And like you said, picking up that double kill bottom middle, maybe it paved the way for them to close this out. BC hold still ticking as they cross the 235 mark.
Yeah, you're seeing Sentinels forced to try and press into terrible situations. Nick still with the shotty to the body, make the kids drop. Sentinels go down, and that should do it for United.
That's it. Wow, look at that. The end game so strong there, specifically Spartan and Nick with big plays popping off. Sparty going 20 and 10 in that game. It's E United taking your first game, and a very strong performance towards the end of that. We were tied all around 177 in the end, though, as Spartan, Ray, and Nick and Ryan Noob taking game number 1, and now only 1 game away from advancing to our elimination finals.
Yeah, the turning point there was King Nick getting that thrust, getting that shotgun, and really just taking over that B stronghold. He didn't die with it the entire time. He was able to control that. He was able to find these kills. It was that first one on the Frosty that really sparked the fire that King Nick really was able to carry that momentum, carry that weight, and that opportunity in the space that he created with that kill for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
That game was neck and neck, and if King Nick doesn't get that first kill on the Frosty actually takes him down, we're looking at a completely different opportunity for Sentinels. But now, with their backs against the wall, their tournament lives on the line, they're forced to go into this Slayer with a must-win mindset.
Spartan with a huge game, +10, as Ryan Noob goes +3, and the other 2 teammates go slightly negative. That's just a huge game to go +10 there. At the end of the game, as we take a look at the highlights, just outclassing their opponents there, Sentinels, by the score about 70 to 20 in the late game, and that is how you win games. But here's a look at the full match highlights.
Yeah, we're seeing all sorts of sandbox being used. Rockets, Sentinel beam, shotguns, everybody starting to take advantage of all these weapons, all these opportunities, situational advantages. This AC setup for Sentinels really gave them a very interesting opportunity to get a nice lead in this game. You're seeing the score 141 to 127, and Sentinels always was having that AC setup as a strong point. But this right here, the turning point in the match where Formal doesn't clear out the entire front of Tram. Because of it, he allows Spartan to get that rocket. That rocket actually transitions into 2 kills for his team. Those 2 kills made Sentinels go all 4 down, and with it, E United was able to capitalize and continue to rack up points for almost a complete unanswered minute there at the end.
And you might remember a time where Sentinels, you just saw it on screen, was up about 141 to 110. Pretty wild that game then ends 250 to 196. That is a massive swing. And in talking about the second half of that game, it was all E United, but no time to waste. We're getting straight into game number 2. It's going to be Slayer on Livefire.
Slayer on Livefire, like I said, 1 map for E United to knock Sentinels out, to get them the hell out of this tournament, out of their way, and to advance to that elimination bracket finals. but easier said than done against some of the world's best players. We'll see if Frosty can have a much better game too. Unfortunately, he's already taken down, and that's Spartan the dog at it again.
Frost just a fly, and Spartan thinking about using the jump up to C plat. Tries it twice, thinks maybe not. Just going to take the long way around. A little bit of the Spaceballs moment there coming on screen. Does find Lethal at the door as well. Going to pop right back up to C plat. 4-1 off of the opening for E United.
Great start by Spartan. A very unorthodox route he was able to take, and because of it, he catches multiple members of Sentinels off guard. Rain in a tough position, though, as Frosty takes him down, and that kill onto the sniper could be just what the doctor ordered for Frosty, as he's able to pick up this overshield as well. Frosty in a phenomenal position to pick up his team in this series.
Doesn't pop it just yet. Waits just a second before he gets to the window, and then finds a player across. Trying to see, he's going to watch his teammate fall and just going to see if anyone's coming on big door. Doesn't come, so instead the rotate of the pressure even takes a look at maybe the no scope angle between the frag pillars there, just to see if he can find anything. And now he's up top, finds the kill that he was looking for. That Spartan that goes down. Body shot connects on Rain as well. He's not done pushing. Likely will grab this repulsor and push in as well, trying to see if he can find him. Going to get the first shot on Rain. That should be easy pickings. Perfect kill. We'll finish that now. Looking up top mid, thinks about it on Spartan, but just like that, it's a tie game, 7-7.
So confident. If you thought Frosty was going to have 2 bad games in a row, you probably thought wrong. Frosty right now doing a ton of work, unable to stay alive, however, and his reign of terror is actually cut short. That was a massive kill by E United to not only get the snipe out of his hands, but to secure it for themselves.
I was going to say the same thing about even his opening. If you thought Frosty was going to die 2 times in a row, you thought wrong, because he comes off, finds that sniper on dummies, and proceeds to just pick up an absolute terror across the map in terms of the damage that he was doing. Look at the angle, though. Nick had it. Nick thought about it, but 2 players pop up top tower. Wasn't sure which one he wanted to pick, so instead just going to rotate up top mid. We'll get the melee, but that's going to put him and his teammate here in a very precarious situation. Frosty comes around. Heatwave not in time. Frosty tries to win that. Not today, says Ryan Noob. He'll pick up the goodies and try to scurry away to pillars.
They got both power weapons and a repulsor to play with. Does spot Frosty spawning dummies, and unfortunately misses the shot, but turns around, finds Formal, knocks him to no shield. No one there to finish Formal off, however, and the snipe being off the map, not the worst thing, but Heatwave in Formal's hands can be a very bad recipe for United fans.
Confidence coming out of Ryan Noob as well. Not afraid to repulsor all the way up. Almost hits the dummy shot. Eventually will get tapped by an open field flank. So just like that, it will be 15-14 in favor of E United. Now make that 16. They'll start to get a little bit of a lead here, and we'll see if they can extend these 2 teams neck and neck off of the opening as we go to 17-15.
It's such a highly contested match here. The AR smelting Formal right there. Great use of it by Rain, up close and personal. Able to put that Halo 5 success he had to use with that weapon. You're seeing Frosty going for the Mangler as well, trying to combat against this drop wall top middle. Very difficult. You know Frosty wanted that snipe, but he's going to have to relocate in order to get it.
His name is Ryan Noob Nerds for a reason. The man throws the drop wall down. That is essentially what helped them secure that sniper. But the sniper will fall on the pillars because it's a fantastic push and a double kill from Lethal here on the dummies. We'll grab the sniper right away, looking house. Doesn't know it, but the players there are spawning, so he's going to go ahead and rotate. And so wisely, just take a look at where he's looking. So aware of the angles, thanks to the observer mode, that he needs to be watching and protecting. Right now, E United up by 1.
It's not often we get to see Lethal with the snipe in hands when he's playing for the Sentinels roster, but he was one of the best snipers in Reach. Can he put it to work to help his team come back in this game? Only down 2 kills, in a great position to try and put this snipe into work. Unfortunately, he can't quite find the kills he needs. Doesn't find the headshot on that player front house. Can't find the kill on the Spartan. Spartan gets away, scurries away with his life. All the power is in Sentinel's hands, but it's just a matter of time. Can they do anything with it?
United still with that 3-kill lead. If you're just joining us here and didn't catch the last LAN event, nice shots coming out of both players here. Ryan will just narrowly take down Formal. Bottom middle, back over to Frosty here. Plaza pistol in hand, back tower. Make that now a 5-kill game. If you didn't catch Raleigh, United, of course, your 2nd place team there. Very impressive performance from them. So given that LAN performance, perhaps the favorite in this one, but Sentinel still a force to be reckoned with. Maybe a play of the sniper here from Nick. No, thought about playing it and then maybe got a little bit too cheeky there, because the sniper's actually going to stay on map.
Yeah, nobody in a position to really pick it up. Snakebite under heavy pressure right now from a player, not only top mid, but one on Nest as well. Snakebite actually opts to not go for that snipe, so it is going to be out of play for now. Ryan Noob trying to secure this heat wave, getting it pressure from bottom middle. Nice repulsor back into the wall, make the heat wave count. And Ryan Noob showing you exactly how to play Halo Infinite.
I'm telling him right now, and I'm Clutch, I'm sure you agree, this is early days for Ryan Noob. This guy is going to continue to get better and better and nerdier with the way that he plays Halo Infinite. We're going to continue to see more and more creative uses of combinations of weapons and equipment like that from this guy, as they will lead now by 6 kills, 35-29. And right now, United's pretty content to just continue playing at this pace.
Yeah, Ryan Noob with 11 kills to his name already in this game. That's phenomenal from him. United, they need him to step up. He had a very rough winners finals and grand finals statistically against Cloud9, but he's showing you that even against the likes of Sentinels, he can slay with the best of them.
Oh, right there. Repulsor, excuse me, Heatwave kill comes in there in the back of the tower. It's gonna bring a few kills on the board, but still just like that now a 10 kill game here, 39-28, make that 11. Frosty doing whatever he can on pillars, but it's not enough because United moving together and looking strong as a unit. Also going to put the double team there, triple kill. Former will go down. It's also going to be a grab there, and they're going to look for the last player, Snakebite, on top A sandbags, and also looking for those spawners. Lethal there on the scoreboard as well. My mistake, 41-29, and now it is the home stretch for E United.
And 9 kills to go for E United as Frosty does get away with that snipe, so maybe a sign of life for Sentinels, but he's going to have to do so much work with it for his team to come back in this game. Right now, Rain understands the situation and wisely just doesn't even give Frosty an opportunity or an angle to try and find some kills. I love this play by Rain. They're not going to expect him to be trying to be aggressive here from bottom pillars, and he's just going to slow play this. I love how E United are not afraid to slow it down when they're not in a favorable position. Maybe they can find a way to find a hole in the setup of Sentinels now.
Lethal just trying to chase back tower, but Spartan knew that he had to get out of dodge, had to run away as best as he could. Eventually he will fall back tower though, so 10 kill game here, not impossible. Nice backback comes in, great teamwork there from the side of Sentinels. Frosty just staying alive on Nest as well, gets an assist here, just trying to keep Formal alive if he can. He can't, and Rain now with the last shot, the kill does come in, so now 34-42. Like you said, Clutch, not over, but man, are we ever going to have to see some fantastic Halo from the side of Sentinels.
Yeah, massive job by Rain to actually find that kill, and unfortunately Frosty with very limited ammo in the snipe can only really dictate a little bit of how the rest of this game is going to go. You're seeing pressure be applied to Formal here back silo, and unfortunately that's great teamwork from United. You're seeing Sparty find himself some good damage on the Snakebite as well. Frosty able to back one player down, so now all of a sudden what was a 10 kill game is now very manageable. It's up, it's just down to 7, but Frosty needs to figure out a way to close this gap further.
Yeah, here we go. Like you said, 37-44. This is what Sentinels can do. This is what this experienced side is ready to do in these clutch situations late in the game when their backs are against the wall. Keep in mind, this is the best of 3, so this is do or die in this Slayer for the side of Sentinels. 44-38, no room for error, and they need to slay their opponents twice here.
Yeah, they do have them trapped in base. They're going to have to try and sprint out bottom middle. I believe that's going to be the plan. Unfortunately, Frosty goes down. 2 players, no shield around Formal. Unfortunately, Formal gets traded out as well. So comebacks, they're going to be so difficult at this point. Nick with the heat wave in the face of Lethal, able to get a kill, and every single kill here is so massive for E United. 42-47 is a 5-kill game, but you have so much room to work with if you're E United.
Those last 2 kills, such a difference maker, just like you said, Clutch, to pick up those 2 kills so that this game is not 43-45, but still 47-45. Excuse me, not 47-43 as we take a look at back. E United gonna slow play this. Like you said, still a 3-kill advantage. Not over yet, though.
What a flank by Sparty. Is he able to find kills, though? He gets Frosty to no shield. Frosty able to get out of there. Sparty, all of a sudden, he's surrounded. He's lost teammates.
Look at this.
47-46.
Just like this is the disaster for the E United side. Sentinels has clawed their way back to make this a 1-kill game, just down by 8 kills or so. 10 before that, and now 47-46. E United has fallen time and time again, and now the pressure is on them. Mangler in the hands of Nick. He will wait top middle to see exactly how this plays out. Take a look. It's a dummies and tower hold right now for Sentinels, and also going to get some angles here. E United starting to push up on the power up and pillars here. Let's see how this plays out. 3 minutes on the clock.
Trying to push out by Overshield. Both players get back down, but Nick finds the kill. Another one gets in the favor of E United. Now just 49-46. 1 kill needed. Sparty finds it onto Lethal, and E United are going to take this series, knock Sentinels out of the tournament, and advance to our elimination finals.
Wow, just like that. A heart-stopping end to game 2, 47-46 from a 10-kill difference. It was 41-31 if you recall, but E United, they maintain composure. Kills coming in off screen. Spartan, Rain, Nick, and Ryan Noob, as you say, will advance. We'll take a look at the series score, 250-196 and a 50-46 Slayer. So that Strongholds maybe not the closest, but the Slayer certainly came down to the wire. But E United grabbing the Mangler, grabbing the Sniper, a coordinated push on pillars and tower will close it out for them. And it's a strong finish for E United. They'll knock out Sentinels. Here's a look at the stats.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the damage dealt right here, and it's everybody around the same stat outside of Frosty. Frosty with 4,800 doing everything he can to make up for a poor performance in game one, but unfortunately not enough to get his team over that hump. And Sentinel's going to be kicking themselves for letting that game one go, because if you leave it up to a game two by chance, just like that, you can take the series. If you're E United, they're going to be advancing to once again go against FaZe in the elimination finals.
Ryan 15-9 standout performance there, a massive +6 in a game that his team wins by 4. Let's take a look at the highlights from the full series, because it was quite a good one here. The strongholds that we started with, amazing back and forth match. It was early control, early lead for Sentinels, but that quickly changed as E United got right back in the match.
It's so interesting to see Sentinels try and play this map mode combo and try and hold AC consistently. It's such a strange setup that they have had it. We've seen it work, right? We've seen it work at the highest level against some of the best teams in the world, but unfortunately it does leave a lot of pressure on that player back Tram that tries to play C by himself a lot of the time with Stalker. Unfortunately, there was one specific moment where I believe it was Formal. He goes down with that Stalker, and it just opens up the entire map for E United to play around once that player goes down. And that setup, yes, it has its opportunities, but I'm not sure if Sentinels wants to continue to rely on it, because we've seen E United and how they've been able to break.
Sparty 20-10 in that game one. Also look at Frosty here heating up. This game's so close off of the opening once again, just neck and neck with these two squads and really just trading out and exchanging of kills in the Slayer. Things started to stretch out for United though, as they go up here 32-29 or so as they continue to extend their lead. But man, did things ever get interesting. Mind you, take a look at this score. It was 41-28. The fact that this game got as close as it did, Clutch, is pretty incredible.
When Sparty got that triple, I was like, we're closer to a stake than this being a close game. Sentinels did a lot of work to climb back from that deficit, but unfortunately when you build yourself that deficit and when you're able to play with that advantage, if you're E United, it's so difficult to kind of throw those leads away or try and amount that comeback. It was almost too late for something like that to happen, especially against one of the best teams in the world like E United. But E United, I mean, they did everything right, and with Ryan New playing that well, he gave his team an entirely new slaying opportunity that they typically don't have. It's like that inconsistency from Ryan when he's on. This E United team is going to be so difficult to beat.
Indeed. I mean, the clutch kill bottom middle with the repulsor was just unbelievable to save his life there. And it is moments like that, and Ryan executes perfectly, that just swing a Slayer game in your favor. I mean, not that they weren't already, but it's just, you know, it just makes it so much harder for that team to come back. Although Sentinels nearly had the comeback of the century. I mean, I've never seen anything quite like it. They clearly love the pressure. But yeah, unfortunately, don't manage to pull this one out of the bag. And United, they push forward. Absolutely amazing stuff. Let's take a quick look at our elimination bracket to see where things now shake out. Now, you may notice our elimination finals looks a little bit similar to Raleigh. That is right, we're having a rematch here for the Elim finals. Now, E United did manage to pull away 3-2 in Raleigh against FaZe Clan, but I feel like this is a bit of a different FaZe that we're seeing here. Onset, what did you make of FaZe Clan in Raleigh based on the way that they're playing it now in comparison?
I think it's a very similar story. I think it's going to be a very, very tight series between the two, and it's something that I actually want to touch upon. Is something that Wes said right at the end there about, you know, Ryan's performance in the Slayers, and historically how we look at this E United lineup and some of the players, and maybe it's been objective game types where you're kind of thinking this is where they flourish. They flourish as a team. This is where they have their success. Slayers kind of let them down a little bit. But you look at the stats from Raleigh, it was actually Slayer game types. They had one of the highest win percentages out of any of the teams who are actually at Raleigh. So they've made some real progress on their Slayer game. It's actually become one of their strongest game types, which is completely against history and what we've seen from these players. So it's going to be a very interesting series for sure. And it's almost strange to say, you know, an E United lineup with the likes of, you know, with Rain, Ryan, and Spartan. The Slayer game type is the stronger one of the two, because they have so much objective, you know, experience and so many different ways of approaching the game, and the pace they've played at historically has been something a little bit different. So for FaZe, they've got to be looking at objective games and making sure they win those, because Slayers, United are looking super strong with them at the moment.
It's very true, and a bit of an issue because we got to that kind of moment last time in Raleigh where it did come down to that game 5, and the game 5, as you know, is a Slayer, and it was a similar story throughout that series. They literally only had one more kill. It was 50-43, and the first time they played the Slayer in that series was 50-42. So hey, look, I'm sure FaZe are hoping that there's a change in the tides here in the results, but United have something to say about that. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we do have your elimination finals here at the NA Pro Series for HCS. You won't want to miss this, I promise you. We'll be right back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Good evening and welcome back to the NA Pro Series here at the HCS, and it is so good to see you guys joining us for this evening. We have some pretty hot stuff coming up for you guys. Bravo, Onset, Clutch, all going to be delivering the action for the rest of the night, and we have our elimination finals. It is a rematch of Raleigh, and I'm really excited to see this one go toe to toe, to be perfectly honest with you. Bravo, these two teams a little bit different, I think, looks wise from Raleigh. Obviously both of them have been grinding, they've been growing, the chemistry's there a little bit more for each of these squads. But how do you think this matchup is going to go? How do they fare?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a continuation of what we saw earlier. Keep in mind, FaZe 2-0'd United earlier on. Which round was that? That was winner semis that we didn't get to see off screen, but that's a 2-0 for FaZe. I think that tells us a lot. Granted, in a best of 5, it's going to be a little bit different. We could see things go the difference, maybe a little bit more of a 3-1, could go all the way to 5, but I still expect FaZe to pick up where they left off, unless United manages to pull out something that would be pretty impressive. And based on that last series, they look pretty strong, so it's going to be a great series for sure.
going to be a great series. Well, Bravo, I got good news, mate. We are going to kick back, relax, enjoy the action, and on set and Clutch, you'll go into work. I'm very excited to see the result of this one, so please take it away.
All right, we're ready to get to work here. We're ready to get into this series, Wes. I can see the smile on your
Hard
face, but I'm ready to go. Hard hats on. Is that what we're saying?
Hard hats on.
Hard hats on.
Construction zone.
Steel toe boots. High vis. That's the kind of series that we're about to get into. Well, it is going to be our elimination finals, all jokes aside, and it is a rematch from Raleigh where FaZe did manage to, E United did manage to just about eke out that win against FaZe. But what are your thoughts on the matchup between these two teams? Because it is kind of the tale of two very interesting squads who've had kind of different results over the last few weeks. FaZe have been getting better and better. E United just pipped at the post in Raleigh in that grand finals. How do you see this one going?
Yeah, this is the story of two completely different play styles from my point of view. E United does everything as a team, does everything as like, how can we all progress on the map? How can we get this done? FaZe is a more individual squad when it comes to how they play the game. Individual players making individual, like, great plays that create the openings for their team. We'll see which one benefits each other, but I think this is going to be one of the most highly contested series you could ask for at the highest level of competitive Halo, because they go up against each other and their like styles, they conflict against each other so well that I see this series going the distance. I think each one of them will have their moments as far as the team was able to overwhelm the other, like in order to overwhelm FaZe in this regards, or FaZe sniped down, made this play that won his team the game, or Bound was able to do this. So I'm very excited to get this one underway. Taking a look here at the map layouts, we have a best of 5 here, so you're not going to get any easy breaks winning game 1, stealing a Slayer and knocking them out.
Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a series. I agree with you. I think we could go all the way down to game 5 between these two teams. I think it's a really good, way you've kind of laid the land there between these two. You've got FaZe who have the ability to make these pop-off plays, and you've got E United who kind of got this swarm mentality, and you can see both of them working for that reason. But unfortunately, only one of them could work enough to put them into that grand final. FaZe, of course, who dropped down to the elimination bracket thanks to C9, will want that rematch. But at the same time, E United are going to want the rematch to make a little bit of amends for what happened in Raleigh. Well, enough talking for now. It's time for the action to start. We're starting off with some oddball here, where it's on streets. E United or FaZe? Who do you think is stronger here?
I think I like FaZe here. I think FaZe needs to win an all-ball game, needs to convince themselves that they belong in this series and wants revenge on what E United was able to do early in Raleigh. So here we go. We're hopping on with Spartan the Dog, one of the hottest players from last series, and already he's going to find himself a snipe down. Takes him down. Even though snipe down has thrust, it's no problem for Spartan the Dog, and you're already seeing 4 kills in E United's favor. That's going to be complete map control going over to them early in this game.
That wasn't just snipe down, it was E United who took all of FaZe down off the rip there. That was forward. They were getting that rotation already. That ball is back in Tram, and Spartan's already putting pressure on as well. Look at Bound having to do some work to manage to just elongate his life a little bit. However, that maybe slight overextension there from E United has cost them some kills. Now Rhino's going to have to play his life. Snipe Down's going to not allow him to do that for too long, as now FaZe will make that move up onto that oddball. Now they have a little bit of transitional setup here. Rain's going to be taken down as well. E United a little bit of a misstep at the start for US.
Yeah, massive misstep. They had a complete setup. Ryan Noob had all the goodies in his hands. Unfortunately, not able to have any success with those goodies, and now snipe down with this Stalker rifle. We've seen throughout his career how illustrious and how impressive he can be with sniper style weapons. Right now, the Stalker rifle is a light sniper in Halo Infinite. He has thrust to be paired with it, and then not only that, but a Bulldog shotgun, so Snipe Down in a great position to go off.
Look at this transition as well with that oddball as well. Recognizing that cafeteria spawns weren't coming in, they moved that one towards the arcade side. Snipe Down trying to move in to finish off this kill, will do so. So 3 players now fallen for E United, and ball still in the hands as the last player alive is going to be Spartan bottom middle. The ping's going to come in from Snipe Down, so this has been a really impressive start here from FaZe. Not just the kills, not just the fact that they've had the ball in their hands, but the way they've moved it around streets as well. Now they're in PD. They've done almost 66.6% of the map the oddball has touched at the moment.
Yeah, great rotation there from FaZe, and they've taken this lead and blown this door open. Great shots from Fabricated. That's not an easy kill. Onto a player with a Bulldog shotgun, takes down King Nick there, and all of a sudden you're seeing E United. They had broken the setup from FaZe for a brief second, but Spartan the Dog and company lost their opportunity to get some ball time, but they picked up rockets in the meantime. So we'll see if Spartan can land a few kills. Unfortunately, the rocket, it's not strong enough to get that kill, and Bound finds himself Spartan the dog, and not only that, but one rocket in this chamber as well.
2 dead for E United as well, so that means that Bound's got a little bit of room to maneuver here, a bit of license to kill maybe. However, Falcated is going to be the first player to pick up some kills. Snipedown's going to do the same, and it's good news for FaZe, because that means that this man, it's bad news. Forget about the good news. We'll have the bad news.
That's a tough one. Yeah, we've all been there though, and unfortunately he just crouched, and because he crouched, it was just the edge of that wall that blew himself.
We've heard about pocket rockets. You ain't seen onset rockets. My goodness, it's a different thing altogether. You've ever seen one rocket take down out 4 of your teammates? Well, play with me. So I'm gonna say. E United though, unfortunately find themselves 3 dead, excuse me, at the moment, as Bound is now controlling that stalker rifle once more on the neon steps here. Nobody really poking at the moment. Snipedown's managed to get that ball in his hand though and make that rotation, and on the way past he's going to pick up a little bit of a passing gift. Once again, that drop wall going to save him from that grenade. Not the first time we've seen that.
No, great use of the drop wall. We're seeing that more and more today. We're seeing the drop wall being used effectively to play one's life a little bit longer, be a little bit more of a nuisance. Last player alive for FaZe is going to be taken down. That was Bound with the stalker rifle. Unfortunately, Shotty's too strong in this game for him, especially when it's up close and personal. And Nick getting that kill clears out back tram, and you're seeing E United with the first real opportunity to get a setup going.
Kills falling to them as well. So 2 dead here for FaZe. Falcated and Bound, the last players alive. You can see where they're spawning here from the point of view of Ryanoob as well, right across the map. Falcated manages to pick up one though, but Spartan in position to trade out almost immediately. As I say that though, FaZe start to answer back. They start to roar back into this game as well, even though the lead is starting to be chipped away here. FaZe have got that ball back in their hands. So FaZe, oh my! 2 players going to be taken down from E United. One from FaZe as well. We'll put that in there. But yeah, it counts as a triple in my books.
I mean, these rockets are cursed. At least they're off the map. And Boobadoo found those 2 kills that created an opening for more ball time to be racked up. 66 points now for FaZe. So they're starting to separate themselves once again here in the first round of this game. With those rockets, I mean, that was massive. Even though you lose Snipedown in that situation, you'll take that every day of the week, especially on the back of the Falcon. It's 14 kills. Great shots by him once again.
Bound trying to escape as well with that thrust in his hands. Booby's going to have the ball into that red room. Bound going to be poking back out here, but Nick arrives. Announces himself to this fight as well. Red X is in front of him though, as Spartan is going to be taken down as well. So Nick's going to actually pick this one up, throw it towards Tram here. And I like that play where it's just making sure that even though his teammates are falling, FaZe's going to have to work hard for that ball.
Snipedown, great use of the pulse carbine. Not every day you see that gun being picked up and put to work, but Snipedown shreds the shields off Nick, finishes the kill, gets the stalker out of his hand. Most importantly, allows his team to push on this ball. Great shots by Sparty on the turn though, and 3 go down for FaZe. E United able to get this ball even after that great kill from Snipedown. No opening was found for FaZe, and now E United look to crawl back in this first round. Highly contested it is.
Ryanoob gonna find Falcated. A little bit of help coming in from Nick though. He's going to pick up those kills. Now, E United have to be very, very careful here in this situation. Yes, they're picking up ball time as they do cross that 60-point threshold. However, one little slip up here. It's only 15 points for FaZe to win this round. So they have to be almost perfect in this hold. Picking up early kills is certainly going to help them do that.
Absolutely. Multiple kills going in their favor. Make it 3 in a row. Rockets are going to go in the hands of King Nick as well. It's a rocket bulldog shotgun combo. T-squared, he's going to one-up you. He wants the bulldog. And I think that might actually be a more strong combo than the snipe rocket combo we've seen. Nick going to be able to lock this side of the map down. Unfortunately, it does look like FaZe going to be pushing the opposite side of the map, so Nick going to be forced to rotate. One rocket fails. The second one still in the chamber. The first kill does come through, so not the easiest double kill we've seen on screen, but a double kill nonetheless, and a killing spree for Nick has kept his team in control of this oddball. Great job there to finish another one off as well.
Great recognition of spawns as well. You saw Ryanoops respawn in there, which is going to allow Nick to pick up those last few seconds of time. United will take the first round, and it was very, very good control from them and very good rotations as well.
Yeah, great comeback overall by United. FaZe was in the driver's seat for a majority of that round, but it just took one setup there for E United to get control of the power-ups and power weapons right there. Nick locking down that shotgun streak, and they were going to take round 1 Unfortunately, we are going to have lost a player from FaZe from the lobby, and we're going to have to reset the game real quick. But you are going to have E United with that 1 point that 1 point lead.
Now, let's talk about why United did so well in that last game, because I feel like one thing we're not actually... historically, we have these things in our head with United, right? And the likes of, Rain, Ryan Oob, with all due respect to them, I always look at them and I'm thinking, kind of nerdy players, objective game types where they can play a few more deaths and it's not going to count so much. I've been so impressed with the slaying power of this E United lineup, where you look at FaZe. I mean, you look at the names on FaZe, and again, historically, if you've watched a lot of Halo, if you haven't watched a lot of Halo in the last few years, these are 4 names that you always expect to be at the top of a kills leaderboard on the respective teams that they would find themselves on. For E United to be outslaying them, I think says a lot about the way this team and these players have developed.
Yeah, and they're developing well in the infinite realm, which is the most important thing, right? Like, they've adapted to the game. They're starting to use the sandbox to every bit of an advantage as they can. The drop wall, the shotgun, like, they're not forced nearly to try and compete with, like, the Halo 5 pistol shots of the FaZe clan members, right? If you're going up and it's just pistols only, or if it's BRs only, it's going to be really tough to go up against FaZe. So doing what they can, scavenge around the map, find the sandbox that fits them well, put them to their situational advantages, have given them the opportunity to be able to compete in the Slays department with this FaZe roster. They're basically formulating a game plan that will put them in the best position for success. And when you're able to do that, the sky's the limit.
I think one thing that's impressed me about E United as well, just watching them play that oddball round, one moment that stood out to me in particular, Wes, was previously when we were seeing oddball setups around Tram, you wouldn't really have teams pushing past a halfway point on the map, if you know what I mean. They're kind of hoping for PD spawns, hoping for Cafe. One thing that really stood out for me there, I think it was Nick, who pushed all the way into Cafeteria, up that Neon Street to completely block that spawn and then just focus firing onto PD. And we're seeing teams do that more and more, just making sure that they're almost forcing one of those spawns and hitting that crossfire. It's so difficult to fight out of that.
Yeah, not only are you applying pressure, not only are you doing damage, but you're cutting off routes that you would have seen FaZe be able to have there. I love that play by Nick. It's something I try to do. I typically die in that situation, but Nick doing a phenomenal job there to get kills, get great damage, but also funnel the rest of FaZe towards that top rail area. And when you know everybody is coming from one angle, it's much easier to defend than when they have the entire map to kind of collapse on your setup. That's what E United was kind of executing there. They were trying to create space on one half of the map. We saw earlier in the game they had the same opportunity and they pushed up towards the arcade, but they left shotgun open. They're basically just like forcing FaZe to come from one side, and when you do that, you have more angles, you have more opportunities to stay alive, more opportunities to have success. And I love that kind of like strategy. You see Cloud9, the best in the world, they do that to a T. We consistently appraise them for the pressure that they're applying. Well, it's time we start doing that for teams like E United when they do so, like you just pointed out.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to see, and I'm sure that a lot of the top teams are going to be developing that even further as we do get a little bit deeper into this game as well. And I feel like on oddball, especially on streets, 4 dead is now a really perilous situation to find yourself in off of the push because of those factors that we just talked about. But I mean, FaZe had some good moments in that first round as well. We are waiting for the lobby to get reset up, everybody. Apologies for the delay. We'll get back into the game as soon as we can. But what was the difference between the two teams there, do you feel, in that first round? Because FaZe did have moments where they had 3, 4 dead and a complete setup.
Yeah, you want to look for them to be aggressive in those situations. It's stereotypical old school Halo to like get a setup and just like create this wall that you don't want the enemy team to cross. But it's next level Halo to be applying pressure onto the spawners. If they're able to do that a little bit more, they're going to have a lot more success. That and a little bit better use of the rockets, and they may have stolen that round 1, right?
I forgot about that, to be honest with you. Sorry, Bound. I didn't say it again. You know, Wes brought it up.
Yeah,
you're that side.
It happens.
Hey,
I didn't play the ball, and it gets brought up every stream. I'm sure it's already
true.
in the chat right now. So it happens to the best of us. It happens to the worst of us, Bound. So nothing to really linger on there. It was a one-time thing, but really overall rocket use could have been better. It wasn't just that one. We saw Valakid had picked up that double and took down Snipe Down. That's not what I'm talking about. But the rocket right before that, he takes the ball guy down to no shield, but he also knocks Snipe Down to no shield. It's like just better using these rockets and not like eliminating yourself or a teammate as easy as that is for me to analyze, right? I mean, it'll do wonders for your team's ability to progress on the map and apply pressure on the spawns because now they have shields in order to do so.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting point you raised there as well. We talk about pressure on the map. We talk about the importance of power weapons as well. I feel like in Infinite, especially on streets, which is a great example of it, if you have rockets in your hand and you manage to get 2 clean kills, it's not just the 2 kills. It's kind of almost a snowball you can have where you can go 4, 6 kills, not just because of the fact that you obviously have that power weapon, you can pick up those easy kills, but when you get split spawns on Infinite and you have numbers, it's devastating to try and fight out of. Wes, I mean, you've been in that position yourself. You played, like I mentioned previously, you've played that game a lot. It's something that you're seeing the top players do more and more. Just kind of explain to maybe some of the newer viewers of Halo why it's such a difficult thing to get in your hands to start with, to get that numerical advantage, but also why pros look for it so much.
Yeah, so split spawns aren't anything new to Halo. In Halo 5, it was basically the strategy that high-level teams tried to process and establish towards the end. It's in Halo Infinite, it's magnified with the amount of sandbox and utility that players are able to play around and with, and the advantages that they have now with, while forcing split spawns, they now have better weapons, better utility, better equipment than you, that allow them to do things that your base Spartan can't do. So when you gain these advantages, when you get a set of rockets and you get a double kill, that typically means you can get to the thrust freely, you can get to the Bulldog shotgun, you can continue to power your Spartan up, give yourself opportunity to win situational advantages, to continue that snowball effect. That's what Cloud9 has been able to really process best at the highest level. You're seeing everybody, though, do that when they're given the opportunities. Just how far do they push it?
Well, something to certainly keep your eyes out for if you're new to competitive Halo. Once again, welcome along, and I'm sure that Wes will point it out if we do see it happen in those split spawns and one of the teams being able to take advantage of it. We're going to be seeing the game restart, though, which is good news for everybody, because as much as we love to talk about Halo all day, I'm sure everybody who's watching at home will want to see Halo, and of course we want to see that even more as well. But Boomy with a big double off the break here is going to give a 2-kill advantage to E United, to FaZe, excuse me, but E United in the next few seconds do manage to tie that up, and now will be 2-2 across the pitch. However, Snapdown has managed to find himself a rocket.
There we go. Successful Rockets play. You love to see it. Snapdown putting it to work, finding that kill, and being aggressive. This is exactly what we're talking about. Off that kill, he was able to try and be aggressive. Unfortunately, a little bit of movement errors delay him from getting to Ryan Noob, and teamwork from E United, it ends up being too strong. Ryan Noob's still stuck in this corner, though, so he actually ends up going down, and that's all because Snapdown kind of trapped him there earlier. And beautiful shots from Boobadooboo. You love to see that, getting the advantage of a Stalker Rifle player top rail. A bit of an over challenge for Spartan, but better shots from Boobadooboo, and this is all because Snapdown applied that pressure earlier.
I mean, it's been a great start for Boo Boo. He's currently 5-1, and like you mentioned, those shots up onto that balcony, they are not easy to hit, excuse me, especially against a player with that Stalker Rifle. And when a player like Boo Boo, who maybe hasn't been, you know, the superstar for this lineup so far, starts to find a little bit of a gas in the tank, so to speak, he can just light that flame under FaZe, and everyone starts clicking at the same time. That's 3 dead for E United. Spartan last player alive.
Yeah, Boobadooboo's this player that I have such high hopes for, and at the end of Halo 5, he was one of the most impressive individuals, even coming away with an event win in Halo 5 with that spliced roster with Shotzi and Phallic, or with Shotzi and the boys. Unfortunately, Boobadooboo really hasn't found his footing on this FaZe roster statistically, and because of it, he had a kind of rough tournament in Raleigh. You want to see him pick it up, because when he does, he's going to give this FaZe roster so much as far as an individual is concerned. So much slang prowess, so much wisdom, and like just opportunity for a team. So if he's able to pick it up, already 7-2, you're seeing the success that FaZe can have.
66-0, the most important statistic in this game, in this round, I should say, for FaZe. United, of course, are up by 1 in rounds. So FaZe do need to answer back, and it's been the perfect start for them in this second round. Bulldog in the hands of Spartan, though. Play sliding in front of him, but he'll deal with Bound. So he gets taken down. The KA's will curl up as he falls to the ground and back into the respawn screen. You can see that a little bit of a standoff between the two teams at the moment means that E United have actually managed to steal in and pick up that ball. Ryan will have the ball in his hands for just a few moments, but his teammates not being able to pick up the slays around him.
Good use of the Bulldog there from Sparty as well, able to stay alive. Unfortunately, E United not able to get any significant ball time here. Only 6 seconds to the name, 66 seconds to FaZe's, so 11 times the score of E United at this point in the game. And right now, FaZe able to pick up that ball, as you see it in a very good position for them. FaZe dominating in this second round bodes well for their opportunities to take this game if they can get it to a round 3.
Really important kill here, though. Going to be coming in on the peak street. That's going to be Nick. He needs to be taken down. He is going to be taken down. And it's that man, Boo Boo Doo who's now 9-3 with an odd ball in his hands as well, who's propelling FaZe to victory in this round. Rain trying to make a little bit of a desperate play here. Survives somehow or other, which allows his teammates now to move up. Snipedown will be taken down. That's 4 dead for FaZe.
All 4 dead. Only 14 points needed though for FaZe, so no room for error if you're an E United fan. If they get one more setup, you can best believe this is going to a round 3, but we'll see if E United are able to play with this now. King Nick picking up that Bulldog. This could be the moment that he needs. Unfortunately, Snipedown just there with a great grenade, able to find that kill. Spartan does trade it out, but trades are not going to get the job done when you're down this much.
Okay, on the flank as well. Spartan,
nice shots.
Those shots are going to be good enough to deal with Falcated on that flank. The rocket launcher was up as well, and it's going to be picked up by FaZe here. So even though E United are starting to claw their way back into that, and Spartan has the ball in his hands, the easiest way to break a setup on any Halo game is with the rocket launcher.
Yeah, there's a player hiding on these pillars back cafe. He's not going to expect Bound to be there, and the assassination comes through. What a brilliant play by that player. Unfortunately, Rain does get taken down. That was him back there. He was not able to use those rockets, and Falcated in a prime position to trade the kill out himself. Not only that, but find 2 to his name, pick up the ball, and Falcated may have just saved FaZe from a potential comeback from E United.
Yeah, that's a massive play from Falcated. It was almost the perfect play from Rain, but just FaZe just making sure they were in position to get those trades, to make sure they're there to assist some teammates. That's what you got to do. And now this rocket could be enough to close things out. It is going to be as FaZe tie up the game at 1-1.
1-1, here we go. FaZe doing a much better job in round 2 of using those rockets successfully. Because of that, they find themselves cruising to a round 3. We'll see if they're able to repeat that formula now that they're spawning on the opposite side of the map. Boobadooboo gonna slowly play this situation towards the ball. Unfortunately, he gets backed up immediately. Maybe he starts to re-examine, make his way towards the Stalker rifle, but I actually love this position by him because he's gonna be able to watch these rockets from here, but he chooses to jump out. And this could be a very difficult situation that he finds himself in.
That start from Boobadooboo reminded me of when you get all the confidence up in the world when you're at the beach. You're like, I'm gonna go in the sea, and then you put your toe in. It's like, it's a bit cold. I'm gonna go back on the beach again. This is not what I thought it was. Nick's gonna be taken down to no shields. The spiking nade will go in, but won't get that kill. The first kill will go into the hands of FaZe here. Rhino, you're going to pick up another, excuse me, it was United, sorry, who picked up those first 2 kills. Rhino also has 2 rockets to play with, so a setup starting to formulate here, but the pick from Bound might leave those rockets down on an opening here. A little way for FaZe to move forward and maybe get that ball out of E9's hands.
You do see rockets get picked up from E United and immediately put to work. King Nick finds a second one with the rockets, and that's a massive couple of kills from him. Unfortunately, 2 players from FaZe in the back of the tram are going to break that setup, get the 2 kills they need. If they can find Ryan who front this base, they're going to comfortably be able to get some time. But great grenades, support nades from Sparty find themselves a kill as well, and the push from E United is relentless.
Okay, it should be taken down here by Ryan and will be as well. Ryan will pick up a double, managing to pick up the shotgun kill with that Bulldog onto Bound. So that's 3 dead there for FaZe. United now with that setup. Pulse Carbine in the hands of King Nick as well, looking to see if he can scope out any players who are trying to poke and maybe shred some shields. Snipedown will be the recipient of some of that damage, but look at Boo Boo, managed to sneak in, not only get a ball out of the hands of E United, but also pick up a kill as well.
Yeah, that kill is actually massive because it stops E United from getting ball time. Right there, E United was in a great position to try and rack up some time, build a lead much higher than 20 points. But no, that 1 kill from Boobadooboo is going to speak volumes as far as the score line is concerned. Because of it, you're now looking at FaZe in just like a 14-point game, have control of Tram with the ball inside. If they can flush this last player out, they can get some significant time themselves.
Okay, it will not be taken down by that player. However, he will be taken down eventually as the backsmack did come in. 2 players fall for FaZe now, as the United now have control of the inside of Tram, but there's a couple of more players lurking around. Bound is there, but King Nick's going to help out Spartan there with the assist coming in from height.
3v3 right now as FaZe do lose 1, make it a second for E United as well. So the last 2 players alive going to try their best to slay out. The ball does actually reset, and that's actually really big for FaZe because You saw multiple members of E United were set up in tram. The ball was there. They had everything they wanted. They just needed to get a couple kills. The ball resetting, though, makes it so much difficult for them. Two players do push from E United onto the shotgun. Both those players are going to get taken down by Bound, and now Bound, in a very difficult situation, tries to challenge Ryan Noob, doesn't find the kill, and no ball time being awarded to either team right now. With all of these kills going down, you want to see some efficiency come through, but both teams very weary to try and hold on to this ball with the amount of pressure being applied by both sides.
And that play from Bound was so instrumental for FaZe there. It might not just seem like much, but that was a 2v4 scenario he found himself in. Managed to take down 2, which allowed FaZe to come off the respawn with a little bit of breathing room. Now FaZe have the ball in their hands as well. Bound just got an overkill, and I was talking about the double kill. Well, he says double that up, boy. 4 of the best coming in for Bound, and that is what you need from FaZe. Now they take the lead.
Yeah, look at the rotation too. Snipedown picked up that ball towards the ATM situation immediately after getting that overkill. Snipedown's able to rotate that into Tram, gain some more significant time. A triple in the kill feed from Falcade, and Ryan Noob by himself trying to pressure this ball carrier, but Falcade is going to not let that happen. You want to see Snipedown try and stay alive with this ball, turn the corner, and continue to rack up time, because right now you're seeing FaZe break open this third round.
I love this from Falcade as well. So smart in the way that he's playing those angles, just making sure he doesn't get hit by grenades. But however, even though everything was looking good for him, the shotgun is going to do the job here for E United. Nick should pick up another here as well, but it's going to be Ryan with a little bit of an assist, and now Spartan has the ball in his hand. So even though things were looking great for FaZe, somehow E United have managed to burst through that setup.
Yeah, a little bit of a blunder there somewhere along the way from FaZe. You saw the first kill go in FaZe's favor with that rocket. The ball got rotated, but unfortunately FaZe lost the rest of that battle, and because of it, E United now break the setup, rotate ball all the way towards Tram, towards that thrust area, and right now E United crawling back into this game. Ryan Noob being a difficult kill, almost an insta Walsh, you would be proud, but unfortunately the kill doesn't come through. Ryan Noob taken down, and now FaZe look to break the setup once again.
Spartan just scarpering away as well with that ball. Gets the beat down and doesn't get the trade in that situation. Bound now. Then see what he can do off the back of that overkill. FaZe just a few points ahead here in this deciding round of oddball in our game number 1. If you're just joining us, a reminder, it is 1-1 tied up in rounds between these two teams. And you can see everybody starting to feel a little bit nervous now, especially with only around 1 minute and 18 on the clock. However, E United have managed to get that ball in their hands, and they've managed to just about get it back to Tram as well. But here's Bound once more.
Where does Bound come from there? The assassination comes through onto Sparty. Unfortunately, 2 members do go down for FaZe, and right now, with such little time, like you said, in the game, every single second, every single point is going to matter. Kills, the rest of the kills, they come through for FaZe, but Spartan comes off spawn, finds rockets freely, and these rockets, they could dictate the rest of the game. We'll see if these rockets are going to be successful or blunders very quickly.
Will FaZe take the lead? 58-57. Spartan doesn't pick up that kill initially. 2 rockets, 1 kill. Not the perfect exchange, as Falcated will shoot across from those P stairs up in Tram. Ryan picking up another kill means Booby's going to have to play that ball out the front towards Tram. However, it looks like Nick's going to run it straight back to him. Booby gets the beat down as well as the play ball. That's a big play from Booby.
A massive kill from Boo Boo. A little bit of a blunder from Nick there. You got it out of that carrier is still there playing his life. You cannot just jump up there with the ball. Unfortunately, Nick tries to do so, and because of it, loses his life in a situation where his team really needed to take advantage of the numbers that they had. Right now, we're looking at it. It's an 8-point game, 30 seconds on the clock. The ball will stop the clock if it's contained, but it's in a tough situation right now for E United.
Boo just milking his life, and by doing that, Bound is allowed to move in and pick up yet more kills. Bound is 17 and 13 in this game.
Oh my God.
Boo goes big and takes down Rain. FaZe just needs to hold on for 10 seconds.
Look at Booba Doobu. He's playing defense now. He doesn't care about the ball. He knows that if his team is able to get kills and deny the ball from being possessed, they are going to win this game and take game 1 in the elimination finals. There it is. FaZe come back from down 1-0 in the game and win 2-1 to take game 1. The comeback was real, and off the back of Booba Doobu stepping it up, staying alive, and then making plays and hitting shots at the end.
Really impressed by Boo in those 2 rounds. Really good stuff. And the same can be said about Bound. I mean, the man just seems to be getting better and better every single time that we switch to his POV. He's doing something crazy. He's picking up a double. He's picking up an overkill. He's just creating so many opportunities, I should say, for FaZe to win games. To take a look at the damage dealt as well. No surprise to see the man we're talking about, Bound, at the top of the leaderboards.
Absolutely. Bound consistently going off, but it was Bubadubu making that play at the end that won his team not only just the third round, but obviously the game when you win round 3. That's what I'm talking about, Boo Boo. If you're able to play like you did in Halo 5, if you're able to find that level, that higher level of play, you're going to give this FaZe team an entire different identity. It seems like at the very end, something clicked there, and Bubadubu was able to find his own footing in the game, hit some great shots, stay alive, do Bubadubu things, and with that, FaZe, they're going to have a lot of success.
Yeah, I need to just quickly highlight the KD as well. Falcated once again putting up a huge spread, 23 and 12 for him, 9 assists along the way as well. The 14.0 KDA coming in for Falcated. Now let's take a look at some of these highlights, Wes, because I mean, the man we're talking about, Falcated, he just seems to be so consistent in Halo Infinite, which is something which is really impressive. Do we have to show that? I was talking about how good Bound was, and then we had to show that.
Shout out to whoever clipped that and said, yeah, we're going to replay this one. Triple?
Yeah, we're giving that triple, but that's the unofficial triple, but it's now an official triple. But I mean, the first round was all United. It was a very close round, but towards the end, they just managed to ice up a little bit. I managed to clutch up, but this was just the Boo Boo takeover, I felt, from round 2. He really just found another level.
It was a beautiful performance from him in that second and third round, right? This is the Bubadubu we know and fear from Halo 5, right? The one that gets camos, makes plays, stays alive, does Pistola-like things, right? No player has reminded me of Pistola more so than Bubadubu at the end of Halo 5, and for him to try and find that rhythm in Halo Infinite is going to be so difficult, but when he does, good things will happen. In this FaZe roster, they're going to want titles and championships. Bubadubu can help bring them that with that level of play.
Well, next up, we go to Aquarius for some Slayer action. And one thing to take away from that, if you're a FaZe fan as well, is I like the way they iced up in those final moments as well. You know, we saw in a previous series where against Cloud9, they had opportunities, they threw games away. It was a different story there, Wes, in the final moments of that game. And if they could start off in the same kind of vein here in game number 2, then United could be looking down the barrel of elimination.
You talked about how strong of a Slayer team United has been. As we question their slaying prowess, they're going to need their slaying prowess to be stronger than ever here now in the elimination finals. To stay in this series, like you said, going down 2-0 to FaZe is not something they want to do. Already a hot start from Bubadubu, makes his way to those dynamo grenades. It seems to be his opening strat every time. If he can get there uncontested, good things have happened for FaZe, and already you're seeing the map control go in FaZe's favor.
2-2 though, the score. Dynamo is going to be coming up once more, so Bubu will be able to pick those back up in just a few moments. Bound's going to be working with a teammate. Rain's going to be still alive inside of that closet. Nick's going to be thinking about a flank here, but Bubu's just holding things down at the moment. His teammates are just seeing him as the pivot and working around what Bubu is doing. This is really impressive so far from FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, Bubadubu is literally farming these dynamo grenades right now, right? He's like literally trying to time them. He's already had two sets of them in this first minute of the game. He does decide to leave with a little bit of pressure from his team, a little bit of space, but right back, you think he's going to go.
Okay, and also moving in with that Heatwave. A great start for him. 4-1 at the start of this game. Here's Spartan. Heatwave going to be slowing down the progress towards him. Rain picks up a kill, which will be exchanged in the feed as well. So a 3-kill difference between the two teams off the rip here. Ryanib's going to make that a little bit closer. But yeah, I was going to say,
stalemate battle between Bubadubu and Spartan. Neither will give. An unstoppable force meets an immovable object, and no shields. Both players go multiple times, but neither player giving up their position or their life.
If you wanted to know what a Bubu versus a dog looks like, then you just had it. Well, Falcate is trying to
exciting.
Yeah, exactly. Very boring. Don't watch it again. Anyway, Falcate is going to be trying to do what he can, and he will pick up a kill again. He's 5-2 at the start of this one. Once again, having a really strong start to this. 3 kills the difference between the two teams. FaZe have that advantage. Bound will be taking down the dynamo grenade, going to give away his position, but Ryanib now with that sidekick in his hand can shred anyone who tries to move in this closet.
Yeah, Falcated absolutely going off so far. 6-2. Bubadubu picking up this camera, getting it back to his team. Needs to stay alive here. Does get dropped to no shield. I love this by him. Turns around, make sure he's not going to get hit by any god nades. finds himself a heat wave, and now fully scavenged, powered up. This Spartan is Boobadooboo gonna try and find the opening for FaZe Clan.
Just scouting around the front of the base at the moment. Rain picks up one. She's gonna maybe divert some attention away here. Booba just trying to stalk his opponents at the moment, but can't find anyone to make contact with. Snipedown goes down as well, and now that camouflage has expired, so not being able to make the most of it. However, FaZe still with an advantage in this game. 9 minutes on the clock as well. Those dynamo grenades once again are going to be flashing on the car side of the map. Bound now dropping down towards the bottom car, trying to make something happen, but not going to be able to happen for now. As you see, Falcated trying to just call out that information to his team. 1v1 down here on the low ground on the P side. It's not going to happen. Falcated will fall to Ryan.
Yeah, that was a big kill by Ryan Newman. Even better job by all of E United so far throughout this game. It looks like FaZe has really been in control of like the heat wave, the camos, the map control itself. But E United has managed to stay in this game. They've slowed it down. They've been annoying. They haven't given free kills away. FaZe not able to really push the advantages they've earned themselves so far. And because of it, it's just a 2-kill game.
And we're going to be popping in around 18 seconds or so as well. So whoever can get away with that might have an opportunity to either A, extend the lead if you're FaZe, or claw your way back into the game if you're E United. However, Snipedown jumping into the closet is going to pick up a double, which is going to make things a lot more comfortable here for FaZe. 4 kills, the difference now between the two teams. Not only that, the ability to move up to this closet as well might be able to get them control of those dynamos. Booby once again on top of those, we'll call them micro power weapons on the map.
Yeah, absolutely micro power weapons. You see all the pros talking about how strong they are, how big of an advantage they can give your team. Unfortunately, Boobadooboo doesn't make a play for that camo. Snipedown actually loses his life as well. And FaZe with complete map control go 3 dead as camo was up. This is the opportunity E United is needed. Not only have they tied the game, they've secured camo in the hands of Spartan the Dog, and they have a real opportunity to break this one open in their own end with the first time for what it feels like in game 2 at all that they've had map control.
They took the lead momentarily. Oh, just got a little bit scary there for Spartan, but he manages to pick up the kill onto Falcated. And United have a 1-kill advantage. Spartan looking to just play distraction at the moment as he's trying to creep round bottom car. Found taken down to no shields. He'll be taken down to the death screen as well, as now he's cleaning up those kills that are being provided by his teammates. And with that, you're seeing a turnaround in the score and the fortunes of E United now. They have an advantage. And speaking of nice shots, there's a killing spree to boot for Spartan.
I mean, it's just so important. I can't tell you how important it is that Spartan was able to hit the perfect shots on those players that were weak in front of him. And because he hits those shots, every single one of them, he's able to have the timing he is to be able to help his team with that player in the closet. Because of it, they keep map control. They don't lose any lives. And now they have all of FaZe trapped in this corner and off spawn, split spawning elsewhere.
Once again, Spartan just taking great angles
and
hitting some great shots. I mean, this has been the takeover. It's been Spartan who's been leading the charge for his team ever since he got that camo. Like you say, look at the score. It is completely flipped on its head, and FaZe is starting to crumble a little bit.
Yeah, we saw FaZe with complete map control for the first 5 minutes of the game. The last minute and a half, we've seen it in E United's control, and look at what they can do with control. With just one setup, with one opportunity, they can blow a door wide open. It's a 7-kill game now, still manageable for FaZe, but they cannot afford to give control to E United again. They want this camo desperately, but nades are going to push Falcated back once again.
Snipedown trying to play his life as well. 4 players alive on both sides here, so this is going to be a real battle for top middle control and for that camouflage. United can play a little bit slower. Booby's going to open things up though with a kill onto Spartan, and we've been watching some Spartan POV for the last few minutes, so you know how difficult that is to do. But Snipedown's going to be able to scarper in there and also scamper away with that camouflage. So an opportunity here for FaZe to do something with this power up.
Here we go. Boobadooboo does find a kill on the Rain. Can Snipedown make his way into this closet? He's going to have 2 players in front of him from E United. Sparty, he knows his weak. Boobadooboo with great nades once again. Snipedown finds another one as well. Unfortunately, there's a third unsuspecting of Snipedown. He gets the kill onto the camo player, and that trade is worth its money in gold right now as E United fighting for their lives, trying to keep this lead as best they can.
5 kills the difference between the two teams though. And FaZe with that camouflage managed to at least scrape things back a little bit and put the pressure back onto E United. However, they're going to have to do that once more. Get to somewhere close of tying this game up. Snipedown will be taken down, but Took down Rain on his way to that death screen. Still a 5-kill difference between the two teams. FaZe cannot afford to trade at this point.
Yeah, you're seeing E United with control of the Dynamo side. You're seeing all of FaZe in control of the pink side of the map, the Heatwave side. Sparty able to get a pick across the map. Those Dynamo grenades are so useful. So you want to control that side. It's my favorite side. Unfortunately, Boobadooboo does have that Heatwave. So if you're able to put that to use, these Dynamo grenades might not come into impact. But 3 members right now of E United on that spawn. 10 seconds for camo as well. And you're seeing FaZe trying to apply some pressure, but it's from such a difficult point. And now King Nick actually going to be the one that says, I'm not sitting back anymore, I'm pushing. And the pressure is on. Falcated gets backsmacked, and these kills are going to give E United the lead they need.
Yeah, such a well calculated and formulated push there coming in from E United just to clear all those players out. Booba's doing what he can once again. Spartan will slow him down though, and Spartan with this camo might have just secured the game here for E United. It's looking like if he can continue to pick up a couple of kills, then maybe the series will be tied up at 1-1. But if I learned anything from Halo Infinite, it's that the game is never over till it's over.
Yeah, the game has not been over in these Slayers today. A double kill does come through for FaZe, but unfortunately they lose one. And that's going to be it. E United tie this series up. Our elimination finals continues on. E United 1, FaZe 1, and the Slayer once again going in E United's favor.
Once again, they keep that form up I was talking about in those Slayer games, making themselves such difficult kills at the most precise times to do so as well when they do fall down in numbers. Is something that certainly has stood out for me. But now we move over to more objective action, and we have live fire strongholds. Now, let's break this one down a little bit. Wes, what are you expecting from this?
Yeah, I'm honestly expecting E United to start this game type very well. I think that when I think of strongholds, I think E United plays so well when it comes to where do we rotate, when do we rotate, how far do we overextend, are we going to push the 3 cap? Like, they have that knowledge and understanding as a team with all the practice that they put in. They understand those moments so well that it gives them a massive advantage going into game 3. It's going to be on the back of FaZe individual plays if they want to take that and regain the lead in this series.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point that you raised there. The fact that they've had so much practice, they've said, you know, what arguably the most practiced team that we have in the Halo Championship Series. Those things which some teams have to discuss in game and make the call on, it becomes second nature almost at E United.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why they put in the work, right? They want to run into these situations hundreds and hundreds of times. They want to be able to say, I've been there, I've done that, I've seen what plays the other team's going to make. I want to be able to counter it. What is the right play? Not only do they put in all of this work playing the game, but they also spend so much time afterwards breaking down what they could have done better, fixing the problems, trying to figure out a way to create the meta, not just find out what the meta is like currently, but push it to its limits. And that's what a United does best. Given that kind of mindset, they put themselves in objective games. Personally, in my head, they put themselves in objective games in such a good position to try and take games from some individual players that, like, of the likes of FaZe or Cloud9, like they have, right? Because it's not the individual skill that we see from E United always shining, right? A lot of the time it's these overextensions, it's these strange obscure setups, it's these plays that, like, you think are nerdy or you think is like, why would he ever do that? And because of it, you get thrown off as a player yourself. So very interested to see how E United are going to play this one. It's up to FaZe to try and play this one a little bit better than the last time we saw them on live fire.
Yeah, for me as well, it's all about what strongholds get prioritized at the right times as well. It's something that we're seeing on live fire, and I've noticed is when you have a decision sometimes, say you have a 2 cap and then you see someone making a run, a team trying to take over one of those, and it's like, okay, do we fight this or do we try and out rotate them? Do we try and move to that other stronghold? Right. Those little seconds difference are what makes such a huge impact on the game, because you make that decision wrong, you get caught out on a rotation, or you don't win the battle on the stronghold that you think you have an advantage on. Before you know it, you can get triple cap pretty quickly here on live fire.
Yeah, a lot of the time as well as it's, are we all on the same page about what the right play is, and is everybody playing around that decision, right? It's something that I think E United is going to benefit very well from playing as much as they have is being all on the same page as far as, like, hey, if Ryan and Sparty are going to overextend and they're going to try and over rotate towards tower or whatnot, it's up to us to stay alive in house. We shouldn't be fighting for B or whatnot. So look to see if all these players on FaZe are able to perform the same level of strategy. I would assume that they put in a lot of work themselves. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Jesus Christ.
My heat wave doesn't
do that. Can he find the double? He does. And 3 down for the 3 down go down for FaZe, and already United showing some individual skill to pair with the decisions that they're going to be forced to make here short.
It looks like early moves coming in from E United towards C Plat. They're going to have AC control, which means they're going to be trying to control this top middle lane. Going to be so vital for them to do so. And not only that, look at what they've got to play with as well. Ryan has control of not only an overshield, but he has a sniper in that back pocket as well. At the moment, can't find anyone to play with, unfortunately. As Boo Boo will be taken down. Nice shots top middle from Ryan there. Once again, recognizing the situation. Now they have AB control, so the rotation has come in already. FaZe will be spawning out towards the dummies.
Nice body shot there from Ryan Noob as he pulls out the snipe, able to finish down, snipe down. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at him, like, understanding the situation. He's like, my teammates are going to try and hold B. I'm here to anchor A and watch all of the Brood side of the map. Unfortunately, he loses multiple teammates B side of the map. Bound looks like he's already been able to hop into it, and Rain just trying to buy time, but unfortunately can't buy enough. And right now, Ryan Noob kind of with his pants down here in no man's land, where strongholds are being transferred in FaZe's favor.
Tell you what, if Spawn can cap C here, though, it gives them a little bit of space on the map, because now FaZe are going to have to make some decisions, and Ryan can come back and say, hey, remember A? I'm still here, boys. Don't worry. I'm here to protect it. Bounds will be able to somehow get a trade, though. Way. When you expected Rhino to be able to pick up that kill almost uncontested, Bound with a big double is going to put some pressure onto E United now, as it will be FaZe who are scoring.
And that was a massive double kill from Bound. Let's see if FaZe is able to really capitalize, get something going here. Overshield's coming up, and Bound off respawn is going to be going right for it. Unfortunately, Rhino back in that window with the snipe's going to make his job a lot harder than it needs to be. And Sparty, he's going to be in a position to activate that overshield, but I don't really like this positioning from Ryan. You want to see him rotate, you want to see him get off of it, and although he might lose his life and be forced off of it, FaZe honestly can leave him back here doing a little bit of nothing and focus on the rest of the map.
United, though, have made the transition here towards B. You can see they're capping it, and you can see the Spartan has a Mangler in his hand. So anyone who's going to be challenging, you're going to have to deal with a Mangler Spartan with a little bit of overshield left as well. But as I say that, it will expire. Falcated will pick up that sniper rifle as the United do continue to score. 55 and rising to 33 at the moment, around a 20-point difference between the two.
Yeah, Falcated trying to find a pick, expecting a player to be coming from the bridge. There is a player top tower. Nice no-scope on the body right there. Ryan forces him to back down, but there's going to be a lot of members of E United for Falcated to try and deal with. Unfortunately, that Mangler, it comes back into play, and Sparty finds himself a nice, easy kill there on the base. Can he find a second on the Booba Dooba? Heat Wave versus Mangler. It's Halo Infinite action, and they both trade.
Right, they're going to be moving in to pick up those pieces, but most importantly, get the reset as well. Bound making a play onto B. Falcated is trying to get into a position to support his teammate, and will do so as well. Snipe down with a sniper in his hands. Now, can Eric Rona do what Eric Rona does here? Hit a couple of headshots to get his team back into this game and defend the move onto these strongholds.
Yeah, Spartan the dog actually hiding behind this box. Gets spotted out as he steps. Oh my God, snipe down with the no-scope, making it look like he's been doing this for over a decade. Another kill onto Rain, another kill onto Ryan Noob, and beautiful job by a snipe down. The individual plays that will open up the map for FaZe. That's what I'm talking about right there.
Oh my goodness, get it out of his hands. Jeez, this is, luckily it's after the watershed this, because I tell you what, this is not suitable for children's viewing at this point from snipe down. He is just headshot after headshot. It's still amazing to watch this man with a sniper rifle go to work.
And look at that. E United lose control of the lead. FaZe had a trip cap momentarily. Falcated finds a massive pivotal on the overshield player. Unfortunately, there's a second one he's going to have to deal with. Being a nuisance, however, on this overshield, Nick does activate it, but the overshield melted off. Booba Doobu gets the kill. And FaZe right back in this game after a rough start off the back of Snipe Down, popping off with Snipe.
And right now moving towards that Nest Bridge alongside his teammates. But look at this. Bound is in a great position behind enemy lines here. Going to be doing some damage to the back of all of these players from E United, calling them all out to teammates as well. C is going to be converted here by FaZe as well. At least the play is going to be made. He is Bound with one. Does get two as well. Another double kill being impactful coming in from Bound. However, it looks like E United will be able to transition C, but the opening has been made now for FaZe to move to B.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that you're going to see E United lose B here, but they do choose to take C, give up B. Falcated trying to find his impact on the game here back tower. Unfortunately, no one is home back there, so he immediately focuses on the garage door. Does back up a player, and right now E United really can't find their footing since FaZe has found map control so far. They're being out-rotated. This is a phenomenal job by FaZe to play the objective as well. Oh my god, I thought he was going to be able to stay alive for a little bit longer, and Boobadooboo, not the easiest kill in the world when he's got that repulsor. Able to stay alive for just a brief second more, and rotations once again are going to favor FaZe.
This is such a tight game at the moment, but like you say, FaZe do have a little bit of an advantage with their rotations for now. 3 stack going towards A though. And Rain trying to play on B here as well and try and be a little bit sneaky. Boo has a very important 1v1 here. Rain's going to win it, which will mean they'll be able to defend B as well. It's a really interesting play coming in from E United. It seemed like FaZe just had no map presence to try and deal with it there.
Yeah, you are seeing them kind of try and set up for this overshield. You have to think that that has something to do with it. Great job by Boobadooboo to shoot the grenades right there. Finds a second kill from Snipe Down as well. And overshield now in the hands of FaZe, so they decided they opt to play for OS. They get the overshield. Let's see what they can do with it now.
It's going to mean control should be going back to them pretty soon as well. All the players from United are going to be working on that C stronghold. Spartan should be taken down here.
Nice shot.
If I know, Boo. Overshield did give him a little bit of an advantage there. Rhino taken down to 1 shot, but look at the kill feed. 2 players falling for FaZe. Even though they have AB control now, they will be under pressure from EU.
Yeah, I believe Ryan Noob actually snuck under the base and went into A. So we're going to see the overextension from E United. How much pressure will that bring on the members of FaZe? Will they understand that they need to flip the map onto C? Nick already there with a snipe. Unfortunately, he's got a player in sight down behind him. Does land the body shot with a snipe, but unfortunately can't hit the headshot. It's immediately traded out by Ryan Noob though. So a very interesting situation now, as you saw E United try to control AC for a second, but FaZe doing a great job of flushing them off of one side. That would have been A as of now, and continuing to score points.
FaZe do have somewhat of an advantage now, and also that kill from Snipe Down is going to keep them in control. However, you can see he's being pushed, but at the moment,
Nice
you just
shot.
cannot push this man. If he has a sniper rifle in his hands, Snipe Down is starting to remind us of just how special a player he is. He's been taking over this game, and as I say, that FaZe take over complete control of the map.
It's a trip cap for FaZe. You do see E United opt to try and push into A, but right now, Boobadooboo pushing slowly into it. He's going to spot on multiple players, end up just staying alive, and that's what you can do, right? You have the entire map to play around. I believe one player did just spawn Nest. Yes, it's going to be Ryan Noob behind Snipe Down, behind enemy lines. Unfortunate spawn for FaZe Clan right there. Ryan Noob getting the better of the situation of the split spawns there. If you're FaZe and you pressure into A like that, you have to commit, because when you force that split spawn, you either have to expect Ryan Noob to be somewhere or like fully commit into A, and unfortunately he gets a free flank.
Spartan picks up a double in the feed. United will be scoring once more. The advantage is with FaZe quite heavily at the moment as well, 188 to 135, but as I say, that can change very quickly. But Bound has an overshield again, and FaZe have done a really good job of controlling this power up for the majority of the game. Bound's gonna try and peek, but no, Rhino stays alive. The team fire comes in to keep him active on live fire here. Falcade will pick up one for FaZe to try and slow things down, but now there's a triple cap in effect for E United.
Yeah, it feels like FaZe has been in so much control recently, but only 20 points separate these two teams as we enter the 190 point mark. It is going to be up to both these teams to separate themselves here towards the end. We're entering the late game right now, and unfortunately, no team has built themselves a real comfortable lead here. Snipe Down and Falcated, they find 2, and all of a sudden, FaZe back in control at least for the meantime.
United go into the lead, 190 to 188. ANC in their control as well. Snipe Down trying to make a play up on top tower, manages to pick up 1, but immediately going to be traded out by a frag grenade which lands at his feet. Bound now trying to make a play onto C. Spartan's going to stay alive for now, but Bound might have an opportunity to pick up a double. Spartan's not going to be able to challenge here, so FaZe turn things around once more, but there's King Nick popping around the corner with a sniper and a beatdown to hand.
Yeah, no scope beatdown from Nick was huge. That kill was massive. The rest of E United, it's a party over at C. They're able to transition this, but they're going to lose A in the process. It's going to be a push on the B from the entire E United squad that FaZe have to deal with.
AB in control of FaZe though, and FaZe with a lead for now. It's so tight as we cross almost the 200 point mark for both teams. Of course, we played to 250 here, so not a lot of mistakes to be made here for E United. Rhino inside a B, looking to transition it, and he's going to be able to do so as well with a couple of kills going in his favor.
A nice shot from Nick, denies overshield from the hands of FaZe. Bubudubu gets taken down, and right now E United in the driver's seat with C and A. A great position from King Nick here with the snipe, able to do a ton of damage. Unfortunately, overshield does get in the hands of FaZe. FaZe are going to have one last push here, it seems.
BC in control of E United. The lead transitions back to them as well. Nick gonna be taken down. Falcati comes in with a back smack. Rhino picks up a kill with the feed, so 2-2 as far as trades. And as far as kills in these last few moments, Rhino wins that battle though. And FaZe still have control of AB, so this is going to be one of the last opportunities here, maybe for E United to try and push up on this, as we are going to see yet another lead change here.
Yeah, you are going to see Ryan try to be aggressive. Does spot Bubudubu weak, knocks back a nade, and that was massive from him. Finds another player in sight. Then there's two players from E United here to transfer over B in their help, and the push for E United is successful.
Spartan picks up a double as well, clearing out those last two players. That was 4 dead for FaZe momentarily. Falcati and Bubu coming off the respawn, trying to pressure B. Bubu will pick up one. Falcati's there as well. Spartan versus Falcati. And Spartan wins the fight. However, Snipe down now there. He's going to try and transition this back into the hands of FaZe.
He's got to dodge these nades though. King Nick's going to throw one, doesn't hit him, and because of it, the stronghold gets transferred over. You're seeing multiple members of E United spawning over a tower. 230 to 239 right now. FaZe in control.
FaZe just need to hold off one more push for E United. If they manage to win this fight, then they will be able to win the game. But for now, it's looking like FaZe are in complete control. There's a flank coming in as C as well. Even though E United are going to be able to flip A, B, and C will be held by FaZe.
FaZe has done it.
And with that, they're going to close out game number 3 in the series and go up 2-1.
Unbelievable job by FaZe. They clutched up, sniped down with 26 kills to his name. Wills his team to the lead back in this series 2-1. Like you said, Mark, an unbelievable performance. It was the power weapons the snipe down was able to possess. It was the overshields that Bound was able to get multiple times. The double kills with the heat wave that we saw multiple times that separated these two teams and created just enough of an opening for FaZe to take game 3.
We're going to look at some of the damage dealt as well. When there's one man who stands above the rest, snipe down. Don't just say 7,000. Give the man some respect. 7,243. That 243 is more damage than some of my teammates do in ranked at the moment, but it's an incredible performance from him. And that little run with a sniper, that was the game-changing moment for FaZe. I think that should fired him up.
I mean, unbelievable. When Snipe Down's doing those things, when you're his teammate, that hypes you up. That makes you want to step up and play better. We saw plays being made from everybody now on this FaZe roster. Falcati was doing his things. Although the stats don't match up, maybe Bubudubu went negative, but there were important battles that were won from Bubudubu once again in that game that willed their team over the finish line. An 11-point stronghold difference between these two as we go to game 4. Checking out the highlights now though from game 3. It was all snipe down all day with the snipe, but E United did so much to make this one interesting.
Yeah, this was one of the closest strongholds games I think I've seen up until that 220 point mark. It was only ever within sort of 20-30 points of each other, and then it would swing the other way. It would swing back and forth, and this was the first shot from Snipe Down. I mean, the man just knows how to hit headshots. Rain gets taken down as well. You knew what was happening a few seconds later as well. The man, he's almost a living montage when it comes to those kind of plays.
How about these double kills from Bound though? I mean, those are so important. You can't speak dividends to how much of an opening that gives his team, how much time that he buys the rest of his team when he's able to trade successfully against two members like that. Multiple times we saw it throughout that game 3, and Bound starting to find his own as well. So Bubudubu making plays. Falcati has made a few of his own. Snipe Down in that game. I mean, we're seeing everyone from FaZe step up when they're needed, and that is what you want to see for this FaZe clan to reach their stride.
Well, here we go then. Game 4. This could be the last game of this series if FaZe manage to close it out, and they will go into a rematch with Cloud9. who did send them down to the elimination bracket a little bit earlier on. Nick's going to have those rockets, but Snipedown's going to have that overshield. Nick's trying to escape as well, and will be able to do so. Spawn will pick up a kill of his own. However, there's Snipedown as well. And when he's playing like that, when you see Snipedown jumping out and challenging kills, you know that he's got that will to win in his blood, and he's trying to fire back into the game for his team. But look, 2 players from United shut him down.
A little bit of a messed up melee there. It's difficult when you go through a player, right? And Snipedown, unfortunately, loses his life without able to trade. And that could be a massive opportunity for United, right? You're seeing the fact that that trade didn't come through has allowed this United push to be 1 player stronger. And now Ryan Noob has already made his way to the flag, and he has help because of it.
Bomb picks up the kill onto Falcated. That was the first respawner as well. So now you're going to see United have the opportunity to push all the way through the map. Snipedown, though, is going to work with Bound to pick up 1. Nick's going to be on the flank, though, with some dynamo grenades. That's going to slow down all of these players now. Coming in from FaZe. Flag still out as well. Boo Boo taken down. Falcated, however, gets some trades. And now it's going to be somewhat of a 1v1 on this flag. Rain gets the touch to keep it alive. Tries to grapple in to maybe get a little bit damage on a beatdown. But Snipedown should be able to work with his teammates now to get that return. But not sure he meant to go double doors there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Snipedown's plan of action was there, although the return does come through for FaZe, so no harm, no foul. You're able to reset the map a little bit. Ryan Noob does find this shotgun. Bound going to be hot on his tail, but unfortunately, Shoddy beats the Mangler when you're in that distance, and because of it, Ryan Noob has created some space now, once again, for E United to take control of the middle of the map.
Overshield popping up as well, so this is going to be an important moment in this game, as E United do have, like you say, Wes, control of the middle of the map. That's going to allow Raiden to pick up that overshield. We just saw it over the shoulder of one of his teammates a few seconds ago, but unfortunately, looks like we've got a little disconnect coming in again. We'll get the game set up as quickly as possible, but no harm, no foul, as the game is tied up at 0-0. Hopefully we can get back into it as soon as possible. Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, no team was in a really advantageous spot there. You did see E United gain a little bit of map control, but you have to wonder if that's off the back of that FaZe player not being in the lobby.
Yep.
So we're going to have to restart that. It was fairly early in the game. No team really had, like we said, ground. Although we did see E United with the real first chance to get a cap on the board. They had everything they wanted. They had multiple players in the base running the flag. They had a Slay to their name. And somehow FaZe played good enough defense to get that return. That's a bit of a blunder if you're E United. When you have that kind of control, you want to be able to capitalize, because it's going to be very difficult to repeat that kind of level of control, especially against one of these top teams like FaZe.
It certainly is, and I've been really impressed with FaZe actually in the last couple of games. It seems like there's been some really big moments in the game where under pressure in the previous series against C9, they cracked. Not in this series though, Wes. It seems like they've just found that ability to stay calm in those big moments, and they've won those big moments because of it.
Yeah, these guys are veterans, right? These guys have been around. Other than Bound, right? Allocated, Boobadooboo, Snipedown, they competed throughout. I mean, Snipedown's been doing this for what feels like 20 years. Boobadooboo and Falcated, they've been around the block a time or two, and Bound is just gross. So you have to think that that ice, that repetition, these close moments are going to start to go in their favor eventually, especially when Snipedown's playing as well as he is right now. So look out for this FaZe roster as they start to heat up, as they start to get better, as they start to click as a unit. Good things are going to happen, especially at the end of these close games.
Sorry, everyone, just had to adjust my backdrop again. I got a little bit excited in that last game. I think it was when Snipedown hit a couple of headshots. I just kind of like jumped back and... Anyway, let's get back into the game before things get weird, because that's what happens when we have too much time to fill. But map 4, just to repeat, this is an opportunity here for FaZe to close out the series against E United. And we talk about their growth. This would be a great indication of it if they can take down E United and get that rematch with C9, Wes.
I want to see a game 5. I want to see E United come out strong, win this game 4, and force this thing the distance. Do they have what it takes, though? We've seen teams get this far and not be able to capitalize. A massive blunder, but the second grapple gets the job done right in time for rockets to be used. Perfect shots too. Boobadooboo, welcome to Halo Infinite, baby. It's good to see you.
Yeah, the play didn't start too well, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish in these kind of situations. And Booby managed to finish out strong there after missing that initial grapple. But as I say, worked out in the end here as we see the game start to slow down a little bit now. You're seeing those spike grenades once again being influenced, and if you want to clear out any kind of area, if you get those dynamos, you get those spike grenades, it's not a nice place to be up in that hut.
Here comes FaZe. 4 dead for E United already in the base. Boobadooboo in a position to grab the flag. First spawner's coming up. It's King Nick and company. They're coming off the Mangler spawn from the trenches back to their base. And that's going to allow Boobadooboo to get this easily over halfway. A little bit of a blunder with the flag run, but not too much. He does understand the situation, though. Needs to slay one more time to find the lead in this game. 2 of his teammates go down, but then make it 3 dead for E United. All 4 once again dead. And FaZe on the back of Snipedown's last kill are going to punch this one in.
Snipedown going to have the easiest job of his life here. Just a sedate stroll back through Bazaar, through the double doors, up onto the tin roof. Lets his teammates just deal with the carnage that's happening mid-map and punches that one home. Like you say, 1-0 here to FaZe. And a little reminder, series at 2-1. So one more game and FaZe will be able to close this out. Look at Bound now. Bound already putting the pressure on. Spartan going to be able to stay alive for now, but you know that Bound's going to be sliding out. You know he's got a Bulldog, but Falcate's also got a frag grenade to help out.
Yeah, if only Bound had thrown that flag a little bit farther, he wouldn't have to go all the way back for it. But unfortunately, he is able to go back for it. They've got these members of E United once again trapped in this situation. You see Ryan, he wants to double back. He's got Spartan that spawned as well. Falcated, is he going to expect these players coming from tree? Because if he does, this could be a second flag going on the board if he's able to delay them just a little bit.
Yeah, Falcated doing a great job here. Just delaying that push coming in from E United. The flag is moving as well. You can see Boobadooboo's pretty much home. He's going to put in the second flag now for FaZe. This has been a great start for them, and the teamwork has been impeccable as once again E United find themselves 3 dead.
Look at Snipedown, 8-1, really starting to come into his own. You wondered how long it was going to take Snipedown to just have one of those tournaments where he just takes over and is the best player in the game. Already in Halo Infinite, you're seeing what he's capable of. Does get taken down. United stop the bleeding for now, but they have to figure out a way to get an objective, some objective work done, because 2 flags on a map like Bazaar can be all you need for the rest of the game to find yourselves the winners of the game.
Snipedown once again with a win. Gets taken down finally after the grapple comes in from Ryan just to close that gap as quickly as possible. But we're talking about power weapons. We've seen power-ups in the hands of FaZe so far. Now they have the rockets to play with as well. This has been pretty much the difference between the 2 teams. Boom, boom, back to back as Falcated picks up 2.
Massive double kill from Falcated is going to reset the map for his team. They were under some pressure there from E United, but Falcated does a great job of getting those 2. Snipedown finds another one, and all 4 were just dead for E United, I believe, as players coming off spawn are still competing for the rest of the map. But I mean, it's literally 8 minutes left on the clock, but being down by 2 on a map like Bazaar is it's so monumental. It's such an uphill climb that you have to cut this deficit down to 1 soon.
Yeah, I think the best way that I kind of explain it is people who maybe come from Halo 3 is, you know,
nice shot.
2-0 down on Bazaar, capture the flag is the same as being 4-0 down on Onslaught. Essentially, it feels like it's a little bit different with the feel of this game. But right now, going to be trying to do something, at least for E United, by getting that power-up in his hands. Dynamo grenades are going to go out, but Bound also picks up a kill. Booby's going to have a 1v1, and look at the shots that are being hit by FaZe right now. One thing that's standing out for me, everybody ain't missing for FaZe right now. Nobody is missing.
No, and Spartan, last guy alive, he doesn't get missed either as he spotted out pillars, taken down all 4 members. It looks like such a good situation for E United right there. Nice kill by Ryan Noob. They had overshield, they had everything they wanted in order to push, and FaZe wipe them clean.
Ryan Noob picks up 1. However, Boo Boo picks up 1, and so does Snipedown. So it's a 2-for-1 trade as Ryan Noob tries to force forward a little bit, but Bound is just flying out of him. And this is what I mean about the confidence. Look at Ryan Noob. Ryan Noob wants no part of this. Bound's just hunting him down. He has absolutely no fear.
Now, Bound is one of those players that just has such a strong mental game, has so much confidence in himself to make the right play, to hit the right shots, to create the space for his team. Boobadooboo trying to find the opening now into the enemy base here. He is spotted, is forced to back up, but with this Bulldog shotgun in hand, Boobadooboo, it's really his world to play around. He's just going to try and find a corner to try and play his life, find an easy kill, and potentially make it 2.
There is Boobadooboo with that Bulldog in his hands, the beatdown as well. Snipedown picks up another. 3 dead now. Momentarily for E United, however, kills being traded across the board, and there's Bound, a little bit of an extra tickle under the armpits. Second time the armpits have been mentioned in one Halo broadcast. Sure, that's something that we're not going to try and make a standard, but certainly letting them know here that he's ready to send them down. and out of the tournament and send his team into the grand finals.
A massive kill from Rain, able to not only take down Snipe Down, but actually secure that grapple as well. We'll see if Rain's able to try and make a play with it. Unfortunately, Boobadoob on the other side of the map, he's in a perfect position to secure this overshield. And although he might not be in a position to do work with this overshield, denying it from E United is eliminating yet another win condition from E United. So that's a massive play in itself from Boobadoob.
Now picking up one as well. There's a second coming in as Boo moves forward, and the flag will also be moving forward through that tree. Nick's just going to be caught off guard momentarily. 2 shots coming into him. Might allow his teammates to move up and finish that kill. Rain's going to be on the trench. Snipe Down's going to be dropping that gun and dropping some bodies as well. Nick has to once again do some big defensive work, and Nick's really done an incredibly important job there for E United, because if he doesn't get those 2 kills, then FaZe get that flag out at least and maybe get it halfway.
A third flag would be devastating for E United fans right now as they still try to mount this 2 flag cap comeback. You see Bound, he's on defense mode. He's controlling bar with the shotty. He has no plans of getting out of here. As I say that, of course, he jumps out. He's going to look to try and push low, be sneaky. I actually love this by him, trying to create some space because he understands that his team is about to be swarmed on the overshield side of the map.
Manu trying to survive for as long as he can, manages to do so as well. Falcated will be taken down as Spartan gives his teammate the cover that he was certainly looking for in that situation. Bound are going to have to do some defensive work now as he's rotated his way back. Boo and Snipe Down have fallen. Numerous members of E Unite inside of the base here of FaZe, and that could be the difference here, but so can a Bulldog in a 1v1.
Yeah, the fact that Bound came all the way back to his base to help them right now could be the difference they needed. 2 players are down for E United. Snipe Down in the enemy team's corner here has a great position to stop this flag from being carried away any further. King Nick getting caught out by himself in bar. The return comes in from Boobadoob. So that was all on the back of Bound's decision to come back with a shotgun and get that first kill. If he doesn't do that, E United is probably punching a cap in right now and has map control.
Spartan going to be taken down bottom middle as well. Bound is having a game, and I'm not just talking about statistics here. He's only 13 and 10, but every single kill he is having is an impactful kill and creating openings for his team, as now he has the overshield as well.
Yeah, I love this push now by Bound. He's done playing defense. It looks like he wants to be aggressive, but his flag is being pulled at the same time. So it's going to be a little bit of a dual flag run opportunity here as FaZe and E United are down and destined to collide here. Boobadoob finds the first one with the shotty. Ops on the return from this corner. Rain eats the shotgun as well, and the last player alive now from E United is Ryan Noob. And like we said, if a third flag goes in, you have to think that E United is dead to rights.
They've got to deal with Ryan Noob at some point. Bound is getting that one halfway. Ryan Noob is just sat inside of the base here. He's going to have so much pressure on him. If FaZe pick up multiple kills, they're all going to be swarming back with that flag, and Ryan Noob's going to have little to no chance of actually being able to make a big play. He's going to need some assistance from his teammates, but Snipe Down just sitting in front of the base at the moment, waiting for the rest of E United to move. The rocket launcher is up as well. The footsteps are going to be heard. Rain should be taken down, but no! Rain somehow manages to make Snipe Down pay, and inside of the base as well. Ryan picked up a kill, and Falcane's last alive. 4 dead somehow or other for FaZe.
Where are they going to spawn though? Can Ryan Noob get this out of the tree freeway? They do spawn back base, but it's not on the thrust side, so Ryan Noob does get it out of the base. King Nick positions himself for the overextension rocket side spots. Nobody knows the Snipe Down is going to be bottom middle, and this is going to be the first flag on the board for E United.
I'm not quite sure how that's worked out for them. That's a little bit of a misstep maybe from FaZe once more, who seem to have all the kills that they could possibly want. Maybe just too concerned with overslaying in that particular circumstance. But Nick with this rocket manages to pick up one, which is going to create an opening. Now, can E United manage to, in this last 2 minutes, get that flag that they're desperate to get on the board to tie this game up?
Not the best grapple we've seen, but King Nick going to continue to advance. Knows that there's players to deal with here. He's out of rockets, unfortunately. Gonna have grapple trying to stay alive. A cheeky grapple up top is gonna be denied by the wall there, and unfortunately it looks like E United was able to slay out.
We'll be trying to bait this flag carrier. Overshield is going to be enough to keep Ryan Noob alive as well until his teammates now move in. 2 players have fallen here for FaZe. Snipe Down and Falcated, the last players alive as well. Here's Nick.
Massive.
He'll take down Falcated. Snipe Down as well. All players full. And even though E United have only been in the base, it feels like twice, they're probably going to be able to tie this game up.
2 caps in a minute and a half time period to tie this one up as a minute left in regulation. Right now, E United find the space and the openings to get those 2 flat caps. It was perfectly executed from them. A phenomenal job by E United to flip this score and stay in this series.
Snipe down. Trying to survive here on the palm tree. And oh, Rhino gets put on his back by Snipe down, giving him the wiggles. The hips were shaking. The knees were moving and the toes were tapping. As you see, FaZe now probably a little bit shell-shocked from what's just happened to them in the last few moments, trying to be aggressive and maybe get the flag cap that they need to at least secure the series and stop this going to a game 5.
Yeah, 28 seconds remaining in regulation, and Boobadooboo having control of the enemy's corner has just lost 2 teammates. Unfortunately, he's gonna have his teammate with him, but it's gonna be Bound and Boobadooboo versus Rain. And I believe it was Ryan for a second, but kills coming through from both sides. Nobody in a real position to grab the flag. Snipe Gun's gonna try and get there, but Sparty and King Nick to deal with him are gonna shut him down, and we're gonna look to go into the overtime round now.
It's overtime. Next flag wins between E United and FaZe. If it goes to FaZe, they go to the finals. If it goes to E United, we go to a game 5.
I still want to see that game 5. E United doing everything in the second half of regulation to get me there. Let's see if they have just a little bit of gas left in the tank to push this series the distance.
Oh, lovely grapple up to the Rockets there. Going to allow E United not only to get early control, but power weapon in their hand for a few seconds. The issue was Snipe down. Not just targets in front of him, he's pretty good at hitting. He can hit the ones on the move as well. Now he's looking to answer back himself. That's how you grapple. That's how you rocket. As he takes down Rain inside of the base. Now this is a massive opportunity here for FaZe. They have the Rockets inside of the base. They also have control of mid-map, but they can't quite kill Spartan for now. He might have burnt enough time for his teammates to actually come back off the respawn. Now Snipe down can't really do anything.
Yeah, Ryan and Nick both clear out their base. You're going to see Boobadooboo trying to wait for the lightning grenades, but unfortunately he can't pick those up. And right now he's going to find himself by himself bottom middle. I love the fact that he might be able to get these and just burn them, right? Get them off the map so that FaZe can, or that E United cannot use these. Not only does he do that though, he finds himself a kill and buys himself his own team some time to come off respawn and to create some saves. Boobadooboo, that kill speaks massive amount of volume as far as the space he just gave his team, because it was going to be E United with full map control for a second if he doesn't get that.
Snipe down slides in. King Nick's here to greet him though. Snipe down says goodbye. I'm not interested in anything you are selling inside of that treehouse. Rhino picks up the kill onto Snipe down, so he will be cleaned up. And once again, the dynamo grenade just ticking away at those shields, doing damage not only to the POV that we were watching, but also to another player who was in the hut. Bound now trying to do some defensive work with those grenades. Challenges Rhino, but Rhino accepts gleefully and wins the battle.
Yeah, 2 go down for FaZe, so E United in a phenomenal position off that kill from Ryan Noob to clean up some kills. There it is, Rain with the last 2. Spawners from FaZe now stuck in the back of their bases. This overshield's coming up. And E United now with map control. We've seen what they can do towards the end of this game with this map control. If they're able to successfully push into the space with this overshield, they're going to take us to the game 5.
2 players down here for FaZe. However, 2 players fall for E United. Boo Boo is the last player alive here for FaZe. E United, who were 2-0 down, remember, in this flag game, now have to make huge plays. Look at the rotation coming back from E United. Boo Boo's been spotted here. E United are desperate to get him out of the base, but somehow he's staying alive and somehow he's doing so much work for his team.
Boobadooboo doing things that should not be done right now is going to keep his team in this. If he doesn't get those kills, stay alive, be a nuisance. Yep.
They got the flag moving as well.
Flag across halfway.
Boo Boo's got it back through his double doors. And Boo Boo is just making surely the play to maybe win this. Bounds having to come back now. Desperation coming in from E United. Snipe down goes for the touch. He's going to have to grapple away instead. Bound picks up 1. There's the grapple with the flag. You knew what was going to happen. Snipe down outthinking the rest of E United, and FaZe will win the game. And most importantly, win the series and go to the grand final.
Unbelievable heads-up awareness from Snipedown to just get the grapple, know that if he stays alive, he can grapple it to himself to punch that one in overtime in game 4. Snipedown didn't want to see a game 5, made sure we didn't see it as fans, and pushed FaZe to our grand finals.
And now they get the opportunity for the rematch against Cloud9. Now, FaZe, let's be real here. It's going to be very, very tough to do. They got to beat them not only once, but twice. Send it to that bracket reset if they want to call themselves the champion. But we've been asking for growth from them, Wes. And we're seeing it in front of our very eyes. There is your series score. You can see how close it was between the two, though.
It was just earlier this week that these two teams scrimmed, and it was a very lopsided affair with E United being the favor. But we're seeing in a completely different phase. They're starting to grow as a team, and it's something beautiful to see. It's Snipedown playing the objective perfect to a team. I mean, who better than Snipedown that's been hitting all of the shots this series to put the punctuation on this one, to grapple the fight, to show you that he's the full all-around player that he can be. And on the back of a lot of great plays from FaZe in order to take this one in their favor. They almost choked that 2-flag lead. Like we said, E United crawling back, but FaZe do just enough to close these close games out, which is something, like you said, also, Mark, they weren't able to do against Cloud9 the first time. So growth definitely being shown here throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you take the words right out of my mouth. There's the difference between this series and the one against C9. Yes, let's be real, C9, you know, champions of Raleigh, probably the #1 team in the world right now. I think not too many people are going to dispute that. Maybe put a little bit more pressure on the most teams in those situations, but United were also in that grand final, and to be able to switch up the way that they approach those moments and have the success off the back of it speaks volumes about the way that FaZe have progressed, not just from, you know, scrim to scrim, not just from game to game, but from series to series as well, inside of the same tournament.
Yeah, and you love to see this team gain the confidence that they're gaining throughout all of this, right? The highs, the lows, you have to take them as they go. Professionals, experienced veterans, that's what this team is made of outside of Bound, and they're getting the job done. They're starting to use their experience to understand what the right play is, right? Like Snipedown doesn't averagely go for that fight. He gets the grapple, he stays alive, he understands, if I get my shield back, I can grapple this thing to myself and end this thing easy, and not even give United the light of day, the time of day, to try and deny that from happening. That is evolving your head into the Halo Infinite headspace that you need to be in order to have the success that this FaZe team has now had.
I gotta say, you could almost see the cogs turning in his head, even though we don't see, like, you know, his spot, you don't see him, you only see his POV, but as he's making his way up there, trying to go around the pillars of the base, you can literally see in his head, hold on a second, I have to grapple. Here we go. Absolutely stunning. I was actually screaming at that point. I actually had a little scream. It just came out. It was just fantastic. I love to see,
like a happy scream,
what
not
we
just
have.
like
it
a...
was a oh no, it was like
it
was this, and then a scream, and then a wow, that just happened. I love seeing, you know, some of the new elements in the game being used in that way to seal the deal on a series like that. Just absolutely amazing stuff. And Snipedown, he's back, baby. Oh my God, absolutely incredible from him and the rest of the team. Really gelling like a squad, and you said it a million times on set, because I've said it a million times. Growing. They are growing wonderfully, like a wild jungle, and Cloud9 are going to have to deal with that. Let's take a quick look at the elimination bracket, though, to see their journey so far to get to that grand finals. As you can see, they've had a pretty decent journey so far. They did fall short very, very briefly, though, in the elimination bracket. They weren't there for a very long time, but they did manage to bump themselves back up once again to face C9. So as you can see, Cloud9 have had a pretty easy run so far. They haven't dropped a map yet. It has been pretty damn good. So FaZe have their work cut out for them, but Cloud9, I don't think that they're unbeatable at this point. I think FaZe have a decent shot at this one, but Clutch, I think you'll tell me the truth here. How close do you think this grand finals will be?
In all honesty, I don't expect it to be close. I think Cloud9's still going to have the leg up here. I still think Cloud9 are the best team in the world consistently. FaZe, we saw great winners finals from them, and they had opportunities and openings. Are they there as a team yet? I don't think so. I mean, like, they're close, but I don't think that they're going to have what it takes to really push Cloud9 the distance, especially when we're talking about having to reset the bracket and beat them in 2 best-of-5s. That's a lot to ask from anyone, but it is very refreshing to see how well this FaZe team is playing right now. And if they can do just a little bit more, I can be completely wrong.
Off the back of that, sorry to jump in, I just want to say it's a really good example of how much respect we're actually showing to FaZe here, because we're saying, you know, they've still got growth, they've still got a ceiling, they're in the finals. I think that shows, you know, what we expect, or maybe we are looking to expect from them moving forward in the next couple of weeks of Pro Series as well.
Yeah, it's actually kind of terrifying for some of our top teams, isn't it? The fact they're in the grand finals and they're like, well, everyone's thinking they're still growing. Great for us. No, absolutely amazing stuff across the board from all of our teams today. Really excited about this grand finals. I hope you guys are too. We're heading to a quick break so we can all get, you know, composed, ready for this. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Potential bracket reset, who knows? But before, we actually need to hear from our sponsors as well. So we'll be back right after this.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and the Marines.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series. It's grand final time and I have three of the best gentlemen in the game to talk you through it. Bravo, Onset, Clutch. I'm really hype about this rematch. I really am. And honestly, we haven't got a whole bunch of time before we get into the game. That's good news for you guys at home, but I want to quickly talk about FaZe. And that's because C9 have had such an easy kind of ride, honestly, in the winners bracket. I think right now it's about what FaZe have to do to try and control this series and take them down. And Clutch, I want to quickly come to you. You know, I'm kind of thinking, based on what you guys have been talking about today, that FaZe have to control the controllables. And that being said, power weapons, power up, take it off C9. Don't let them have it. We saw that it was kind of a success for FaZe, especially against the United. We saw them using everything on the map to aid them. But right now for FaZe, is that kind of what you're seeing, or is there a bit more to it?
Yeah, but I mean, we're seeing Snipe Down pop off when he gets the opportunity to have the snipe in his hands. It's something Cloud9 doesn't really let the other team do all the time. You saw when these two teams played in the winners finals, it was all Renegade with the snipe in his hands, and what he was able to do, stopping that from happening before he gets into those positions is so key. And honestly, getting those positions yourself and controlling them yourselves is honestly the win con, right? It's whichever team does a better job there. It's Cloud9's dominance when it comes to controlling the power-ups and the power weapons that really gives them the leg up. FaZe cannot afford to let that happen twice today if they want to stay in this tournament and win this whole thing.
Well, we shall certainly see very shortly. So Bravo, on set is grand finals time. I'm handing it over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Lottie, and a great bit of input there from Clutch as well. I think it's a really good point that he's making. You know, control the controllables, make sure that you're keeping them out of the hands of your opposition's danger players, but also on the flip side of that, if you get them in your hands, you got to put them to use, Andy. We always talk about controlling power weapons. Using power weapons is just as important as getting them in your hands. And for FaZe and Cloud9, the two teams in our grand final, that couldn't be more true than it is in a pressure situation like this.
Yeah, that's the scary thing about Cloud9. It feels like their efficiency with those power items is just sky high. They absolutely dominate when they get them. FaZe maybe just a little bit less in terms of execution rate. Let's take a look here at the game types, though.
Well, the first game we're going to have is Street Strongholds, so we're going to be going over to Recharge Slayer for our second game, and then game 3 will be Capture the Flag Bazaar, which we just saw, of course, FaZe win in overtime against E United. Now, looking at the game types there, Andy, what you got to tell us?
Yeah, I think one of the first things that pops up is a shout out to both Dan Gaskin and Matty Rums for all the stats they've been providing. Cloud9, 83% win rate on Stronghold Streets, so pretty solid game type for them.
That's pretty solid is an understatement. I think that's pretty phenomenal, to be honest with you. It's one of their strongest game types and maps overall, I think, that they have in the Halo Championship Series. So for FaZe, it's going to be certainly an uphill battle for them. But on the flip side of that, I always think if you can take one of your opponent's strongest games off them, and especially early in a series, it sets you up for so much success. It just fills you with that belief that you need to send this to a second best of 5.
Absolutely, and it's going to be difficult because 78% win rate for C9 on Slayer Recharge, so they really stay quite high up in terms of the win rates across those. Even if we look at CTF Bazaar, it's an 89% win rate. So these three just so happen to be 3 of Cloud9's highest win rates overall in the entire suite of Halo Infinite, which is not.
Feels like we're stacking the cards a little bit, doesn't it?
It's a tough. It definitely is a tough draw for FaZe, but like you said, there's no reason that this FaZe roster, especially hot off the heels of that last series, can't steal at least one of these games to get this series past those first 3.
It's going to be certainly an uphill battle for FaZe, as we say. For Cloud9, though, it's going to be a case of making sure they don't take their eye off the ball and making sure that they put the pressure onto FaZe like they have everybody else. Now, this is a rematch from our upper bracket a little bit earlier on. FaZe unfortunately lost it that time against Cloud9, but the games were pretty close. They were back and forth, and FaZe are going to need to get out to a hot start here because it's grand finals time, everybody. Cloud9 versus FaZe.
Absolutely, cannot wait to get into this one. We saw these two teams play earlier. If you might remember, it was a 3-0, but could be a little bit different here based on the energy that FaZe might be coming in. We're starting things off with Renegade.
Renegade picking up that Stalker rifle almost immediately here. And early on, you're going to see not only kills going in the favor, 3 almost consecutively for Cloud9, but also you're going to see them be able to get a little bit of early control onto C. And it looks like Eco is going to be able to start converting B here. What a start that was for Cloud9, by the way. It seemed like everybody won their battles that they needed to at the exact same moment.
About slaying the opponents right now, 4-2, but actually the rocks go down, snipe down with some great pressure from A. And right now, looks like we're going to see FaZe try to answer back. But like you said, some early control, but not a lot of points on the board already. C getting flipped right away, even B starting to get flipped as well. So FaZe answering back immediately.
Yeah, this has been an amazing start, to be honest. An amazing answer back, I should say, from FaZe. And that's reflected in the fact that they have a triple cap at the moment. Now, Eco, goodbye. Have a think about your next move. And you're going to have a few seconds to do so as Falcated moves in from that C balcony. Renegade's going to be taken down to no shields. And Falcated is just keeping the pressure up here. And FaZe are keeping the pressure up here.
Surprised to see Eco go for that solo cap, kind of just alerts his opponents to his position right away, and FaZe makes very quick work of that. Like you said, they answer back, and just like that, with 4 dead off of the opening for C9, just like that, now it's 27-2 in favor of FaZe, and some really good bouncing back after that first spawn.
Yeah, one thing to point out there, Renegade doesn't lose those battles very often, so to see him go down in that situation is certainly a confidence builder for FaZe. As is the Bulldog in the hands of Snipedown. He'll get traded out almost immediately, as now you're going to see 45-2 the score at the moment for FaZe, coming off the back of that series against E United, looking hot.
Yeah, Falcade leading the game right now with 5 kills, and it's actually surprising to see Stellar not on the board yet. And when you shut down a player like Stellar, that's going to give you gaps. That's going to give you openings to have a score line like this. 60-2 now in favor of FaZe.
Rocket's going to be popping in 5 seconds or so. Stellar's got the Bulldog, and it will be an assault onto B here. Finally, Stellar gets his first kill of the game, and I'm sure there will be plenty more to follow that one up as well. And it'll be C9 now who get control of the Rockets, and that should mean they'll be able to turn B control over to themselves as well. Chomp coming in with that rocket is going to pick up yet another kill, and like I said, AB now in control of C9. What can FaZe do to fight out this?
Yeah, man, C9 not really the way they expected, or you know, to start this game. A little bit, maybe a little bit startling to see themselves down by 60 at this point in the game. C9 starting to get a little bit of control, as you say, but caught off guard. FaZe making sure, like we said, coming off of that last series with the energy that maybe if you're a FaZe fan that you hope they would. Certainly with a hot start, but Trip Cap going to be slowed down. Boo Boo of FaZe going to flip B.
Eco taken down by Boo Boo as well. He's been playing some really, really good Halo and almost managed to take down Renegade as well. Renegade with the thrust is going to be able to survive. Snipe down trying to pick up the kill onto Stellar, who will be taken down instead by Bound. B being converted by C9, and looks like Snipe Down's going to have to back down, try and play some kills, but Renegade is going to be combining with Penguin to stop that in its tracks.
Yeah. C9 already doing things that if you're on the FaZe side, you're a little bit worried about. Specifically, it's Penguin, who's 11-6 right now, and over the past few minutes has absolutely been putting on a show and helping his team claw back in this. So this is what's dangerous if you're FaZe. C9 just playing the slow game. They're holding BC, and just like that, what was the 60-point lead is now less than a 20-point lead.
Renegade inside of PD as well. He's just going to be a nuisance here as the assault is now going to come onto that A stronghold. They're looking for a triple cap, or maybe expecting the fact that the respawns are going to be coming in at Tram, so they have to try and flip this stronghold. A C will go out of their favor as the respawners from FaZe will come in. Stalker Rifle, though, going to be in the hands of a player up on that balcony, so Renegade's going to have to play that pillar, make sure he doesn't give his life away. Perfect play once again from C9. Now they're looking to collapse onto this as well. Booby trying to push out, but Stella's going to be there to meet him. One player runs past him. 2 one-shots inside a Tram means Penguin should have an easy job of cleaning these up.
Didn't even get a chance to say tie game because there's a full-on lead change, 82-72 now in favor of C9. And like you said, Renegade absolutely loving that pillar there. Might even pick up a nice trade. That's a very good trade from Penguin. That's a difficult situation to get the trade when you have shots coming in from bottom middle as well. All those wins are also going to equal a rocket launcher for Renegade. The lead, rockets in the hand. Here comes the push.
Can't remember if that's 2 or 3 rockets in the hands of Renegade now, but it's certainly back-to-back for sure for C9. Bulldog going to be dropped as well, so all the goodies, all the tools you could possibly want to build a win are in the hands of Cloud9 for now. Bound's going to be crossing. Bound will be eliminated. Renegade now spinning around and trying to see if he can add to that killing spree that pops up on his screen as well.
Just beautiful stuff here from Renegade. By the way, we need a dedicated Penguin cam because he is 16-9 right now, nearly double that of anyone else on his team. Huge numbers coming in from him, and you have to think he has been not just a difference maker, the difference maker in this game, now being 136-72 in favor of C9.
Maybe you have to get onto David Attenborough about that. The man knows how to set up some cameras that are dedicated to watching Penguins. As now Penguin is going to be sliding down towards the pizza. Now going to be backing up towards the balcony. As you can see, the score has really flipped on its head now. A going to be flipped, or attempted to be flipped, I should say, by C9. Looks like a momentary stop has come in from FaZe, as now they're going to try and push up onto B Street. However, as I say that, A does get converted, 138 and rising momentarily, and now the contestant will come in at B for FaZe.
It's difficult when the strongholds it's kind of back and forth. Things are getting flipped. There's fast rotations. It's difficult to remember where we were. We got to remind everyone, this game was 70-10. Now it's 138-90. This is essentially nearly 140 unanswered points, 130 or so unanswered points coming in from Cloud9. They have been playing the past few minutes perfectly.
Yeah, now we're about the halfway point in the game as well, Andy. So you got like 138-98. You can see halfway through the game the C9 certainly have had the better of the first half. Now it's into the second half. This is where the crunch moments happen, right? This is where they need to step up. Snipe Down picking up one is going to be really, really big for them. Also, the rockets finally in their hand. The first time we've seen FaZe with a power weapon, and the first time we've seen C9 dead for quite some time.
Yeah, this really is an opportunity for FaZe here to get back in this one, and we've only been talking about C9 for what feels like the past 5 minutes because they've been dominating the way they have, and now FaZe, momentary trip cap for just a second. A will get flipped, but FaZe scoring once again. Snipe Down still with a rocket left.
Drop ball goes down. Great little thread of the needle, though, with the rocket. Make sure to avoid that. And there's going to be a little bit more precision work as Penguin will in a 1v1. Snipe Down with the triple and a killing spree. Penguin's going to be piping hot from the inside out.
Busting out that microwave for the triple and snipe down. Ran out of rockets. He's like, what else can I find? Pulls out Costco microwave there, $19.99, and is able to pick up that kill, 146 to 125 now.
Vintage model.
It is. So just like the man knows how to use it as well. Just like that, we got a 20-point game. FaZe is right back in this game. And we were talking about how Penguin was 16-9 and nobody else was really close. Only one other player was double digits. Take a look at the rest of the scoreboard. That's changed quite a bit. Penguin's still an outlier, but slowly everyone else is catching up here as this game is still just about within 25 points or so.
Well, FaZe are going to lose control of A and B. So C9 will be scoring 162 to 125. These are really important moments of the game here, I feel, for FaZe. If FaZe let the next 30 seconds or so slip out of their hands, then all of a sudden the game one can slip out of their hands as well. The Rockets are coming up in around 25 seconds too. So Stella making this rotation towards C is going to give things up. No, it's not, as Penguin will win the battle over at B. FaZe, they commit to B. They have control of A and B for now. Snipe down with a big kill, bound with another. FaZe in these important moments, like I mentioned, starting to come to life as well.
Eco just trying to hit some bounce nades into the rocket pocket. Neither of those look like they connect though, and based on our scoreboard, Snipedown's still alive, so the big question is, where are these rockets going to go? They're still up here. Falcon doing whatever he can, and we're going to have to keep an eye on those rockets.
The amount of damage being done by Falcated as well is so impressive. The players just trapped here at C. Stella going to be challenging, but look at this little shoulder shuffle coming in from Snipedown. The Snipedown shuffle is something that you'll be seeing on TikTok pretty soon, I'm sure.
Renegade was the one in the end that gets the rockets, but look at the bulldog of Snipedown. Speaking of the shuffle, comes back around. He will die eventually from garbage, but it looks like the rockets will finally be picked up. One left for Stellar.
Stella going to pick up the kill as well with that rocket. 164 to 179. FaZe have managed to get themselves back into the lead. They're also applying some pressure to C as well. And at the moment, C9 for the first time in quite some time. Look a little bit lost here, Andy. It looks like FaZe are under the skin and really managing to stagger these spawns.
They do indeed. C9 able to flip A to avoid the trip cap, but now it's a BC. A long A-B hold, as you said, gives FaZe the lead here. And what looked like really a C9 home stretch for a few minutes of time has really been answered back by FaZe. You got to be impressed with what they've been able to do. Lots of kills around tires, lots of control around that A-B hold led them to that rocket grab. In the end, C9 will get a few kills off of it, but still scoring at BC.
Found. The Sentinel beam is going to pick up yet another kill as well. And every time you look into the top right of your screen at the moment, you're seeing not just one, but 2 or 3 X's from Cloud9. They just cannot get the numbers they need to win some fights. Maybe Renegade with a 1v1 battle will win the fight that they need to even up those numbers, though. There's Booby Dooby, though. He's going to be taken down 229, though. And at that moment, unfortunately, C9 have had a player drop out. We'll have to see what the ruling is going to be. And to do that, I'm going to put the glasses on, because I need to be out of range.
I thought Renegade's melees there were celebratory melees after the battle. It looks like they were just kind of a player has dropped melees. The game needs to be paused melees.
There's a difference in
which
the
is
angle,
unfortunate, but man, what a back and forth game of strongholds between these two. It's honestly a very good table setter for the whole series, because if this game is any indication, I think this is going to be a series that's pretty back and forth. Keep in mind, C9 3-0'd FaZe earlier today. So the fact that we are seeing a very different game one between these two teams, pretty special to see. And also we got to remember that FaZe dominated the end of the strongholds. I think it was 250 to 176 or so in their game one strongholds earlier today. So the fact that we had FaZe leading at that point says a lot. We'll have to hear from, of course, league ops and officials about where that match is going to start in terms of aggregate score, but a pretty awesome game one so far.
Yeah, very, very impressive. And we were talking about kind of dividing that game in halves, right? And we said that maybe C9 won that first half or the second half until that unfortunate moment we just had where the player dropped. That was completely FaZe's. FaZe, for the first time, I think, had put Cloud9 under pressure like I haven't seen in quite some time. They just had them on staggered spawns constantly. They were winning the 1Vs. They had the power weapons. They were able to control those. And it was really, really impressive for FaZe. That's probably the best I've seen FaZe play Halo on Street Strongholds for sure.
Yeah, certainly on Street Strongholds, and maybe some of the best Halo we've seen them play ever. And I think you guys talked about just how much they've been progressing. I think that their great moments in that game were great indications of exactly that, the way that they were playing the end of that game. And I think they held the A-B hold for so long. I think you hit the nail on the head. That was all about the staggered spawns, because C9, when they're all 4 alive, their push rate and their success on execution of 4-player pushes is probably quite high. So the fact that they kept the spawn staggered, C9 really could not get out of that tram spawn. And even when they snuck back A, there was only one player doing it at a time, and it led to some really great control from FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe looking very, very impressive. We're waiting for the official ruling on, of course, what's going to be happening when we do get the game back underway. It was very unfortunate for FaZe as well, because they were rolling. They were rocking and rolling towards the end of that game, and it looks like we're going to be restarting the game. FaZe will need 26, C9 will need 86. And luckily, I've got that written down now next to me. Not written down, but, you know, shout out to our producer, Crystal, for making sure that it is actually in front of me, because apparently it's been adjusted. But I'm going to take the blame for it, because, as we all know, concept mass is the thing. Something that should never be applied for science, because things will explode if you try and do so.
It's true. We've seen it actually happen. It's not good.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good whatsoever. Okay, we've got an update for you. Restarting map. FaZe will need 191 points to win, and C9 will need 250. So it looks like we're going back to the start a little bit more. So we're going to have like an elongated game here for our game number 1. Apologies for the little bit of a delay. We'll get back into the lobby as soon as we can. But that's the official ruling for everybody at home.
Yeah, let's keep in mind that is quite a difference, right? That 59-point difference is just a huge difference, because as we talked about, right, this game is going tug of war style, right? One team wins the first a few minutes, the other team then answers back with a huge swing. C9 had 130 nearly unanswered points, right? So it's really going to come down to, no longer can you look at that 250 finish line and know that, okay, we've got exactly this much time to make these pushes happen, and rockets are coming up now. You can't make those calculations anymore if you're C9, because FaZe only needing 191 C9 needs to play even better than usual. And to be honest, I think they're up to the task. Knowing that FaZe only needs 191 might actually bring out the best in C9.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point that you raised there. I mean, we talked about Renegade saying like his teammates do not wilt under pressure. They're the iciest players, he called them, in the league, and that he could possibly want to team with. You put them under pressure, like they're saying, okay, it's almost like hard mode, right? This is legendary mode now for C9 playing against FaZe. It's like, all right, we can't make any mistakes. You've got a couple of mistakes in you, FaZe, but we know that we don't, because we need to hit 250 before you hit 191. That could bring out the best of them. I think it's a really good point that you raised there. I wonder if that's going to be something that they're going to keep in mind, and the first few moments of this game could be pivotal to that as well. We saw kind of kills being traded in that first game, but I don't know. This is going to be a tough one. And for FaZe as well, you got to think, they were probably thinking this game's ours. We're running away with this one. We got the spawns, we've got the staggered spawns. It's just one of those unfortunate circumstances that you have to deal with, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's true. And I think FaZe is going to come out absolutely just steamrolling on fire. They're going to look for trip caps because they can afford that, right? They're not playing to 250, they're playing to 191. So they can afford to get super aggressive on some trip caps at the 100 mark, where they can OE, and they have this big 60-point cushion, which affords them these overextensions and affords them to allow for a quick trip cap. Because if they get a trip cap or two that gets them 20 extra points here, 20 extra points there, that's going to bring them close enough where then maybe they only need a little bit of control, and say, for example, C9's around 200 and FaZe only needs 20 or 30. It just allows FaZe to play a little more careless and reckless, which is going to play to their advantage. They can overextend a little bit more. They've got that cushion.
Yeah, and I think that playing a little bit more carefree, I think, is the best way to put it for FaZe. Is probably the best way to get the best out of this FaZe roster.
Yes,
we saw it in those last
totally.
final moments as well, right? The 1v1s that were being taken that maybe we wouldn't have seen a couple of players backing down from, waiting for a little bit of help, and they were just showing that confidence in those 1v1s, saying, hey, do you know what? I'm going to just outshoot you. This is as simple as that. And I think that's the thing you have to do against C9. It's scary as a proposition, right? But if there's a 1v1 available, you got to take it and you got to win it. Because if you do win it, it's the only way that you seem to be able to get C9 3 dead, 2 dead, whatever it might be, and kind of create number situations, because C9, they take the 1vs and most of the time they win them. It's like I mentioned, it's a risk reward, but it's a scary proposition you have to kind of accept the invitation to be a part of.
You do, and I think the two players that jump to mind right away on FaZe are going to be Bound and Snipe Down. Those are the players that are going to challenge the third player in a moment where you're like, oh my god, what are they doing? And then either they get away with it or they get a player 3 shots. Now, not to say that Boo and Falcade aren't capable of that, but I think Boo and Falcade are a little more conservative, a little bit more reserved, crazy consistent, but they're a little bit less with the crazy challenges that Bound and Snipe Down seem to pull out. That tend to pull off from time to time. So you're absolutely right on set. Against a team like C9, you need the Bounds and the Snipe Downs to be challenging the third player when most of us would not, for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of just like, again, it's a show no respect. C9 show no respect to who they're playing. Why should you show respect to them? If you've got the opportunity to take a fight, you got to take it. We're still waiting for the game to get underway. You can probably guess that by the fact that you're still seeing our two faces right here, but I mean, it gives us a little bit of an opportunity to react to some of the other things we've seen in the bracket as well, Andy, before we get back into this game. I mean, let's talk about some of those teams that surprised us. I think Space Station, I mean, we need to talk about Space Station versus Optic, right? We saw Optic drop down to that lower bracket, and we were like, okay, they're in the elimination bracket. Fair enough. They lost to Sentinels. That's not ideal for them. Things are looking a little bit shaky, but to lose to Space Station, I mean, what do you think the mood is like in their camp now?
I think, yeah, as we take a look at the bracket here, I think for Optic, it's got to be pretty alarming, to be honest, because you guys talked about it earlier, but Optic coming into not just as a possible favorite, right? Coming into Raleigh with the #1 seeds, coming in with multiple tournament wins. Optic Gaming looks so strong. All anyone was talking about was Lucid and Trippy, which is absolutely insane because on that team, you've got players like Ola and APG. Yeah. So just I think the whole story around Optic is so big right now. There's so much pressure on them, maybe an unfair amount of pressure. So for them to be dropping the way that they have at Raleigh and here, I think it's a bit alarming. But I think there's enough veteranship and experience on that team onset that I'm not worried about them. I think that they are certainly concerned with the results, but I think long term, I think these players have what it takes to look at this year as a whole and not worry too much about the past few weeks.
Yeah, I think it's a great point you put there. You know, it's the bigger picture, isn't it, right? You know, when you get to the next event and, you know, they have the opportunity to get on that main stage again, I'm sure the Optic are going to do everything they can to put things right. It was just, on the other side of that as well, we should talk about Space Station because that's a huge result for Space Station. Let's remember they just picked up a new player in FaZe who's, you know, pretty new to the top tier competitive landscape, whatever you want to call it, on that lineup. Space Station have been through some really, really turbulent times, as we know, in the build up to Raleigh, with Formal dropping, with, you know, Tusk being picked back up. Now Tusk left, and they finally got this settled roster. I think it's probably the best possible start they could want for Space Station. They probably weren't expected to come in to win this thing. Let's be real. They've only been playing together for, you know, a week or so, whatever it might be. Yeah. But to take down and to know that you can take down a powerhouse like Optic has got to be the greatest confidence boost for them.
Yeah, I think it's a great result for them. Also, credit to the entire Space Station org, of course, Coach Elamite, and also, you know, his brother Ace on the team, just for the roster they've built, because I think it's been the least textbook roster, right? It's been the least household names maybe on any of the top teams that we talk about. They're taking big gambles and big risks on players that they're confident in, that if you've been only peripherally watching, say, Halo, you might not be familiar with the Zions, right? With the FaZes, and the fact that they're taking big bets and big risks on players that they believe in, and they took the time to put that roster together the way they did, is pretty fantastic. So credit to the Space Station org, you know, but I think to get back to the earlier point, what's great is all these teams are really looking at this whole year. And yes, these tournaments are very important. There's a lot of points that they're playing for. There's a lot of cash that they're playing for right now. But keep in mind, at the end of year one of Halo Infinite, we've got a Halo World Championship, and there's going to be one team that's remembered, and that's your world champion. But we're back into the game. Let's remind everyone at home, here we are in game #1. FaZe needs 191. C9 needs 250.
Well, here we go then. whose name will we be remembering? That sentence was so much more difficult to say. Oh my god. Do you know what? I'm starting this all again. Don't worry, let's get back into the game. FaZe versus Cloud9. And early on it's going to be FaZe who do pick up A, B control. I think there was some sort of sense in what I was trying to say there, but it just didn't come out right. You know what I mean? It's one of those moments. Don't worry.
I do think you had a sentence in mind. I think that there was something you had in mind.
I wanted to say something. I'm not sure what it was. But yeah.
I'm pretty sure you did. Now here we go. 15-0 FaZe off the break. Now this presents an interesting opportunity for FaZe. FaZe can approach this two-way, and the one I talked about was that FaZe only needs 191 on the board, and they could play a pretty aggressive and overextend, and they have a cushion to make mistakes. The other option that they have is to simply play conservative and look for a single hold of just 2 strongholds, and do that for a short period of time to get to 191. We'll have to see on set which one they opt for.
Well, even though FaZe had a really good start there, I actually feel like that was a little bit of a missed opportunity for them. Renegade has managed to pick up the Bulldog. They got AC control, but then they just took too long. They let C9 all respawn, all 4 are alive, and have a straight 4v4 team fight. They just need to be a little bit quicker. Speaking of which, Renegade, one of the fastest sensitivities you will see, and somehow manages to pick up the kill onto Falcated. And now you're seeing C9 in control. And even though FaZe got out to an early lead, this is going to be a triple cap by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's going to be a triple. And not only that, but you've got Renegade with the Stalker Bulldog thrust in back PD patrolling around B. This is disastrous and very dangerous.
Trying to protect B, gets the reset as well. Now keep your eyes on the screens, the top left and the top right. Let's see where these kills are coming in. 3 players now dead for FaZe, and you are going to see those staggered spawns coming in. So you're going to be lighting up for Renegade, and that is just the opportunity to go forward. But Bound with that kill is not only going to slow things down, but also allow them to stem the bleeding for now. 75 to 34 though, C9 are still scoring.
And somehow after all that, just because of that C win, they'll get the rockets, but it's good pressure from the C9 side right away. The downed rockets though, looks like they were gonna fall. Yeah, Snipe Down does grab them, and now he moves towards A as well.
Okay, it picks up a double kill. Snipe Down will pick up one. Last player alive is going to be Eco. He's going to be taken down, but look at that spawn that just came in for Stella as well. That is super unfortunate there for FaZe as they tried to make that push onto B, but with AC control, you can see maybe why that spawn did come in. Stella now trying to push in to clean up some kills onto A to keep it in their hands. Penguin trying to work with him to do so. Falcade somehow manages to get a kill in that situation though. And now Stella's going to be last alive here for C9. He's taken down and FaZe starting to roar back into this.
Yeah, FaZe, keep in mind, only needing 191 here, C9 needing 250. So as a reminder, they really do have a cushion here. However, C9 still applying great pressure, but just like that, trip cap here for FaZe off the back of that win.
2 kills fall to them as well. Renegade and Stella, the only players alive. Stella's inside of this stronghold, which is going to give away his position. We'll manage to slow things down for now, but I like what FaZe are doing here. They decided to try and hold the map. Nico's going to be spotted out as well by Boobadoo with that Stalker rifle. Renegade going to pick up the kill though. And Bound finish off this kill onto Eco. Really, really important for him to do so. Now he can flank up at this B stronghold. Renegade going to be escaping for now. Penguin going to be inside of the stronghold. He's going to be weak and should be able to be finished here by Bound. It just snaps onto him with that battle rifle. But now here comes Renegade and there's B stairs.
Let's keep in mind here, now you'll just see FaZe take the lead once again. And they're going to be happy now to once again just hold BC. So somehow they get out of that dangerous trip cap, and you have to wonder, maybe a little bit of an overextension for a moment from C9 to allow FaZe to bounce back the way that they did, but B getting flipped as well.
C9 get control of AB now. One player has fallen here for FaZe, but it's 3v3 across the map. So next kill was very, very important. Falcate's going to get it. And not only that, Booboo's going to pick up a double kill as well. So this is the opening here that FaZe are looking for. Can they capitalize on it, though? You can see Bound is going to be in position to pick up the stronghold. Snipe Down going to be in position to pick up the rockets, but where are those spawns coming in? All at C, the rocket launcher could be vital here for picking up kills. That's one. All of C9 are trapped at the moment inside of C, but Snipe Down again smartly backs down, knowing that C9 have to move out of trap at some point.
Renegade and Penguin working together at A. What's going to happen at A? A does get flipped, so it's a very, very strong push. They needed to win A. Cloud9 did, because now here we are 111 to 109. It's a very strong win. Snipedown tries to make something happen at C, but Eco just waiting on the C Valk.
Such an important kill there, but AB now in control of FaZe. And they're getting closer and closer to that 191 that they need to close out this map number 1 in the series. 109 to 121. A reminder that C9 do need 250 to win this game after the restart. Renegade picks up one onto Snipe Down, though. That's going to allow them to move on to A, but constant pressure now coming in from FaZe, just trying to do what they can to clear Renegade out. But there's the flank coming in for the rest of C9 now. Eco picks up 1, Penguin picks up 2, and this could be a triple cap going to them.
Here we go, backs against the walls. If you want to see some of the best Halo that C9 might ever play, this actually could be it on display. They should get the reset here. What can Boo Boo do? As the reset comes in for just a second, but Boo Boo's going to start capping right away. Still 128, 128. Now, if we take a look, 60 points needed on the board for the side of FaZe. And just like that, 120, 110 or so needed for C9.
Well, that's the opening pick in the team fight. Stella picks up yet another one. This is going to be guaranteed time here for Cloud9. Stella with the commando in his hands as well. As the battle rifle, as he jumps out to finish off the kill onto Falcade. Bound's going to be sliding around this corner. Here's a commando for your troubles. And when Bound's here, there's no problem for C9 because he's nowhere near any of those strongholds.
Here we go, rockets are up. Who's going to grab those? Looks like it's going to be Eco grab. He's actually going to go forward with them. BR is out again. And now going right into C. Should be able to pick up this as well. A double kill from him. And just like that, more points on the board. And you have to think C9 is going to continue to trip cap only if it makes sense and only if they can hold it without losing too much control.
B and C have been flipped over, though. There's a 1v1 inside of that B stronghold. And now it's Boobadoo introducing himself to Penguin. 3 dead here for FaZe. Excuse me, 2 dead here for Cloud9. 2 dead for FaZe. As I say that, 2 kills fall across the board. The battle for B is continuing here. 169 to 142. FaZe are scoring, but it looks like C9 are going to take control of B.
Yeah, they will flip B eventually. A getting flipped, though, which is going to be really important as we're going to keep a very close eye on that scoreboard. 50 points needed for FaZe and about 90 needed for C9.
Stella and Renegade pick up the first kill. Snipe Down trades one out on Stella. Bound struggling a little bit in this game. 8 and 15 for him, and only 1 assist as well. So not having the impact he has in some of the previous games, the series that we have seen him involved with. But that kind of kill from Boobadooboo is very, very important. The drop shield is going to buy him a little bit of time. Bound gets taken down again by Stellar. Big shots coming in from him, but as you say, 4 dead for C9. B control will be turned over now to FaZe.
Man, how does C9 answer back? And more importantly, how does FaZe make sure that they get the first pick here? They get the first kill. Trade it out. So they need to make sure this is really do or die time here as we're getting to the close stretch. Only 40 points for FaZe to close this one out.
3 dead for C9 once more. They should be able to get the reset onto A, you would imagine. Or maybe try and flip. Oh, he catches him on the toenail. With that spike grenade, little plays like that from Renegade might be able to claw Cloud9 back into this game.
Oh man, Bound wins that one, but not before Eco can get a kill on Snipe Down, and Bound would have maybe wished he could have kept Snipe Down alive there, bottom middle. Renegade also going to get the Rocketeers. We take a look at the score, 191 to 161. BC holds still in favor of C9, so this is going to go, even with our score difference, this is going to go down to the wire.
No, it certainly is. Renegade picks up 1 though, and Penguin picks up yet another, so 3 dead here for FaZe. Falcated should be taken down. Bound's going to be last alive. Renegade, you know he's going to be sliding out. You know he's going to be challenging with that rocket launcher as C9 cross the 210 mark. They need 250. FaZe only need around 30 points themselves though to go up by 1, but C9 is starting to find that flow.
Okay, here we are finally as a tie game. Both teams need 30 points in their respective scores to close it out. Still a BC hold for Cloud9.
Penguin though, he is just clicking at the moment. Renegade just making sure that he's in position to control that C stronghold. 3 players from FaZe going to be jumping up into the tires. Stella's going to be here with some grenades to meet them as well. Stella picks up 1. Stella should pick up 2. Renegade's there to steal it away. Falcated gets taken down as well. No one in position for FaZe to contest any of these strongholds as C9 will win map number 1.
C9 backs against the wall, had to win that game by quite a margin, and they do it, and they do it comfortably. Not only closing that game out before FaZe can hit 191, but even doing it with them not even getting within 30 points or so of that final score. Cloud9 takes game number 1. They had to work hard to do it, but I think we were right on set. Like we said, I think it brought out the best in Cloud9 having to play perfect Halo.
Yeah, I think it was unfortunate for FaZe for sure with that reset that came in. I feel like, well, you know, we're speculating on what could happen on something that didn't happen, but I feel like if FaZe were in a position to win that first game for sure with the control that they did have and the momentum that was going their way. But yeah, unfortunately, sometimes, you know, it's online Halo, right? Sometimes things happen. And Cloud9 took advantage of that to find themselves up by 1 in the series. Now for FaZe, we said it was going to be an uphill battle, and it's looking like it's even more of an uphill battle now, as they will have to win 3 games at least back-to-back here to send it to that second best of 5. And to take a second there to remember from best of 5, best of 5, man.
Yeah, and what a journey and what a mountain it would be for them to climb if they were to do that this evening here. Lots of games of Halo ahead of them if FaZe wants to be able to pull that off. But just look at all the gatekeeping and all the angles that you're seeing here from C9 in the games and the way that they're playing and baiting and switching. Just it really was textbook Halo here for Strongholds on streets. And look at this little stick. Renegade even almost stays alive through that. But looking at the board, it was 17 kills for the likes of Eco, 16 for Stellar and Penguin as well. Just big numbers from the side of C9.
Yeah, well, you always knew that Renegade was going to fancy himself in that battle as well. Just slid back out to re-challenge. Had that rocket to give him the little bit of the advantage with the weaponry. But looking across the scores there, you can see Stellar as well at the end of that game. 20 and 15 for B. Very good performance from him. And I mean, it's so difficult when you look at this Cloud9 roster, right? And we always say, oh, this guy doesn't get talked about enough. This guy doesn't get talked about enough. It's because we can't talk about them all enough, because otherwise all we would do is talk about Cloud9. But Stellar, again, one of those exceptional Halo players, and his shot I want to talk about as well, because watching him in Raleigh, the man has one of the nastiest BR shots you could possibly imagine. It's a pleasure to watch his POV.
Yeah, well, you can't help but love how clinical Cloud9 is, right? Not really big talkers. They don't worry about talking a lot of trash. They don't really talk that much in game. Their comms are just so simple, so calm, so collected, and they really, like you said, they don't miss. They know exactly which page the other player is on, and it shows in their gameplay. And that 83% win rate certainly proving to continue to be a factor. The fact that they're able to win that game before FaZe even gets to 191, that's quite a statement. Though I do have to say, FaZe still looking very strong. They're looking stronger than they did did earlier today. And I don't think this is going to be the end of them. They certainly could take one of these next two as well.
It's certainly going to be an uphill battle, though, for FaZe, you know, as we know. But Slayer Recharge is going to be our next game. And if you saw, I think it was Spartan who actually tweeted it out. It was a clip from Renegade on Recharge. I don't know if it was Strongholds. I don't know if it was Board. I don't know if it was Slayer. But Spartan's chilling, walking up tower stairs, just thinking, you know, I'm going to go and pick up this commando. Renegade grapples in to the window with the shock rifle, and before his feet touch the floor, just removes his head. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, that's what we can hopefully expect in this game.
I was going to say that we're seeing more and more ridiculous plays, especially from players like Renegade. So hoping to see it here. This is game number 2, Cloud9 leading 1-0 in the series.
Early on here is going to be Camo almost immediately picked up by Stella and almost getting that one uncontested. So it seems like a little bit of a miscommunication maybe coming in from FaZe, not being able to get anyone in position to at least contest that Camo. And that means a 3-1 start here. Snipedown going to be last player alive, and he's going to at least have the shock rifle to play with. But that didn't look like the most coordinated of opening strategies there from FaZe.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. A little bit of a lack of coordination and prioritization there on that camo. Also, leave it to Stellar. When most players grab camo, they're very happy to get away. Stellar says, no, I'm going to go mid-bridge and challenge top control instead and win the battle and stay alive bottom middle. So that's what this C9 roster brings. It's bold, you know, almost disrespectful, like you say, plays where they just do exactly what they want on the map and then they get away with it.
7-2 the score. It's starting to already get a little bit out of hand here for FaZe. Bound doing a good job of just staying alive, and as crazy as it sounds, just standing still and making sure that he survives long enough for at least his teammates to get a line of sight for him to survive. But once again, he's going to be chased down. Now you're going to see Renegade. He's playing on, I swear, every single time I watch his POV at the moment, he's playing on a faster sense than I saw him last time. And he's still managing to hit every single shot possible. So shock rifle in his hands, it wouldn't be surprising to see him hit something quite nasty in the next few moments.
Yeah, look at the way there that Renegade's able to just be ready for that kill, just to come around from C-Plat, ready for the kill in long haul. And it just feels like Cloud9, because of the way they establish map presence, they get early kills and then they establish presence. And in doing so, they just get such strong map positioning that allows them to just pick out each kill individually. Here we are, 13-5 in the open.
13-5, snipe down. Gonna give away those spawns as well. Estella will call out that information. You get the feeling it's not even the fact that they needed to call that out. I think that C9 are just so on it at the moment that they realize every single move that's being made. As Snipe Down, unfortunately, is in the sights of Renegade, but Renegade misses the shot somewhat surprisingly, and Snipe Down almost made him pay for it. However, Renegade swapping to that BR will get that kill. Renegade stays alive as well with the weapon in his hands.
Yeah, going to be very happy to still have that shock rifle. As a reminder, Slayer Recharge C9 is a 78% win rate. Once again, shout out to Dan Gaskin and Matty Rums for keeping all those numbers close at hand for us. But right now, it looks about that. Maybe an even stronger win rate based on the scoreline so far. Cloud9 picking up where they left off in game number 1.
18-11 the score. Repulsor in the hands of Penguin, but not enough to push Boo Boo away far enough for him to really do some damage. That's what you need to do if you're on FaZe right now. Boo Boo hitting the nice headshot there with that shock rifle to just make things a little bit more uncomfortable here for Cloud9. Now, can FaZe do to Cloud9 what Cloud9 did to FaZe a few moments ago? Look at the score. It's now just a few kills between the two teams. 4 kills, 1 team wipe. We got a tie game.
This was 18-10. That's a 5-1 swing in favor of FaZe. And look at, I mean, leading the way is Falcated here with 8 kills on the board, already leading the game. So just like that, 3-kill game. FaZe, excuse me, absolutely answering back, keeping this game close.
Bound now with a shock rifle in his hand as well. 3 kills, the difference between the two teams. How this game has turned on its head. Snipe Down just trying to play bottom middle at the moment, just waiting for the opportunity for a call to come from a teammate. It's a little bit of damage has been done for him to move up onto. Eco going to be challenging Bound. Bound taken down to very, very low shields. Boo Boo trying to hold the cross for his teammates here as well. Penguin taken down to no shields. There's a flank coming in, but wow. Repulsor this time saves Boo Boo's life.
And you have to think if Boo Boo doesn't hit that repulsor, the melee certainly coming in, and just like that, 1-kill game, 20-19 in favor of Cloud9, but FaZe certainly heating up.
21-21, it's a tie game here. Not game number 2. And I think that most people watching, if they're completely honest with themselves, they look at themselves in the mirror, would have said about 2 minutes ago that C9 are going to be running away with this game and we're going to game 3 with them 2-0 up in the series. However, FaZe have got something to say about that, though. A little bit more steel than maybe a lot of people give them credit for, as they now have Only tied up the game, Andy. They have a lead. Estella is set for a swim as well. Maybe it's
he landed
No, he gets taken down. Sword transferred over to FaZe.
This is a 15-4. The last few minutes of Slayer have been 15-4 in favor of FaZe. That is a crazy, crazy set of kills. The fact that you would see a team do that against Cloud9, FaZe not only in this series, but leading this game right now by 4.
Oh. Slowed down. Maybe just showing off his grapple. We've all been there, right? Boo-boo-doo-boo. However, got something more simple to work with. Oh no, he's got a grapple as well. Everyone's got a grapple. You get a grapple, he gets a grapple. Shock rifle in the hands of C9 once more, though. Not too much ammo to work with. Around 3 shots left for Penguin to try and make some sort of impact on the map. Bound will be taken down, so now it's just a 3-kill game as C9 start to inch their way back into this game now.
Look at the shots. Somehow I could look at Penguin staying alive there in that 1v2. That's what Penguin is capable of. The double kill comes in from Stellar because Penguin is ready to take that battle. I also have to say, look at this, not done yet. Eco comes to help as well, but that is a miscommunication on the side of FaZe. If you have 2 players coming in from bottom control from A, they need to be looking, right? Even if they're not looking, one's maybe looking towards batteries, one's looking towards control. As soon as that happens and Penguin's coming into control, they need to start team shooting. They didn't, and Penguin essentially wins a 1v2 there, and just like that, we have a tied game.
Stella picks up the kill to give C9 the lead, and we've seen another turnaround in this Slayer. It hasn't been 1 or 2 kills. It's been swings of around 5, 10, 15 kills, it feels like, between the 2 teams. Bound picks up 1, Falcated will pick up another, which will give FaZe the lead now. 2 kills the difference between the 2 teams. Estella tries to chase down this player on the bat ledge. Falcated surviving extremely well for now, but here comes the grapple. Estella finishes off wayside.
Yeah, that confidence there from Stellar to just fly right in and get the 2-shot melee. Very nice job. That'll give them just a 1-kill lead momentarily. But these 2 teams, we talked about how we were going to see a different series in their second meeting of the day, and that has certainly been the case. These 2 teams so close as we get to the home stretch of our Game 2 Slayer.
37-all, tie game once more. 13 kills left. With 2 back-to-back kills, FaZe once again eke out a lead. Repulsor going to be picked up as well. Bound says, do you know what? This game's been ridiculous. I'm going to go do something crazy. He grapples into top A. Manages to take down 1. Manages to take down 2 alongside his teammate with a little bit of help. And maybe just being a little bit crazy is what someone needs to be in this game, because it has been back and forth, and I think crazy's been the only way to describe it.
And what do we say? That those are the plays, those are the players that we're talking about. We talked about how Bound takes those risky plays that you wouldn't expect every other play to do, and Bound does it there. Gives them a nice little 3-kill lead here. Only 6 kills to go for FaZe to tie up the series.
However, you can see it's only 3 kills between the 2 teams. Boo-Boo with that repulsor should win this battle, but no! Eco will win the battle somehow or other. We almost thought that was a guaranteed win for Boo-Boo, but now it's just 2 kills between the 2 teams.
And you have to think, if this game ends in a C9 victory, as it's now a tied game, Boo-Boo is going to be thinking about that battle. But now FaZe here, 46-45, they take the lead again.
Here comes Stella. He's got players pinched here. Boo-Boo's going to be 1-shot. Penguin gets taken down. 46-48. FaZe only need 2. Shock rifle in the hands of Stella. He needs to hit a big shot here if he wants to give C9 a chance of maybe staying alive in this game. He takes down Snipe down. 1 kill between the 2 teams. It's tied up on 48-all.
He needs an angle. He does not have an angle on control everything that's happening there. He needs to get over there at this 48-48 to be a factor in these final battles. 49-48.
1 more kill to go for C9. And that moment you were talking about, Haunt FaZe once more. Snipe down takes damage. Penguin takes damage. Stella, though, wins the game with that shock rifle. And C9 go up by 2 in the series. But again, FaZe just crumbling in the last moments of a Slayer against C9.
You're absolutely right. This is deja vu. It was a 50-49 in their earlier meeting on Streets. And now it's a 50-48. What a play by Stellar. He's up top yellow, picks up the first kill on Snipe down. And as we said, he knew he did not have the angle. He goes from attic all the way through long haul into C plat to get the control angle, and he hits the shot, dies in the process, but he only had to hit 1 shot. Who else but Stellar with the shock rifle closes out the game for C9.
Very impressive stuff from C9 in the end, but you got to say at the same time, it was crazy from FaZe. It was looking like a C9 win for the first 2 minutes, and not just a C9 win, as C9 50 to something, to 20 to 30 win. And then a crazy comeback. You mentioned that. I can't remember the exact numbers. What was it? A 14 to 2, 3, 4, whatever it was. Swing that went in the favor of FaZe.
It was, yeah, it was 14-3 at one point, and then 15-4 was FaZe's streak. They were down, by such a huge margin, and the fact that they went 15-4, I mean, that is, you have to kill the opposing team, over 3 times to pull that off, which is an incredible rotation of kills. Here's some highlights from that game number 2.
Nico was the man who got things started as well. Renegade did have that shock rifle, didn't do too much damage to start with. His shots onto Snipe there were pretty crispy though, however. And then it was Boo Boo who started the comeback here for FaZe. We were talking about how important that shock rifle can be. Wentz was talking about it at the start of the show and how influential it's become as a weapon and part of the sandbox here on Recharge. Being able to watch those crosses is just, it's so devastating if you can hit one headshot to give yourself the numerical advantage. Stellar with the grapple as well. Doing some good stuff, but this was a crazy play coming in from Bound. I love seeing stuff like this. That's a play that I'd never make. Like, if I do that, I'm dead and I'm throwing over the shock rifle and the grapple to the other team. Bound does it. He makes things happen.
That was the 47-48, and Stellar just has to peek, and you have to wonder. Here's the thing I'm wondering. We'll talk about it in a second, actually. 250-220 is your game number 1. 50-48 is your game number 2. Very close matches in total. CTF Bazaar up next. We've already seen FaZe win that in their last series, but here's the thing I'm wondering onset. I want to talk about the end of that Slayer recharge. Snipedown just got taken down by the shock rifle of Stellar, so they're well aware that the shock is in the hands of Stellar. And my question is, why are they poking towards C Plat? Either there's an assumption that it hadn't been rotated yet, or maybe a miscommunication. Regardless, though, can't talk about it anymore. If you're on the FaZe side, you got to get focused on this game number 3. It's going to be Bazaar CTF.
Well, FaZe, like you said, they won an overtime against E United on this map just it seems like a few moments ago in the previous series in the elimination bracket final, but Cloud9 is a very different proposition. And this is the opportunity also for Cloud9 to close out the series in a 3-0 fashion. And not only that, if I'm not mistaken, Andy, it would be the perfect tournament from them as well. They would not have dropped a map.
And we certainly have not seen them drop a match in the bracket, the matches that we've covered in their bracket today. 2-0s and 3-0s throughout the entire day today. Going to keep an eye on this opening rush, though. It's going to be Bound with the overshield.
Dynamo Grenade's going to be doing that damage. Bound for FaZe is going to at least have that first overshield, but it's not going to be too influential. As you can see, it's already run down. A little bit of grenade damage from that frag as well. He's going to maybe think about letting C9 swarm forward. Eco somehow manages to survive a rocket. And with that, manages to get back into his base and get back into his bar to get a little bit of control.
He's got magic powers. That's really it. That's all we can say about Eco.
It's just magic.
And I will say, after a play like that, I would also head into my local bar as well, because he's earned that. He has certainly earned that.
I would head into my local bar if I was on the receiving, if I had the rockets, to be honest with you, too. Yeah,
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that you found many excuses to head into your local bar that are much less impressive than what Eco has done in this game and this series so far. That I have no doubt about.
I'm being exposed on this show today for who I really am, but we all know who Snipedown really is, and he needs to step up now for his team. He needs to be the leader that we talked about in Raleigh for this FaZe roster. However, he's going to have a little bit of pressure to deal with here. The flag is moving for C9. They've already, for FaZe. You can see the C9 are under pressure, and the Dynamo Grenades are going to be doing the damage that is needed to maybe clear the way. The pressure is on Stellar here. He's managed to sneak behind and get into the base. He's also got a Bulldog, but he misses the shotgun. Oh, and he gets taken down by Bound.
What the?
I'm pretty sure that was a 360 fakey hard flip. I don't know, something like that. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous from Bound.
Alley-oop, backside, a back whack, somehow hits it. Don't even know what happened there. The Bulldog shot, most importantly, did not connect, and he wins that battle on the front door. Had he not, we could have seen carnage and chaos on the double door. Instead, it's 1-0 here. But Cloud9 ready to answer back. Looks like they're going to be in the clear to grab this overshield and get ready for this next push.
However, if they get the overshield, Falcate's waiting here with that green gun to try and do damage, but Renegade managed to sneak past just before he got that shield stripped away. So Cloud9 now have the opportunity to push. Bound's going to be there as well. Snipedown picks up a double. Last player alive is going to be Eco now, as you see Bound trying to move forward once again to push forward onto the Cloud9 base. And this has been a much stronger start in this game than what we've seen in the previous one from FaZe.
Killing spree for Eco, though. 7 and 3 here off the opening. Credit to Bound for making that play. That play is really similar to something like an Onslaught CTF where you go bottom middle to get a surprise angle, and the team is already still looking in the base for you, and you're bottom middle, and you can actually shoot up into your base from outside. It's a really valuable angle. Eco just checking the dynamo nades. Should I wait for these? No, I'll keep going.
Oh, okay. All right, Stella. Stella's getting inside the heads here of FaZe. Or trying his best to. However, the best way to answer that is to win a 1v1 battle afterwards. And Doobie does exactly that. Rockets in the hands of Renegade now. It looks like with that, it gives an indication that maybe C9 are a little bit peed off with the way that FaZe have been playing. Maybe they don't like the fact they've been giving them such good games, that things have been so close. They want to be able to stomp the tournament. Stomp. They're showing no respect, like I mentioned earlier.
Renegade's so patient there, just waiting for Boo Boo to show himself, and it happens there. It looks like he'll finally be taken down. One big outlier and surprise on the scoreboard, and part of the story as to why this is still 1-0 is Penguin just got his first kill on screen. He's 1-8 in this game, not the numbers you expect to see from him. We'll have to see what the second half of the game has in store for him.
Hey, look, Penguin and #1 have become synonymous with each other recently. First tournament win, first place in Raleigh, first kill in this game, okay? Look, everything's working out for him at the moment, you know. He's not too unfond, if that is even a word, of the #1 at the moment. Eco, though, he's fond of that Bulldog. He picks up one onto Falcated inside the bar.
Couldn't agree with you more. Definitely not a word, however.
Yeah, not a word.
I'm going to stick with that one. 7:41 on the clock here. Some pots shattering at the feet of Eco. He doesn't care, though. He's going to pop with the Bulldog. And they've got the overshield push as well. It will finally be tapped out. But here comes what could be the first C9 flag on the board.
Yeah, this is going to be 3 dead here for FaZe as well. One player's already off the respawn, and you can see that Eco is just chasing them down. Eco's actually going to leave them here. This is a really smart play from Eco as well. Yeah. Even though you might think, oh, he's got some damage done, everything's cool. Those players cannot influence that flag whatsoever. However, it looks like the other spawns have managed to sneak through. So Eco going to give up on that flag for now. Stella's going to be in a position to cause some havoc behind enemy lines, but it's actually going to be Eco, behind enemy lines. He's going to be pulling yet another flag. So Cloud9 recognizing this situation, realizing that was a little bit of a dead flag. Now Eco can move in with the Bulldog, but Bound once again will win the battle.
Bound once again, taking that same angle. That's what I'm talking about. He gets out, whether it's through front pillars, whether it's through hut, he gets out front base and sits bottom middle and waits to shoot from that angle. That's the second time he's been really effective with that. Now he's running what could be their second flag as well.
4 alive, though, for C9. So this is going to be a team fight that needs to be won by FaZe if they want to be able to move that flag any further forward. Penguin immediately jumping on the reach here, which I kind of like, as most of the players from FaZe are going to be looking across the board and thinking, you know, what's going on there? Actually, the reason that he jumped onto that Ree is because every single player from FaZe fell almost immediately after that flagpole did come in. Falcated staying alive inside of the bar with the Bulldog as well. Challenge is going to come in almost immediately, but look at this. He's pretending that he's a saucepan inside of the cupboard and manages to stay alive.
Absolutely, just making himself part of the historic woodwork there. Absolutely love that play. I want to go back to that flag run that we saw from C9 that got returned bottom middle. We saw Eco fake bottom rockets and then decide to help his team from his enemy's bridge. You have to wonder going back, maybe Eco didn't need to worry about bottom rockets in that situation. Had he been bridge the whole time and BR, maybe he would have had the right angle. So we'll have to see if C9 can have a little bit more cohesion on their next flag run.
Boobie Dooboo was trying to pretend he was a piece of the geometry. However, Renegade was not having any of that whatsoever as he takes down the red Spartan in front of him. FaZe now on the back foot as C9 are moving this flag forward. Only 1 player down for them. 3 players have now respawned. Make that 4. Falcated has managed to overextend here inside of the base. So Stella has a really important job to do, but they've sniffed him out here, C9. You can see they're trying to push. They're trying to clear him out of the base. And with that, Eco will slam home the equalizing flag. C9 tie it up at 1-1.
Yeah, very nice work from C9, and like we said, their attempt there much better than their earlier attempts. One thing I want to point out is Eco ran that flag with Ovi and was able to tank and eat damage as he went to bottom middle. And as we know, you're exposed to so many angles bottom middle. So choosing to run that flag with the overshield, that's not always the conventional choice in a Halo Capture the Flag game. Sometimes you want your slayers, your roamers to have the overshield. Instead, here on that flag run, it worked out really well for them.
Renegade with the flank here. Boo Boo gonna be weak. Renegade never backing down from that challenge whatsoever. Oh, Renegade jumps back out and hits the crispy headshot onto Bound as well. Waits for a teammate to join him inside of bar as well. Kills will be traded. Everyone from FaZe on the back foot at the moment. C9 have complete map control.
I think C9's just been so dominant this year. So we got to remind everyone, especially those of you just joining us here, C9 only 1 game away from closing out this series. This is a must-win for the side of FaZe if they want to stay alive in this series. Now tied 1-1, and C9 continuing the momentum. 4 minutes on the clock and looking to strike again.
Snipdown will get the trade onto Renegade, who was trying to be the man to put some pressure on. Eco, though, speaking of pressure, is now going to make FaZe feel that pressure. They're 3 dead at the moment. All players now swarming back from Cloud9 as well after they got that flag out. The overshield is up as well. This is a really big moment here. Renegade's got decisions to make. He looks like he's going to be moving in to get the overshield, but no, Falcated with a spike grenade is going to shut things down. And not only that, C9 will be shut down too.
They will, and let's see where that overshield eventually goes. It looks like it's going to go to Snipdown, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to keep a very close eye on that. Bound is going to make the push as well. Yes, indeed, Snipdown is the one in the hut flying forward here with that overshield, and we'll have to see if they can get a run out of this.
Well, Stella is currently just learning there's so many different grenades on Halo Infinite. And in terms of damage that they can do, Eco is going to be in position to pick up that kill, which is going to slow down this pull coming in from FaZe. However, 3 players now fallen. Booby Dooby with this flag in his hands. And with 3 minutes 15 on the clock here, Stella has managed to pick up 1 kill off the respawn, which is going to slow down FaZe for a few moments. Penguin actually going to flank all the way behind
Look at the angle!
This is so smart from Penguin, but can he get the kills? He gets 1, and his teammates are there to pick up the 2nd.
Absolutely bamboozles FaZe. He takes the simplest route. It's as old as time. He goes ring around the rosy around bottom middle, gets an amazing angle, and FaZe was not ready for that flank. You could tell by the looks on their faces as that flag will come back home on the return. Great work from Penguin solo play on the pillars.
Renegade starting to heat up as well. 3 dead here for FaZe. Renegade holding forward straight away. You can see the last player is going to be in front of him, coming off that spawn. Bound should be taken down in the next few moments. Penguin does do that now. Where are those spawns coming in? You can see that Renegade didn't spot the players down on the trench, so it means they're all going to be able to overextend here. Snipdown gets taken down, though. Boo Boo's going to be weak. C9 are running this flag back. Falcated picking up 1 kill onto Stella, though, might make this a little bit more difficult to C9 to convert.
Yeah, let's see what Boo Boo has to sneak this, and Renegade's going to find him now.
Renegade gets the beat down, takes no damage as well. Falcated trying to push the commando, doing big damage. But where is that flag now for C9? Stella's got it in his hands. Penguin's got the overshield as well. And Penguin's responsibility, you can see, is to stop that flag moving from FaZe.
He's going forward. He's getting doubled right now. And oh, man, what a trade from Snipdown and also help from Bound on that flag. So they're going to be able to get that here. A little bit of a flag standoff coming in at this 1-1 mark. And you have to think that this really could be the game-deciding flag.
Yeah, this is going to be the game-deciding flag. Bound is going to trade. Eco picked up a double kill. So there's actually going to be 3 players dead here for FaZe. Stella's trying to move forward in the bar. Got that grapple out as well, trying to make sure that he's got enough space closed as quickly as possible with those players all coming off of the respawn. Bound's going to be weak. You'll see Stella moving in after that call out from Penguin. He's got the Bulldog. However, the Mangler's in the hand of Bound, but Stella has the Bulldog and manages to win that fight.
We got to point out a few big outliers here in this game. We have Eco 24-11, Renegade 28-14. However, this is a 1-1 game. A little bit of a similar story to our Sentinels match. Those stats do not match the flags on the board. Not the right objective efficiency you want to see from C9. It's still 1-1, 1 minute left.
Bound picks up 1. You can see that FaZe are trying their best to find any kind of players from C9. That's going to be 2. And now they have the opportunity to push up on the map. Eco's moving in towards the hut. Snipdown's going to be trying to challenge him. Eco will win that fight, but here's Stella again with that Bulldog. That's 2 dead now for FaZe. The push is going to come in here from C9, and with Stella with that Bulldog in his back pocket as well, the pressure is going to be almost too much to handle here for Boo Boo.
Boo Boo's in trouble here. Where else is the pressure coming in from hut? This should be a return here. Look at this. This is going to be it.
Only 15 seconds left on the clock as well. Return comes in. Flag, where is it though? For FaZe. It's been stamped home, and with that, and only 8 seconds left in the game, that might be the flag that crowns C9 our champions. It is indeed. It's the perfect tournament from C9. They will be your Pro Series champions. Our first event of the year.
Cloud9 picking up where they left off at HCS Raleigh, and as you say, winning the first event of the year. Penguin, Renegade, Stellar, and Eco, your champions yet again. And it feels like something we might be saying a few more times in the near future on Seven.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the way that they just didn't drop a map. They didn't drop a map. They were close to dropping maps. They should have dropped some maps, but they did not drop any maps. This is your grand finals. Final layout, 250 to 220 strongholds on streets, 50 to 48 Slayer recharge, and then that 2-1 win in the last seconds with a big play coming in from Stellar to get that return in the flag standoff. Gives them the win, but I just want to give a second here. Even though C9 are champs, FaZe, they have shown so much to me throughout this tournament to make me believe that they could be a tournament winner themselves as well.
Yeah, two very close series with Cloud9, and their second even closer than the first in terms of the overall score. Without a doubt, I think we have to say a lot of good things about how FaZe played today. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Cloud9 taking on first place and the prize money as well. Let's take a look at the highlights from that last game.
It was FaZe who got out to the hot start. They managed to get that flag in pretty early on. But I just felt like FaZe never really had any pressure after that initial flag cap that came in. It always felt like C9 were the ones who were getting the flag pulls. There was a couple of times that you mentioned it, right? The flag pulls came in, they were picking up a lot of kills, but the objective efficiency wasn't quite there to just shut down those overextenders and pick up the second set of slays.
Yeah, interesting, really late start there from Penguin. You saw he was 3-11 at one point in the game, and as you saw, also 0-8. But once C9 failed to cap that first flag, it felt like they knew exactly what they had to do. They knew the dots that they had to connect in order to get a flag in against FaZe, and they were able to then put some really great flags on the board and some really solid control from the side of C9.
Yeah, that kill at the end there from Penguin as well, incredibly important. If he doesn't get that kill, maybe a little overtime flag pull can come in. But I mean, it was an incredibly impressive performance from C9. Raleigh, now HCS Pro Series. I mean, they're looking unstoppable at the moment.
They really are. I think, honestly, I heard the buzzword textbook Halo or buzz phrase from Bravo, and it really was. Like, that is how I would describe the way that Cloud9 have played basically all day long. They have been a formidable force, and even when you think, oh, hold on a second, the other team are doing really well, and it seems like they could potentially make a comeback. No. They are the clutch kings. You cannot give them an inch because they will take 20 miles, probably around 20. But absolutely outstanding stuff. I want to quickly take you back, Clutch, to game 2 though in that series, and let's just talk about the confidence of Stella coming forward with that shock rifle, closing out that game. There's just the challenges that this guy was having and the precision. It was just outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about textbook Halo, and textbook Halo for Cloud9 is different than any other team. And Stellar in that game too is exactly what I'm talking about, right? He gets that kill on the snipe down and pipes with the shock rifle. What does he do? He sees that his teammates are elevator and they're looking to push into control. Stellar understands that, hey, like Cloud9 flies, dog. Like, they don't stand around, they don't wait for Stellar to see if he can find 2 more picks and come back. No, they're like, we got numbers, let's go. And Stellar flies through long haul, flies into blue, and meets his team there. And then all of a sudden, not only that, but like the situation from that point was just absolutely insane. We don't see Stellar's point of view from it, but you see Stellar with the shock rifle out. Snipedown actually shoots the plasma grenades, knocking everybody that was near it to no shields. I actually thought for sure FaZe is about to close this out. Stellar jumps up behind the box in blue, shoots 1 shock rifle shot, connects with Snipedown. Immediately his body drops. But the kill happened, and Stellar was able to hit that shot on the Snipedown, ending the game. And that's just like, that to me is textbook Cloud9, is that when they have any advantage, no matter what the numbers are, no matter what the score is, they're going to play the same, and that is in your face. They're going to take everything they can, and that's why they're champions. It's because they're all under that understanding too. It's so impressive to watch it. Big hats off to Cloud9. Unbelievable tournament. Not dropping a game is one thing, but the way you guys did it, the way you guys consistently play the way you do, it's why you're the champions you are.
Damn straight. I mean, aggressive is just what comes to mind throughout the entirety of today. You can see as well in our bracket that they haven't dropped a map, they haven't missed a beat. This team is here to compete at the highest possible level, and you're going to have to play some damn good Halo if you want to take them down going forward here. We're going to have a quick look at the winners bracket. A huge congratulations to Cloud9, and an absolutely incredible run through the winners bracket. And like I said, just hasn't dropped at all a map whatsoever, hasn't missed a beat. Absolutely insane. And honestly, I've got to say though, FaZe, you know, it might be 3-0 there, but FaZe, I think they played phenomenally. And Onset, you kind of said it, you know, they are growing so much, and we talk about that, and they really haven't hit their ceiling yet. Onset, what did you make of FaZe and their gameplay against C9 in the grand finals?
I think realistically, if you said to FaZe, you'll get into the grand finals today, I think they would have probably taken it. I think they would have been happy with it. And even though, you know, everyone always says, no, we want to win, we want to come out first place. I think realistically for FaZe, it's been a process, right? And I know all about trusting the process. As an Arsenal fan, I know that a lot of North American fans might not understand that, but, you know, I've been told to believe in these young players, and it's starting to come true, you know. And the same can be said to FaZe at the moment. It is going to take a little bit of time, and it has taken a little bit of time for them to hit the levels that they want to hit. But getting to that grand final, giving C9 such close games as well, even though the bracket says 3-0, 3-0, whatever it might be, those games are super close, super competitive.
So close.
And that's really something to take away here for FaZe. The fact that they can push C9 to their limits, it just means with a little bit more time that they're going to be able to start taking games off them. And with the games being so close, the series could be taken off them as well.
Hey, look, it wasn't just FaZe though. We've seen so many different teams really coming forward now in this season and really trying to put their name on the board here as well in the Pro Series. Bravo, are you excited for our next Pro Series? I've got to ask you.
I am. I can't wait. The fact that we get to have these weekly, and the fact that you have amateur, semi-professional players that are able to get into these brackets every single week is fantastic. We've never had something like this in competitive Halo, so it's going to be a really fun January. I'm excited to see the FaZe Clan United rivalry start to develop as well, as we see them kind of continue to meet up and see which of them might be kind of considered the number 2 right now, at least this month. So yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be an awesome month.
It really is. We've had such an epic time today. I hope you guys at home have enjoyed yourself. But as we said, Pro Series will be on your screens very, very soon, January 13th. Put it in the diary. You don't want to miss his action. It's just going to be absolutely amazing. We have Halo in and out weekly. It's going to be dope. And we will see you guys next time. Thanks for joining.